things going out every single day of the year as far as social media goes, just for the
Okay,
podcast.
good morning. Hello, everybody, and welcome. Thank you for tuning in. I'm sorry, JL, I just didn't mean to cut you off there. We're just starting a live stream now on YouTube, and our program is starting. And I'm going to leave it to Taco to start the introductions. Thank you very much.
Of the year as far as social media goes.
Yeah,
just for
so
the
we've got a handful
good morning.
of people
Hello, everybody,
today,
and
we'll be having a few
welcome.
more jumping in and
Thank you
out,
for tuning in.
throughout the morning.
Sorry, JL, I just didn't mean to cut you off there. We're just starting a live stream now on YouTube, and our program is starting.
Enjoy.
And
we'll go ahead and get started.
I'm going to leave it to Taco to start the introductions. Thank you very much.
The year as far as social media goes.
Yeah,
just for
so
the
Okay, I am.
morning.
Hello, everybody,
Today
and
we'll be having
welcome.
a
Founding
more
president of an
jumping in.
organization
Thank you
called
for tuning in.
Atheists.
Throughout the
So here in
morning.
Canada, we
Just,
advocate for
didn't mean
atheists.
to
Cut you off there. We're just starting a live stream now on YouTube, and our program is starting.
Enjoy.
Without
being
being
started.
for it, I'm going to leave it to Taco to start the introductions. Thank you, and stigmatization
as far as social
of
media goes.
atheists and the
so
atheism.
okay,
Good morning. Hello, everybody. If you want to find out more about that, that's an organization. Thank you for tuning in. So here in Canada, we advocate for atheists. Cut you off there. We're just starting a live stream now on YouTube, and our program is starting. Without being for it, I'm going to leave it to Taco to start the introductions. Thank you, and stigmatization of atheists and the atheism. Good morning. Hello, everybody. If you want to find out more about that, that's an organization. Thank you for tuning in. So here in Canada, we advocate for atheists. Cut you off there. We're just starting a live stream now on YouTube, and our program is starting. Without being for it, I'm going to leave it to Taco to start the introductions. Thank you, and stigmatization of atheists and the atheism. Good morning. Hello, everybody. If you want to find out more about that, that's an organization called tuning in. So here in Canada, we advocate for atheists. Cut you off there. We're just starting a live stream now on YouTube, and our program is starting. Without being for it, I'm going to leave it to Taco to start the introductions. Thank you, and stigmatization of atheists and the atheism. Good morning. Hello, everybody. If you want to find out more about that, that's an organization called tuning in. So here in Canada, we advocate for atheists. Cut you off there. We're just starting a live stream now on YouTube, and our program is starting. Without being for it, I'm going to leave it to Taco to start the introductions. Thank you, and stigmatization of atheists and the atheism. Good morning. Hello, everybody. If you want to find out more about that, that's an organization called tuning in. So here in Canada, we advocate for atheists. Cut you off there. We're just starting a live stream now on YouTube.
Yeah, sure. But anyway, I may as well do it because I have a different version from the Christian version anyway. But basically, for reality to exist, it needs a metaphysical basis. And why that would be is simply because all concepts and all objects are instantiated. And yet they have to be instantiated in reference to something. And whatever they're instantiated in reference to is going to have to transcend their own existence. And this would apply to the entire universe, basically. The entire universe, the entire realm, all of that would have to be instantiated from some fundamental something. Well, that fundamental something would have to have the capacity to encompass everything else. All concepts, all ontological primitives, all materiality, everything, including consciousness, all those things. And it would have to therefore have supra properties that would enable that to be the case.
While I would agree that there is probably some sort of fundamental thing out there that kind of like just, that everything is grounded in, because we have no data beyond the Big Bang. As far as like what we can determine where everything came from or what the state of everything was before then. And we have inadequate understanding of either physics or mathematics or mathematical functions in order to try to determine that. We just have extrapolations of what we currently know. How would you be able to determine or justify saying that is a god, that founding thing, without any evidence to support it.
Again, remember when I said that this thing, whatever it is, has to have the ability to encompass, and encompass specifically meaning have that content pre-existing within it in some manner.
Yeah, but that's an assumption, though. You're assuming that it has to have that this one particular thing has to have all this stuff. When it simply, it could just simply be another natural state of affairs. So you're jumping to the conclusion that it has to be a god and that it has to have these properties based upon what we can observe right now, based upon what is currently observable right now. So you're saying, where does this come from? It must come from this, because all of what currently is must come from something else. So how do you make the leap? And I agree that there's probably something fundamental, but we don't know what it is currently because we don't have enough data points. We don't have enough information to draw a conclusion. So the intellectually honest position is to say we don't know. But how do you make the leap to God with no data to support that conclusion?
So I think what is when I say it's metaphysically necessary, you're saying that it's an assertion or an assumption. Was the word you used. The way I am explaining this, or rather what I truly believe to be the case, is that this is not an assumption, but this is just metaphysically necessary, which is a higher level of reasoning than pure logic. So it's metaphysically necessary. It's a more rigorous statement than even a logical statement.
Yeah, but you understand why it's referred to as metaphysically necessary, correct?
Yeah, of course. Because it simply cannot be otherwise.
Well, it's because there's nothing beyond that explains what we currently have. And so we have to go to a metaphysical reason. We have to go to metaphysics to explain what physics cannot currently explain. So we have everything we have. We have the universe, right? And we have everything that we can observe up to a particular point. There are things that we don't know that we may know in the future, but we don't currently know. And so you're making the jump that it has to be this metaphysical thing when in all actuality, because we have no information, we have no data, it literally could be just another state of affairs, like another state of physics or another state of reality that we just don't know yet and we can't access yet. So you're assuming it has to be a metaphysical thing because there's no physics to describe it currently. So how do you make that jump with intellectual honesty?
That's actually not what I'm saying. I'm saying that even what you're calling a physical explanation, right? So this is I'm not punting to the frontiers of our knowledge to say that, well, that thing which finally explains everything will be something we discover, which will be metaphysical. I'm saying even the stuff that we currently know, let's say all of physics was wrapped up right now and we had the theory of everything, and there was just one small tweak to like quantum theory or something which could explain everything, right? That would still necessitate a metaphysical underpinning for everything. Because what you're calling physical is actually relying on metaphysics to do all of the explanatory work. Nothing would be understandable or intelligible within physics without a metaphysical underpinning.
Yes, it would. So we can have a perfectly fine like quantum field that can explain absolutely everything. Why do you think a quantum field would not be sufficient to explain everything we see?
All the mathematics and everything which is entailed by which gives rise to your quantum theory. It relies on metaphysics. The
quantum field, there's nothing that gives rise to the quantum field. It's necessary. It's uncreated. It explains everything we see. What about the quantum field can't explain everything?
Yes, if you're saying it explains everything, right? You're not just saying, well, it just exists and that's it. But if it explains something, well, you're doing it in terms of mathematics, which is basically an offshoot.
So why doesn't the quantum field explain everything?
Well, if you're just going to say the quantum field has no content to it, right? And it just generates
lots
everything.
of content to it. You can look at the content in the field of physics. Quantum fields are literally the consensus in physics. Why does that, which has empirical evidence, is the current consensus of the most basic explanation of anything in the universe? Why is that a worse explanation than you making up a new invisible sky daddy?
I'm not. It doesn't have to be a sky daddy at all. I'm just saying, like even right now, whatever content you then have that you think explains the universe via quantum mechanics relies on metaphysics the field
no,
of
is the metaphysics. So this is the most fundamental thing that makes up absolutely everything in the universe. Nothing can exist without this thing. It is metaphysically necessary. It is a metaphysically necessary quantum field. Why do we need some invisible sky daddy?
Because the quantum field is a very specific metaphysical statement of affairs.
No, it's not.
Right?
It can be anything I want it to be. So that's not an argument. Why can't a metaphysically necessary quantum field explain everything?
A metaphysically necessary quantum field
Yep.
is just one specific set of equations in a specific system.
No. A quantum field is literally a physical thing. It's a literally existing thing.
Regardless of your belief of whether it's a physical thing or not, right? Let's even assume that it is a physical thing. It's still, its content is not of self-evident nature, which would be to say that this is the only thing that could possibly
relevant. It's literally relevant. So there's no such thing as a self-evident truth in that thing. That's just what we appear to be the case. So there is God isn't self-evidently true at all. God is something that we know is not true. It's garbage. So empirical things that have been demonstrated, like quantum fields, are more likely to be true. Things we've demonstrated are not imaginary. You're just saying there's this imaginary sky daddy that you imagine to be true, and it seems self-evidently imagined to be true.
I don't think I've even invoked a sky daddy so far.
Well, no, Moonsplitter. You just said that the quantum field is it's not that it's self-evident. It's there. It's the most fundamental thing. That's what TJump's trying to describe. What you basically said is that it's not self-evident, and it is because it is the most fundamental thing of everything. It is the most fundamental thing.
No,
but you said that God was self-evident, and I can already disprove that now because it is not self-evident to me.
Okay, so neither is the quantum field self-evident to me.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
By the way, I'm not using that rationale because it's asinine. So, what I am going to say is that like self-evident means that you would never have to even reason towards it. The axioms of logic are self-evident because there's no further reasoning that needs. There's no other possibility of axioms that you could choose from.
Well, actually, yes, there is. So there is no such thing as self-evident there, and God isn't self-evident, and it doesn't matter.
It
doesn't matter.
Don't accept that.
Hold up, stop. It doesn't matter if stop.
I was talking and you interrupted me.
Can you mute him for a second so I can finish my sentence? So it doesn't matter if something is self-evident. That's not an argument for anything. It makes no difference. It doesn't mean it exists.
He interrupted me. He interrupted me. I know he's a big celebrity and all that, but like
because I was debunking your point and you haven't addressed the point.
Yeah. So anyway, just don't let that happen. Don't let that happen again, right? Because I'm not going to take part in a discussion which has that weird power dynamic where someone can interrupt me and then ask me.
Come on, just calm down.
Yeah, this is the last bit of meta that I'll do. I'm just saying that. It's the last bit of meta I'll do, but I'm just saying that. Anyway, so self-evident again is something which you can not reason to. It's something which you just accept to be true. So if you have this quantum theory which relies on the logical axioms which are not
literally doesn't matter.
But you just pull it does matter because if you just pull these axioms which are the very underpinning at a mathematical level of your quantum theory, then there's nothing self-evident about the theory at all.
I've already debunked
because the basic
self-evident isn't evidence. It doesn't matter if something is self-evident. Secondly, God isn't self-evident. Logic isn't self-evident.
Then you have no basis. If you're going to make that claim, then you have no basis for your entire theory.
Yes, I do.
We're just going to precept
science
on this now.
So you don't need anything to be self-evident. Self-evident is epistemology. It has nothing to do with ontology. So things can stop talking. Things can ontologically exist if you don't know they exist. The fundamental nature of reality, whatever it may not be self-evident to you because of your little tiny brain. It doesn't matter if something is self-evident to you in your little tiny brain. Reality does not give a shit.
Sure, no problem with that, right? But then if you're saying that the quantum field is self-evident, which you claimed earlier,
no, it's not. I didn't claim it was self-evident. I don't care about self-evident.
Yes, you did, little boy, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. I said it was metaphysically necessary. I didn't say it was self-evident.
Okay, we're not gonna call the guest little boy. Just calm down, stop interrupting, and have a conversation. I'm unmuting you now. I'll pull him back in. Yeah.
All right. But he did say self-evident. Do you have a recording of this?
What? We do.
Do you have a recording of this? Well, he said self-evident. Let the record show. Because he was reasoning by the seat of his pants and in the heat of the moment.
That may have been me. Moon. That may have been me, and I may have misspoken.
Jump said it. But
I did not.
check it back. If not, I'll eat my shots on camera. If you do say that.
No worries.
Just move forward.
Let's move forward on it. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying if nothing is self-evident, right, then you will never be able to even form this quantum theory, which so-called explains everything, or whatever theory. Doesn't matter if it's quantum theory. Doesn't matter if it's theory. Doesn't matter.
Like, it doesn't matter if something is self-evident or not. It literally is irrelevant to ontology. Self-evident is epistemology. Ontology is what exists. There can be a metaphysically necessary being who is not self-evident. There's no logical contradiction there. Your argument is debunked.
Sure, that is completely fine. However, the whole argument right thus far has been that you believe that there is a possible physical state of affairs which could explain everything. Same thing with JL1. He believes at the end of it, right? I'm talking to multiple people right now. So abstract between two different people. Both of you seem to have the belief. Let me ask you straight up then. Do you believe that there could be a physical state of affairs which explains all of reality?
A state of affairs just describes a state in time. That's irrelevant. There can be a physical thing which can exist outside of space-time and be outside of a state of affairs. Yes, that can explain everything.
State of affairs doesn't just mean a physical state within reality.
It does.
Metaphysical state of affairs.
There's no such
physical
thing.
Is the word.
So again, you've given no reason to think that you need a skydiving.
I'm going to rephrase. Is there a physical system, right? Ontologically physical system that could explain all of reality?
Yes.
Yes. And what does explain mean?
What does it means? It acts as the foundation and created literally everything else that exists.
And is explanation epistemological or ontological?
Ontological. So ontologically, it is the grounds that causes everything else. It's not an epistemic explanation. It's an ontological explanation.
Explain to me. Go ahead and explain to me how an explanation cannot be epistemological. Go ahead.
Explain is just a word to evoke the fact that this pre-existing thing caused the other things. We just use the word explain to express that. It's an ontological fact that this existing thing caused those other things. That's all ontology. It didn't epistemologically cause other things.
Other guests, do you want to have a crack at this? Other guests, do you think that something can be explained without reference to epistemology?
I'm in agreement with the idea that you have to ground your epistemology in metaphysics.
Yeah. So this TJump believes right now. So because we need to create a separation here. I don't want to argue against everyone because this is ludicrous that you could have an explanation which is ontological without reference to epistemology.
Gravity explains why things fall. Gravity has no consciousness. You're an idiot.
How does gravity explain it without epistemology?
There is a phenomenon.
Epistemology necessarily implies.
No. Oh my God. How are you this dumb? Like, explanation does not mean epistemology. Explanation means the cause.
Cause is different from explain.
No, it's not.
I said
the explanation why something happens is its cause. Why
cause is different from explain, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Cause is different from explain. I mean, this is just like basic stuff at this point. Taco, I don't know.
Cause
this point
is the explanation. God, why?
Yeah, the explanation. Look, the cause is the referent of the explanation. That's all.
Yes, an explanation.
Yeah, that's great. I'm glad you split that hair. It needed to be split. But
no, it's not splitting a hair because he believes that you can have an explanation without epistemology, which is ludicrous. And I think
you can.
Okay, so what is your epistemology? All right, Moonsplitter, what's your epistemology grounded on?
Yeah, so, forget that. That's not important.
That's very important.
That's not important, really? You can just pull epistemology out of thin air? What's it grounded off of?
Wait 1 second, chill out.
No.
We're getting down to brass tacks. We're getting down to foundational.
Yeah, we will, and I will talk about it. We will, and I will talk about it.
No, that's the moon.
Let's not dance around that point. Let's just get to that point.
That's the question at moon. That is the question. That is the question at hand.
Moderator. We're on a very specific point right now, and I'll elucidate that point. The point is, TJump believes that you can have an explanation without epistemology. I just want to ask everyone if they think that's possible.
Crushes your point. Can you bring up an argument for God now?
They know that's impossible. So you cannot have. Okay, so now I'll tell you. You cannot have an explanation without epistemology.
No, yes, you can. I just explained how you can. Can you get back to your argument?
You cannot have an explanation without epistemology because explanation self.
Can we get back to your argument now? I don't want to explain basic philosophy to you that you're ignorant of.
I don't want to explain basic philosophy to you. You literally don't understand.
No, I've already crushed you on this.
No, you've not crushed anything. I'm so glad that we have the recording.
Okay, come on, guys. Come on. Talk to each other. Have a conversation.
All right, Moon Splitter. If you can have
this guy doesn't understand.
Moon Splitter.
Don't listen to that.
This is the point. You guys are talking past each other on Moon Splitter. And if you can just answer this question, you're going to basically just win the debate. So you're thinking you need epistemology before you can have ontology. Well, what is your epistemology grounded on?
I did not say that. I said you cannot have an explanation without epistemology.
Yes, you can. Again, this is just a waste of time. Go back to your argument. This does not help you. Just
no, you can't.
Philosophy.
No, you can't. Because if we can't move forward from this, there's no discussion because you don't understand basic philosophy.
Go back to the argument for God.
You don't
Stop wasting my time on your wrong
philosophy. That is the argument. That is the argument right now.
That's not an argument. How is that an argument?
This is where the argument is led over the course of this discussion. And if you can't understand, and the other two, let me ask Jack Burton. Jack Burton, can you have an explanation without epistemology?
Say that
Jack
again.
Burton, can you have an explanation without epistemology? Jack Burton, can you have an explanation without epistemology?
If you're going to ground your epistemology, it's going to be off an ontology. It's going to be off metaphysics. At least that's how.
It's a yes or no question. Can you have an explanation without an epistemology?
Yes, but you're skipping a step. You're going to end up begging a question.
Exactly. And J.L. Warren, can you have an explanation without epistemology?
I'm more interested in what you're grounding your epistemology in. We're past that point.
Why can't anyone answer the simple yes or no question? Because
yes.
Moon, be quiet. The reason is because we are past this point. Jack and TJump have sufficiently explained why you're wrong on this. And now we want to know what you ground your epistemology in.
Taco, these guys don't understand. Taco, let me ask you. Let's see how good you are.
Can you
do you think you can have an explanation?
The point.
Can you have an explanation?
Either answer the question or we're going to move on.
Yeah, you can move on. That's fine because you guys don't understand that you cannot have an explanation without epistemology. Like, where can we go further from there?
Representing what I said.
Where can we go further from there? Like,
on record, I'm trying to explain to you. We can go further than that. Moon Splitter.
I didn't interrupt you. When you said shut up when you were talking, I shut up. So let me just say, on the record, boys, we have right here three of the three most prominent atheists.
No, you don't. You said you were going to skip the meta, so let's just get
the most. Oh my!
Moon Splitter. You said you were going to skip the meta, so skip the meta and just tell us what your epistemology is grounded on.
I want to recap the argument here. So the argument here is he said only metaphysically necessary God can explain everything. I said nope, we can explain it with the quantum field. A quantum field can ontologically be the explanation for everything we see. You don't need a mind for any of that. So the quantum field is equally as plausible to explain everything. And then he's going off on this silly semantic garbage which has nothing to do to refute the argument. So I've debunked his nonsense, and he's done nothing except bring up semantics, which wastes time.
I'll recap the argument accurately, right? So TJump believes that you can have a physical quantum field.
Okay, mute him, get rid of him because that's not even the argument. The argument
a physical quantum field which can explain all of reality.
Yes,
but without epistemology.
Moon, calm down for a second. So they're asking you a question, and you're going off on tangents. JL, you had a question for him. Go back to it because that's where we were at. Because they all answered your question. So JL,
I want to know.
4 questions to 1. So JL,
one-on-one. Moon, I and Jack and TJump would like to know what you ground your epistemology in.
And I would like to have a yes or no answer to my question, which I've not yet got.
I've literally said yes like 20 times. Can we?
Can you have it? Okay, so Jack Burton, not from Jack Burton and JL Warren because they don't want to seem foolish on a live Discord
Moon,
chat.
The answer is yes. The answer is yes, but the answer is yes, but it's also irrelevant. That's why I'm not interested in that line of inquiry because it's just prevarication. I want to know what he grounds his epistemology in because he keeps dodging that. So
yeah, and we tried there. That wasn't okay. You should be more respectable to people.
Honestly, honestly, the answer was it's a bad question. So,
well, I mean, what he was trying to get to was fine. Explanations require intelligence because explanations are a kind of thing we do in epistemology. Therefore, the foundational thing to explain anything would require a mind. That's the argument he was trying to get to, which is dumb because no, it doesn't. Like, yes, gravity explains why things fall. Does gravity have a mind? No, because the way we use the word explain does not require that the thing doing the cause has any mind in it. So his argument, which is a silly Muslim argument playing with words, which is they do that a lot, which is just so weird, was trying to get to the fact that you need a mind. You just never got there.
Just trying to figure out why you wanted to avoid the whole, epistemological grounding. I mean, that would have just won the debate right there.
Right.
Well, it's because he thought he had a good point that, oh, well, a physical thing can't explain. You need a mind to explain. And so he was trying to latch onto that and focus on that because he thought it was a good point. It's just it's such a dumb point and he just didn't realize it.
All right. So we had Nitrous here wanting to talk with the group. It looks like he unmuted.
Hello, guys.
It is your duty, now that you're up here, to convince us that a god or goddess or multiple gods or whatever exists.
Well, I came up here because TJump claimed something which I disagree with. And he claimed that there could be a metaphysically necessary state of affairs that is not self-explanatory.
I didn't say any of those words. So I said there can be a metaphysically necessary physical thing. Yes, state of affairs are a single frame of reference in a time. So it wouldn't be a state of affairs. It'd be a physical system.
Yeah, but that's what I mean by state of affairs, right? We're speaking of reality. We're speaking of the quantum field here, right?
Yeah, so there could be a metaphysically necessary quantum field. Yes.
Okay. So what do you define metaphysical necessity as?
Exists in all possible worlds.
Okay, something that cannot be conceived of non-existence, right?
No, you can conceive of anything as not existing. What you can conceive of doesn't matter. It just exists in all possible worlds.
No, but what I mean by not conceive of non-existence, I mean by that the entity you're speaking of the reality you're speaking of, in of itself cannot have a respect of non-existence. So,
right, but that's different from conceivability. We can conceive of things not existing, regardless of whether or not they can or cannot exist.
Well, I would say with a necessary entity, that is not the case. We cannot conceive it of non-existence. We cannot conceive.
Well, that's just wrong. We can prove that wrong.
Yeah, that's imposing a limitation on thinking, which doesn't.
No, you can imagine a possible world with literal nothing, and that's a thing in philosophy. This is well understood in philosophy that there's no such thing as a thing you can't imagine not existing.
No, but if you can conceive of non-existence, then of itself, it means that the entity or the reality you're speaking of, in of itself, has a possibility for it not to be, because conceivability means possibility, implies possibility.
Right. I agree with that. That's why there is no such thing that cannot be conceived to not exist. We can conceive of a world with literal nothing.
Sure. But that's why, so why would it be necessary then? So you're saying the entity you're speaking of, or the reality you're speaking of,
necessity means that it must exist, not that you must imagine it exists. So there could be a metaphysically necessary. One sec. There could be a metaphysically necessary entity that we just don't realize is metaphysically necessary. So metaphysically necessary means it must exist in all possible worlds. It does not mean we have to imagine it in all possible worlds.
No, but you said, look, you agreed with me that conceivability implies possibility. So if you say that you can conceive it of non-existence, then it means that it possibly may not exist, which means that there is a possible world where the entity or reality you're speaking of does not exist.
So again, the fact that we can imagine it doesn't exist does not equate to there is a possibility it doesn't exist. Our ignorance.
But you agree with me that conceivability implies possibility.
Hold up. You're confusing epistemology and ontology. Our epistemic means of imagining things gives us an idea of what is possible. Does that actually mean it's possible? No. It could be the case that there is a pineapple that exists in all possible worlds, and it's not logically possible for it to not exist in all possible worlds. We just don't know that yet. So we think pineapples are just physical things, but maybe there's some essence of pineapple that's metaphysically necessary. We don't know that, but the fact that it is metaphysically necessary is a question of ontology. It is. Regardless of whether or not we know it, regardless of whether or not we imagine it, doesn't matter. Our imagination is irrelevant.
But wait a minute. If you can conceive of non-existence, then you're not epistemically verified in believing that it is necessary. You'd have to give them
you're
an
not
argument for that.
justified in believing it's necessary. That's correct.
Yeah, exactly. So you cannot argue that there is an actual state of affairs that is metaphysically necessary, such as a quantum field, because you can conceive it of non-existence, which means you're not epistemically verified, justified in believing that such reality is necessary.
That's correct. That's correct. So you're correct in stating that you're not justified in saying it's metaphysically necessary, just like no one is justified in saying God is metaphysically necessary. But in my argument, all I need to do is to have equal justification as the alternative. So if they say God is metaphysically necessary, and I can say the quantum field is metaphysically necessary, and we can both imagine them differently, well, then they're both equally qualified to be metaphysically necessary. Right. I agree that neither of them are justified. Neither of them are, like, I don't think metaphysically necessary is a logical term. I think it's garbage made up by a bunch of theists that has no plausibility in philosophy whatsoever. But if they think it's a rational criterion, then I can mirror that criterion and I can come up with an alternative that has equal qualifications to be metaphysically necessary, then that debunks their argument. So I agree. Yeah, I don't think there actually is a metaphysically necessary quantum field. I'm just using that as a parody to show the theist argument is stupid.
Oh, so you're basically arguing that, well, you can say the same thing actually about a quantum field, for example.
Yes.
And you can just say, well, this is what grounds reality, right?
Right. So just like they're arbitrarily asserting God is metaphysically necessary, I can arbitrarily assert a quantum field is metaphysically necessary.
Sure, but would you agree with me that in both scenarios, when we speak about a personal sky father and a quantum field, that if one claims that either that entity or the quantum field is necessary, then that would be absurd.
Yes, I think both are absurd. I don't think metaphysically necessary. I don't think there is such a thing as a metaphysically necessary being.
Okay, sure. Well, that's all what I wanted to discuss.
Well, thank you for coming up. We do appreciate your time. We got a couple more people in queue. Did you guys have anything else you wanted to say there, or?
Potato.
Perfect. All right, so Clark, you're next in queue. Only up right now. Welcome, Clark. I guess go ahead and convince us that a God exists.
Hello, Clark.
This is the best argument I've ever heard in my entire life.
It is dead silent.
I really have nothing to counter this.
I suspect Clark may be having some challenges with audio with the microphone.
Yeah. He messaged
me. Maybe we'll try
rejoin.
Oh, sounds good. Who's next? It's Clark.
Yep. Audio issues abound.
Let's put Clark on hold and try the next person.
All right, Clark, I'm moving you back to the audience. Feel free to queue back up. Dol, I'm pulling you up.
Hey.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hello. So I have a god, a divinity, if you will, to submit for examination. And I think you guys will end up agreeing with me that this actually at least exists. I don't know whether you guys will agree that there's utility.
What was the first thing you said? You had a god something?
Or a divinity, like whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. So I suggest that we maybe could consider that reality or the universe or nature, whatever you want to call it, is a kind of god, like as in it's something we should live our life according to. So that could mean something like kind of a stoic belief that, hey, like the universe works this way, you have the laws of physics and stuff like that. So we should like try and like live our life in accordance to those, So like, for example, maybe an example is better for this. Like, let's say like your day at work is going like really badly, right? And like you like some people like maybe like believers in like another type of god would say like, curse God for like today, like he didn't like grant me a good work day or whatever. I would say maybe instead of doing that, you should like examine why like your day at work was like a very bad day. Maybe it's just not the type of work you like. So maybe you should look for another job, or maybe like there was something else that maybe is within your control to change.
So how does this differentiate reality, life, the universe, and everything from a conscious deity? So to us, a God would have some kind of conscious state of affairs, and that it can make decisions and do things like. And you're talking about how we need to, we ought to live by this. People are living without this ought. We don't have a choice when it comes to reality. We are part of it.
Sure, but like you can.
How are you defining God in that argument you made? What is your definition of God?
God is nature. This is known as pantheism.
So it's like Spinoza's God?
Yes, exactly.
It's like an alias to nature. So nature, nobody's denying nature. The problem is that you're going to have to demonstrate that nature has some kind of conscious entity that could qualify as a god, and I'm having trouble with that part.
Well, I think he's not saying that there's consciousness. I think he's just saying naturalistic pantheism, the kind I use, that is just all of nature, and he's just calling that God. That's the most divine thing.
Yeah, but that's an alias, is what I specified. So that to me is just an alias. If it's going to be more than just an alias, then there's going to have to be more to it than just nature itself.
I just think there's a lot of utility in this, like convince like religious people to step to something that is necessarily like is not a religious, but is some kind of religion that people can like look at and like use like in their daily life. I think this is like a good thing to like show to like classically religious people instead of just being like, hey, there's no God, you know.
I understand nature as being impartial to what we do in our daily lives. Are you saying that?
I agree.
Okay, so then.
So you cannot pray to this God, for example. Like that's something I explicitly say you should not do. Like you should not pray to this God because this like God doesn't care about you. Like there's no like consciousness in this God. You know, like it's literally like Spinoza's God.
The other challenge you're going to have is to usurp the Mother Nature moniker then as well, in addition to it, because Mother Nature is more commonly referred to. I'm being a bit facetious here.
No, that's fine. Like, what do you mean with usurp the moniker? I don't really get where the problem lies.
Well, because you're now saying it's nature is not feminine. You're saying it's masculine by calling it a god.
No, I don't think like nature has a gender.
Okay, so perhaps the word you want to use there would be deity, which would be fine.
Yeah, that's why I said divinity too. Like I used God because that's how like it's worded in the challenge of the like title of the channel, right? But like I prefer to use the word divinity.
Okay, yeah, actually the advertising, if you look at it, talks about convince us a god or a goddess exists. It's just the label for the name of this stage is limited because Discord cuts it off if it's too long.
I'm just saying, like I used God because that was how it was worded by like the administrators, but like I would use divinity if I had a choice.
Okay, so divinity. So again, how do we verify that there is that nature is divine?
Because divinity is nature, like they're synonymous.
Divinity is nature? Hang on, I'm just going to bring up the definition of divine.
What do you mean by divine?
So, divine, it says of, from, or like a god or deity of some sort, or providence of God. Those are the kinds of things that come up right away.
Pardon me.
Exactly. And nature is divinity, so that follows that definition.
Well,
so I'm fine with your argument. It's just that you're changing definitions that people classically use very differently, and so I think it's useless. So I think that if I just said God is a potato and my potato exists, therefore God exists, that's perfectly a valid argument, but it's just changing the definitions of the words, and so no one cares. So if you're just saying nature exists and nature is the most fundamental thing, then yes, I agree, but that's not a God.
I'm saying more than that. Like I'm saying
Tom
like
summarized what I'm getting at too. So thank you, Tom. Go ahead.
I'm saying like let's take like how nature is as our God, you know, like a lot of people like want to live in accordance to the Christian God, for example, if they're Christian, right? So they look at like the Bible or whatever, and they look at, hey, how is it told to us that this supposedly like divine being existed, right? And I'm saying, instead of looking at what does the Bible say about the Christian God, I'm saying look at what nature says about nature through things like physics or like biology, chemistry, or sociology.
Okay, so the issue here is there's when people are living in accordance to God, God is representing a set of rules and conditions and edicts and practices and traditions and whatnot and ideals that may deviate from nature. When we're talking about nature, as I stated before, we're part of nature. We are living in nature. The whole universe is nature. The cosmos is nature, as far as we can tell. We don't have a choice on it. We can't deviate from it. So there's no point in trying to live in accordance to it. We have no choice. This is where we are. So this doesn't seem to be something extra that we need to do.
I disagree with you. There are people that reject like reality, or at least try to. I agree that if a car is going to hit you, a car is going to hit you. Exactly, but that's what I'm saying. People that do try and reject reality, they should not do that.
And some of them who are doing that are on a chemical dependency, such as medication, prescription or non-prescription. Others are following a cult or religion, and sometimes that can be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on society's expectations.
Yeah, exactly. I'm essentially saying something like the Bible does not necessarily convey the best wisdom for this day and age. So instead of doing that, maybe we should look at the one thing that we know exists, and the one thing that I think is most logically taken as something that is divine, as in nature, right? We should look at that and examine that. And when I say nature, I mean reality, or the universe, right? Literally everything that happens. We should seek to examine it, understand it, and then live according to it.
Well, the thing is, what you're basically saying then is don't follow religion and don't follow a deity.
Well, yeah, but I think essentially, yeah, you can take it as such. I reject classical theism, of course. Yes.
So basically what it sounds like you're trying to argue is that people should follow nature, and that's something we don't have a choice on. If we're not doing anything, we have the choice to deviate from it, but the default, the null hypothesis default, is that we are part of nature, and that's that. It sounds to me like all you're trying to do is label nature as a deity and as divine.
I think I've said much more than that. We should live in accordance to how nature works, right? So we should use the things like science and physics. Well, physics is science, but hard science, soft science, to seek and understand the world. I'm saying much more than these things are synonymous and that's that. I'm saying we should kind of take a little bit of a stoic approach, as in the world is how it is. The world doesn't necessarily care whether you like it or not. So don't try and pray to some divine entity. Just examine the world and try to shape your world as insofar you can, in accordance to what you want or what makes you happy.
Yeah. So basically, I can't help it. This is reality works whether I like it or not. If I want to jump 20 feet in the air, I can't do it.
I'd go one step further. I'd say that's wrong. I'd say we should fight against nature. I think we should overcome nature, try to change nature to make it more moral. So I'd say that nature is probably the biggest evil that we have to overcome.
You blasphemer, you.
Maybe I don't ascribe any morality towards nature. Nature is how it is, and nature's not a moral actor.
You said we should live according to nature or something like that, and I'm saying no.
Yeah.
We should change nature to make it according to our desires.
I think that's impossible. When you say change nature, I take that as change the laws of physics. I don't think that is within our power to do, but
I think it will be in the future.
If we can find a way to do that, then we can accomplish even greater things than we've done already.
Sure. I mean, that would be cool, but that's a communist making pro-communism arguments and then saying, well, this would be really nice in a post-scarcity world. I'm saying yeah, sure, but we don't live in that world. So, but yeah, I would agree with you. I just don't see that.
So what you're presenting here is nature. You're not going to have any problem with people saying, yeah, nature is part of reality. That doesn't bring us to it being a god. You haven't convinced me, at least, and I don't think you've convinced anybody else here, that nature is a deity or is divine.
Yeah, at least memes aside, with the like convince God exists, right? Do you see at least see the utility in it of like teaching this to like religious people, like classically religious people, and just be like, hey, maybe this is like an alternative you guys could follow that's a little bit more in line with like the modern world and like modern thinking, and like it's better for you?
Not exactly, because I think the utility of what we should teach is going to be based on what would convince them to change their position. Simply saying treat nature as God would not in any way change their position. So I think the utility would be to try and make alternatives that answer questions better than God does. So like a better objective morality or a better explanation for the creation of the universe. Science is more a utility to change religious people's minds than just telling them to call nature God.
You think there's an objective morality?
Science is more on the track of accuracy there, because if you're just disguising it as a deity, that's, as TJump said, that's not helping. That's actually contributing to the problem, I think.
Okay, well, thank you. That's all I want to say about that. I think there are other people waiting.
Hey, thank you very much. That was interesting.
Thanks for coming up.
I just want to say that I really like TJump's attitude that we should fight against nature and try to overcome it. I think that's brilliant.
Thank you. It's part of my objective morality that I think that we should do everything we can to make nature not kill us ever.
Yeah, and actually the fact that we have built structures that we can live in, like homes and buildings that we can do business in, and building roads, is already examples of deviating from nature, because we're actually changing the way nature is organized.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Hello, Clarke. Hey, your audio's working. Welcome.
Oh, thanks. Hey, Tom, I just wanted to say, love the new hairstyle. Looks great on you. I was wondering, how do you guys feel about reason?
I like reason. Reason is cool.
Okay. Yeah, because in my view, I think that reason, in a way, is sort of the bedrock of reality. Because if you think about it, the way we perceive reality, or these objects that we see in the world or whatever, our mind inherently categorizes these things into like a space and time format so that we can understand them. But that doesn't mean that we can demonstrate that space and time exists outside of our minds. How are we able to demonstrate that?
We can't, but why do we need to? Like, why would our ability to demonstrate something have any implications to how it exists on its own?
Well, I'm saying that we're not able to even make any good arguments as to show that it exists on its own.
Well, we can, but again, that doesn't make a difference. Why would our epistemic arguments have any relevance to the ontology of the things?
Well, because the thing is, if you're going to be appealing to science, then you're going to have to go down one of two paths. You're going to have to either say scientific theories have meaning if and only if they're possibly falsifiable, or they have meaning if and only if they're verifiable. And since you as atheists appeal to this, yeah.
Well, no, neither of those things. So those are two of the criterion for science. So there's like 6 or 7 different criterion for science. Those are just 2 of them, but neither of those answer the question. So like, I think it's perfectly fine to think of the universe as just a bunch of rocks, and literally if no conscious mind existed in it, there'd be no problem. So there's no reason there. Reason is a language we made up to describe the things we experience, but things can exist on their own without anyone doing any reasoning.
No, so the thing is that reason isn't something we make up. We can make languages that come from our ability to reason, but reason is inherent in our minds. It's how we analyze the world around us. That's what reasoning is happening in your mind. Do you agree? It's not just coming out of your mouth. It's not so.
Well, so I think logic and math are languages that we use to describe reality. We made them up to describe patterns in the nature of things that exist. Reason doesn't exist in a rock. Reason is a language we made up to describe the way the rock is. The things that are in the rock are spin, charge, mass, momentum, energy. Those things exist in the rock, and we use reason to describe those things.
Yeah, but why I'm saying reason is something we ought to value more than any sort of scientific theory is because we undergo these huge paradigm shifts in science. Like for example, going from Newtonian mechanics to general relativity. And if we look at the actual axioms of these paradigm systems, if we look at the axioms of Newtonian mechanics, they're completely different from those of general relativity. You can't absorb the theories we've gained from Newtonian mechanics and just plug it into general relativity. It doesn't work that way. You can adjust them and modify them to make them just as predictive and accurate as they were previously, but it doesn't transfer like that. Like, so what I'm trying to say is that because of these paradigm shifts, at the root of everything, science is very much a subjective discipline.
No. So science is like all of our science. Science is a conceptual methodology, something we made up in our head, just like reason. So reason and science are both things we've made up in our head. But science is things we've made up in our head plus something that can identify and differentiate things in the world. So it's the future testable predictions thing. Whereas just our ability to make up things in our head does not give us the ability to tell about stuff in the world. So because science has this other criterion in addition to just stuff in our head and reason, it gives us the ability to talk about things in the world that reason can't. So reason on its own can't tell us about the world because we can reason in lots of ways that don't describe the world. But science does tell us about the world. Is it always right? No. Does it need to be? No. Reason is essentially wrong 99% of the time because you can reason for infinitely many things. You can say, I imagine a unicorn. That's perfectly logical. Are there unicorns? No. So science gives us a way to, with reason, have a different thing in addition to that we use both of these together to filter down the number of possible things that actually exist, whereas reason alone does not do that. There's infinite possibilities with just reason.
Yeah, but Tom, what I'm arguing is that science and scientific theories and hypotheses and all of this, it's tricking us in a way because, there's not really a good way in which we can conclude where the meaning comes from in terms of like a specific hypothesis or scientific theory or whatever. How do we derive meaning?
I don't know what meaning of the words, like objective moral meaning. I don't know what you mean.
Well, I'm talking about in terms of like the statements within the hypothesis. Like what's going to make the statements meaningful if not for something transcendental?
Relations between stuff we observe. So we don't need anything transcendental there. Like spin and energy and charge are relations between different objects and how they interact.
Yeah, but do you think that we need to be able to verify these relations for them to be meaningful?
No, they're there whether or not we verify them.
Okay, so the meaning to you, I'm trying to figure out, is it going to be derived from whether or not these relations are possibly falsifiable in any way?
No, I don't know what meaning is. Just the definitions. We can make up definitions in any way we want.
Well, because this is a problem for you because there's two things here. You either have like verificationism, which just says we should aim to verify the hypothesis or hypotheses, and falsificationism, which says we should try to falsify them.
Again, those are only two of the criterions in the evolution of the scientific method. Those are both from the early 1900s. We've added some on then. Right now we use novel testable predictions, which is a combination of lots of other things. So it's not verificationism or falsificationism. Karl Popper, we've made some progress since then. But none of that has anything to do with your argument. So again, meaning is irrelevant here. All objects can exist with no meaning. We just use the words that we've made up, are the meaning of those words we've made up to try to describe the things that we see existing.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the meaning is important because we have to determine what is evidence for a theory. And we have to analyze where the meaning comes from for the theory and how the evidence, and one piece of evidence is more substantial than another piece. Because I don't know if you've heard of the Ravens paradox, but like anything will be evidence for any theory.
Yes, so I agree. It's the problem of underdetermination. But again, that doesn't matter. That's epistemology. You're confusing epistemology and ontology. This is a well-known fallacy in philosophy, that you have to make a distinguishing between epistemology, the ways we know things, and ontology, the way things are. There's a disconnect between those two. The fact that we know something in a particular way has no bearing on whether or not it is actually that way. So it seems like you're saying that, well, because we need the meanings in order to know things, therefore they must be meanings, essentially. It's like if I need a telescope to look at the other galaxies, well, the other galaxies must then be made of telescopes. Clearly that doesn't work. So simply saying that we need meanings in our epistemology does not follow that meanings are actually inherent in the things that we're describing. It's confusing epistemology and ontology.
Yeah, but I'm saying that all observational statements are going to presuppose non-empirical principles. It's not going to be the case that you can just observe some phenomena empirically and understand it without presupposing some metaphysical truths.
Well, conceptual truths. So there's conceptual truths that we make up in our heads, and we presuppose the conceptual truths and then make empirical observations, but that doesn't matter to whether what things exist. So like conceptual truths don't need to exist. They're just ways we use to analyze things. So it doesn't, like, we can assume there's a metaphysical quantum field and there's no meaning inherent in that. It's just the words that we've made up to describe the physical thing. And that's the ontology as the quantum field, and it explains everything, and there's no meaning in the thing.
Yeah, no, Tom, what you're doing here is you're confusing epistemology and ontology, because just because you know things work based on certain inferences you can make according to specific data or whatever, doesn't mean that it isn't the case that our mind is inherently categorizing our experience in such a way for us to perceive reality in a very fixated sense. So you're saying, well, that can't be the case.
Both of those are true. So I agree. Yes, like the fact that we imagine something in a particular way does not mean that's the way it is. I agree, but that's the whole point. It doesn't matter the way we imagine things. Our imagining, or the meaning in our imagining, has no bearing on whether or not it actually exists. So I don't know. Your argument here just seems to be fundamentally flawed. You don't need meaning in any of that.
Tom, what I'm saying is that you are actually confusing epistemology and ontology, because just because you know that this state of affairs doesn't exist doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. I mean, just because you can say that you know it doesn't mean
that sentence did not make sense. If I know something doesn't exist, then it probably doesn't exist. But I don't understand anything you're saying now.
Do you have like omniscient levels of knowledge? Like, do you know everything?
Knowledge is a justified true belief. You don't need omniscience. You just need a justified true belief. So I have a justified true belief. Round squares don't exist.
Well, what about Gettier cases?
What about them? Like, you can still have knowledge with Gettier cases.
Right. Wouldn't that really necessitate that justified true belief needs a better qualifier because of Gettier?
Sure, but it doesn't mean it's not knowledge. So you can have a better definition of knowledge. It's still knowledge.
Okay, so then why would you bring up just JTB when you know you need to qualify it further?
No. So you can have some knowledge, like Newtonian mechanics gives us some knowledge, and then the general relativity gives us more knowledge. It's a better definition, but they're both still good. So JTB is a good definition. It works, gives us good knowledge, and then you need to have a better definition of knowledge. You'd have a new criterion in some way, but JTB is fine. So you don't need omniscience for knowledge. It's called fallibilism. You do not need omniscience.
Yeah, well, the problem is in fallibilism, you're having infinite numbers of possibilities, infinite sets of axioms, infinite brain states. There's infinite possibilities, which is fine, but I mean,
it's not infinite brain states, but yes, there are infinite possibilities. So,
well, who's to say? Who's to say? Why are there no infinite brain states?
Because my brain isn't infinitely large.
That's like almost begging the question. Why does your brain need to be infinitely large for you?
What does this have to do with your question? Like, all of our evidence indicates my brain has 100 trillion connections. It's not infinite.
Right, but what I'm saying is, how do you know that your brain has 100 trillion
because of evidence. I have a justified true belief based on evidence that my brain has 100 trillion connections. There is no justified true belief of anything else.
No, you don't have a justified true belief based on evidence, because evidence itself has no meaning. You need to have meaning to justify the true belief.
Evidence has meaning given what we use it in the dictionary. So we gave it meaning.
Okay, so what is the truth maker for the meaning of evidence in the dictionary?
We made it up. That's the truth maker. The truth maker is we have a word and we gave it a definition, and therefore it's true that word has that definition. The truth maker.
So anything we make up and put in a book is definitionally true. That's the truth maker.
Yes, that's how definitions work. All language is ambiguous. Natural ambiguity of language. Linguistics 101. Yes.
Yeah, trust me. I know. I've seen you talk about Bosch about the chair and stuff. It was pretty cringe. But look, what I'm saying is you're still confusing epistemology and ontology.
No, I'm definitely not. So that's all epistemology.
This new haircut has got you going crazy, buddy. You need to calm down.
You need to actually make an argument.
I am. I'm telling you can't rely on evidence.
Hey, Clark, we want to try to keep down the number of ad hominems, okay?
Well, he's just got a bunch of racist mods in his server. That's okay. It's just a
Oh, yeah, not doing that.
Yeah, I think I've heard enough.
Not doing that.
That's a good decision.
Thanks for coming up, Clark.
Thanks for
taking
your stream of consciousness journey. That was fun.
I want to say that chair to me.
He did better than the other guys.
Hang on. I just want to say that TJump's chair to me looks very comfortable, and I'm wondering if TJump has any final words on that person's arguments before we move on.
My hair destroyed him.
Hey, TJ, why did you just want to change your hair, or was there a specific thing you're...
10,000 subscribers, it was one of the Patreon goals.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh, interesting. I have to go and look at your hair now.
It's pink.
Oh,
I did that with my beard every month for a different activism cause. So like for March it was green, for April it's going to be blue, and I do it for a different charitable organization to raise awareness. But I'd never seen. Yeah, that was like your hair was extreme. I was like, whoa, what were you trying to do? So
interesting. Cool. That's great, guys. Hey, Debatemonger, welcome. Thank you for waiting while we finish chatting here.
Yeah. I thought what Clarke actually was saying is kind of interesting, but
I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you turn up your volume a little bit? You're coming through a bit.
I don't know. Maybe I could put the mic closer.
Excellent. That works really well. Thank you. Carry on.
I think that what Clarke was saying is interesting, but I'm not probably qualified to really get into that, arguing what he was arguing. What I'm like proposing is though that you already kind of believe in a set type of God if you in any way, shape, or form choose to recognize consciousness or emergent properties such as similar to consciousness. You've already kind of put yourself in a category of believing in a God.
How?
Because I think when you put some type of consciousness into a system, they have the power to influence that system. If it's
how do you define God?
Just marginally. So that would be like something that is able to perceive of itself and have notions about like itself in the external world. Sort of, yeah, like just aware, something self-aware and
so are monkeys
in
gods?
a world. Do you verify that they have a consciousness? Is what I'm asking you. Yes. Yeah, so they would be gods, right? That might be a flawed concept about what a consciousness would be, right? Because you would presuppose that they are a consciousness. You would not verifiably know that they are one. But if you were going to say that your experience, your awareness of yourself, of the world, etc., qualifies you to be a god or to be conscious, I would say that that is synonymous to you calling yourself a god, and that's what that's my argument basically. Do you think that there's some holes in that?
Yes, the definition of God is a conscious being that created the universe. I didn't create the universe. So you're simply changing the definition of God to be consciousness. Like I could change the definition of God to be my PlayStation 4 controller. My PlayStation 4 controller exists, therefore God exists. But everyone in every religion who uses God in a similar way for 7 billion people across the planet would be like, that's dumb. You're just making up a new definition. So it doesn't actually...
There's tons of different types of gods in the world. Yes, there are these creationist type of gods, but there are also like lower deities and other type of higher powers, right? Lower, higher powers. I know it's weird.
Well, higher powers. Yeah.
Yeah. And I would say that, yeah, that's true, right? We aren't on the same level of a god as one that instantiates physical properties or something like that, maybe. But I would say that the way that we interpret them and the way that we choose to select for qualities that are able to perceive of known facts, the way that we've kind of evolved into conscious human beings, right, is, I think, literally the building of a god, right?
No.
Right, maybe one of these lower, higher deities.
Well, if it was higher, that might be arguments for a god. But when the topic of the debate, convince us gods exist, is asking, is there some new thing that hasn't already been demonstrated via science to exist that you're claiming exists outside of our known ontology? So if we already know it exists, like consciousness, or what was the other thing, the universe, or potatoes, those aren't a god, because when we say God, we want to know if there's some other thing, some new thing that we don't know about yet.
Some unique quality that you haven't examined yet, right?
Yeah. So just saying we already have consciousness. Yes, we agree we have consciousness, and if you want to call that a god, that's fine. I'm going to call it a potato.
Right, but now you're kind of giving credence to what Clarke was, kind of the argument that Clarke was making, right? Like how it's a radically subjectivist, right?
Definitions are radically subjective, but he said reason was the foundation of reality. That's an ontology claim. So that part Nothing he said supported. But yes, we can make up whatever definitions we want. The question is there a new ontology, a new state of existing properties that we don't know about yet? Usually means like a god who created the universe or something. If you're just going to redefine things we already know about, like, that's fine. It's just not a god.
So it's like not any notion of systems is one that's like radically deeper in understanding than just like what we can perceive of right now. Well, I think that's really hard to do, and really I don't think that you need to do that to qualify of a god, right? Like just saying that the things of gods that I've described is like good enough, I think. But that's not good enough to give us like a creation story or something like that. I agree with that. But given that we are able to kind of recognize maybe ourselves as a conscious being, I think that we can from that maybe develop some notion of a like god.
You don't sound very convinced by yourself, let alone us.
Right. Well, do you think that the matter of understanding that a human being would have is like limited, right? So even describing something like a god or something that you guys actually think, right? Would that even be like something that you, since it's a radical notion, right? Something that's an ontology that's different. Like, how would you even be convinced by it, since it's not transferable?
Any novel testable predictions can be used to discover a new ontology. So like all of the new particles, neutrinos, were discovered through an empirical experiment. So that was a new thing that was posited to exist, ontology, and it was discovered to exist via novel testable predictions that we could observe.
Right. So you're like asking us to do novel testable predictions on another consciousness, right?
No, like I grant all the consciousnesses exist. So I agree they exist, but that's not a new thing in ontology. That's something we already know about. So like if you're just redefining things we already know about, that's not what we mean by a god.
But isn't the thing that we're trying to test for some type of consciousness, right?
Well, I already agree consciousness exists. So like that's something we already know about. When we say convince us gods exists, we want to know about something new, something we don't already know exists.
Right, and that's why I'm saying if you're granting that consciousnesses exist, right, you have to grant that like any emergent property. I wouldn't say that any like I can't be self-aware of some other type of consciousness. I'm only aware of my consciousness, right? But if you're going to go so far as recognize your brother's consciousness, then you're kind of like leaping forward into territories that I don't think that you're justified in doing.
I don't care.
And
what does that have to do with God? So like
right, but I'm saying when you're doing that, you're saying that that's not a new ontology, but I'm saying that that is a radically new ontology because you're giving without any like what is the novel testable prediction that you use to verify another person's self-awareness, right?
When I punch them in the face, they scream in pain.
How do you know that that's not automatic responses?
It could be, but it gives me evidence to conclude they're conscious. Doesn't need to be 100% certainty, but it does give me reason. So we are justified in believing there are other minds.
You're justified in believing that, sure, but like the knowledge of that is not. It doesn't go that far, I think, right?
Not knowledge is a justified true belief. So if I'm justified in my belief and it's true, then that's knowledge. So yeah, that is knowledge. But again, this doesn't address the topics. The topic is convince us gods, as in something beyond all of the stuff we currently know about exists.
And it helps if you have a clear definition and or an argument of some kind instead of just sort of meandering through epistemology.
my core argument is still that if you're going to grant one separate instance of consciousness, then you've already kind of granted the notion that there is a God. Even like when you're granting something outside of yourself, then I think that that's you giving up. Like you have novel testable predictions. I have my novel testable predictions, right? So why not just say that my novel testable predictions prove that there is a God or something like that?
Do you have one example of a consciousness that exists outside of a physical being of some sort?
That's not what I'm going to do, because I'm saying that you guys already believe in a God, right? I'm not saying anything about myself, right?
Yeah, but you're just changing the definition of God. So I can change the definition of God to potatoes, and then everyone here believes in God because God is a potato.
Right, but I think that we both agree that the definition of a God, like ultimate God even, would be one of a conscious divine power, right? Like it has some type of self-awareness or something like that, right?
Well, like something that created the universe, that's non-physical, that has a soul, that exists eternally. Like those are the properties of God. Just consciousness isn't any of those. Consciousness isn't divine.
But that's
unless you're saying it's like non-physical or something.
But that's why I'm saying like the meat bag around you, right? The meat bag brother that you have or whatever that has this emergent property that you would consider a consciousness. Like, what's to say that just the constellations of the star doesn't have something similar or something?
There's no evidence that it indicates it does.
Yeah, but that's kind of where I'm like, well, how would you describe it? Like, I throw the table. I'm like, this doesn't make sense to me, at least.
Throw the table? I don't what?
Like this doesn't make sense to me. Like, if you're gonna go ahead and say that the constellation of your brother's meat bag grants you that he's a conscious being, then what's to say that the constellation of the stars doesn't grant
behavior, right? We observe behavior, and there's no behavior of the stars that warrants saying that they're conscious. Like, you haven't provided any justifying, supporting evidence that increases the probability of your proposition being true. All you've said is, well, if you believe that any proposition could be true, then you just have to grant that any other proposition could be true. What you're saying is just basically trivialism. It's kind of meaningless.
Okay. I'm not saying that I think that consciousness is outside of myself exists, right? And when I'm saying that you guys do, like, what's to say that with that set of parameters that something like a constellation wouldn't be granted the same type of autonomy?
Because it does not meet the criterion we use to establish the probability of something having consciousness. As Ix said, we use behavior. We say, if I punch you, you hurt. If I give you options, you pick things. If we give options to stars, they don't pick things. They don't hurt when I punch them. Evidence we see of consciousness that I can like change the things you feel by zapping you in the brain. I can change what you look like by zapping you in the brain. I can't see any kind of interaction that happens with stars. So all of the evidence we have that consciousness is associated with the brain, stars don't have brains, therefore there's no reason to believe stars have consciousness.
All right. I think I'm gonna give up on trying to have conversation. It's been good trying to talk.
Thanks for coming up. I'm not convinced. Any comments or anything? All right, pull up the next one. Flipdo, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, man?
Just run to the
So many
stage.
biceps.
So convince us, God or gods or whatever you think exists.
Yeah. So the last time I was up here, I brought up prophecy, like prophecy being fulfilled, being good evidence or enough evidence for Jesus' authenticity of being God.
Yep, that'd be great evidence.
Like well, the way that he would be betrayed by his own people and sold for a slave's price.
Well, that's not novel, so that wouldn't be a prophecy.
I mean, what do you mean it's not novel? Are
like any
leader,
criminal?
Like if you were to say, let's interpret Jesus as like a cult leader. Sure. Do cult leaders usually, get betrayed by their following and sold off for slave wages? Usually,
yes. One of the common traits of cult leaders is that they're paranoid, so that they are always saying you're going to betray me, and so they have paranoid tendencies. It's one of the most common things among cult leaders. And it usually happens that people in their congregations sell them out, give ins to the governments or their authorities to get into the organization to arrest them or to find stocks or whatever. That is usually one of the primary ways that cult leaders are.
Is there an instance?
L. Ron Hubbard. The Kool-Aid people, all of the different cults. Jim Jones,
Kool-Aid people. Yeah, I mean, like, were they in trouble for an actual crime?
Some of them not. Like, whether or not it's a crime doesn't matter. It's whether or not does the government like you or not. And if the government doesn't like you, then they're going to find ways to get in, like plant moles, like Falun Gong in China is a good example, and they're going to arrest you. So whether or not they committed a crime doesn't matter. If the government doesn't like you, then they're going to try to take you down.
So the reason it's prophecy, though, is because this was written, I believe, 800 BC before.
Again, so if you're predicting something that happens all the time, it's not prophecy. So if I predict a war is going to happen, like, that's not a prophecy unless I give like an exact date, an exact time, say the exact person who did it. Like, it has to be really specific. Says this person will betray me at exactly this time, at exactly this date. That's a prophecy. Just saying someone will betray me is not a prophecy.
Well,
that would be akin to saying, I predict that we're going to have an earthquake and I live in California.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess there were two specifications. One, that he would be betrayed by his own people, or common, yeah, I guess. And two, the exact price that he would be sold for.
That's a pretty good one, but I don't remember that part.
30 silver pieces.
It's there's a previous reference to the Bible. He didn't specifically say himself.
Yeah, it's an Old Testament. So this is something.
It's an Old Testament. It's an Old Testament statement that was fulfilled in the New Testament. So, but the problem is you can't determine if that's prophecy or self-fulfilling, because if there was prior knowledge that amount was important, then here's the issue: is that there's not enough evidence to determine if it's prophetic, or if you can't eliminate the possibility that was used intentionally. So the prophecy would have been known by Jews because it was written in the because it was in the Old Testament. So they would have been aware of that story, or via oral tradition or whatever means. They would have been aware of that amount of money. If that amount of money is used again, if they are trying to solidify the idea of Christ as the new Messiah, then that would be another way to give that claim more credibility in the eyes of other Jews, in the point of converting them away from Judaism into the new fold of Christianity. So giving your new splinter faction, which is essentially what Christianity was, is a splintering off of Judaism, giving it credibility, the best way to give that religion credibility is to adhere it to the prophecies of the old religion. That way it's like the prophecies are coming true, but it's this new way over here. And essentially what you're saying to the followers is that Judaism has not given us anyone. No one has come up following Judaism as it was that has fulfilled all these prophecies. Well, here's this new guy with this new line of thinking and this new ideology, and all of the prophecies are being fulfilled. Well, if you're trying to fulfill them, if you're trying to give your new faith credibility, then it would behoove you to make those prophecies come true. Right? Or at least to at least write down that those prophecies came true.
Yeah.
But we don't have enough information to eliminate the possibility that it wasn't 30 pieces and it was just written to be that in order to confirm the prophecy in the Old Testament. Because we don't have anybody who was there. We don't have any firsthand accounts we don't have any reliable firsthand accounts. And these stories were all written decades after his supposed death.
Yeah.
So they were written in retrospect. And
so how do we understand history then?
The biblical versions don't even agree with each other, right? So only Matthew mentions 30 silver. Luke and Acts do not. And the only extra canonical mention of it that we have, which is just like not in the canon, but it's also religious work, says it's 30 pieces of gold. That's the narrative of Joseph of Arimathea.
I think
so you don't have a single corroborating piece of evidence, even within the canon, that says 30 pieces of silver.
Well,
right?
one thing.
So you're just assuming that this one is correct, and that the narrative of Joseph of Arimathea is wrong.
One sec. So in Zechariah, it doesn't say the Messiah will be sold for 30 pieces of silver. It has another story with 30 pieces of silver in it, which can be interpreted as it has anything to do with the Messiah. It doesn't literally say the Messiah will be sold for 30 pieces of silver.
It's both Zechariah and Jeremiah.
I don't think either of them say that the Messiah will be
TJump is correct on that, but it also doesn't mention Jesus.
No, it says the shepherd.
Mention of
it doesn't say. It doesn't give a name.
It's true, but the previous story, the previous written out story, was that it would be the shepherd. Jesus called himself the shepherd. This gives it credibility. This lends credibility that Jesus is the Messiah. You see, it's an individual coming along in the future, knowing what the oral tradition is, and then attempting to literally bring about that stuff in order to prove that they're the Messiah, in order to give the new religion credibility. You can't eliminate the possibility that this was all done with forethought.
You had accounts of Peter who wanted to stop this and subvert this from happening. So
one sec. For it to be a prophecy,
you have instances.
For it to be a prophecy, it literally has to say the Messiah will do this. Having a word which can be interpreted as Messiah, well, you can just pick any different passage in the Bible and say this one was a prophecy.
Yeah.
So it doesn't actually, for it to actually be a prophecy, it has to say this is a prophecy about the Messiah, which will happen in the future. Just taking a story and interpreting it to be a prophecy isn't a prophecy. Like
one was being narrated, so it's supposed to be narrated by God. And that, the whole Bible, but I mean, I guess in reality, but in the specific story of Zechariah, where he explains that what is it? Well, he says, "Give me what I'm worth," and he gave this kind of like astounded kind of dialogue where it's, "Oh, I'm worth 30 silver pieces," which was the price of a slave at that time, and that's at that time. So you'd also have to be predicted. You'd also have to predict the amount a slave would cost at 800 years from now. So it's like it's kind of hard to price. It's kind of hard to predict.
It's not a prediction.
800 years in the future.
It's not a prediction. So again, for it to be a prediction, you have to say this will happen in the future. Just saying Zechariah says, "Give me what he's worth," and God gives him silver pieces or whatever. That's not a prediction. That's just a fact that a story has in it. And then you're trying to make an arbitrary connection between the fact of a story in the past and some fact in the future, which literally anyone can do. You can just take Harry Potter, start looking for different passages and see how they connect to future events, or The Simpsons or something. That doesn't mean it's a prophecy. It just means that you're finding connections between the things and calling it a prophecy. For it to be a prophecy, it has to say, this is a prophecy about the future. This will happen.
Yeah. Okay. So, do you know which books these are coming out from, though?
Zechariah and Jeremiah, the ones you just said.
Yeah, and do you know their status?
Their status is whatever you interpret them to be. Again, this is.
Oh, okay. Well, they're prophets of God.
That's nice.
That makes them. That's prophecy.
No. That's assuming that they're prophets of God and they're not just people writing stories.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, but
there's a whole lot of things you got to jump to in order to make this thing fit the narrative. And I'm just saying, and I'm just saying, you don't even have to look at all of that. Just look at what you can verify. Just look at what evidence you have and what you have to work with, as far as like the biblical sources and extra biblical sources. Look at all the details we have. What conclusions can we draw from the information we have? And the problem is that the information is so limited, and we cannot, beyond a reasonable doubt, eliminate certain possibilities. So ultimately, you could say, we don't know, we can't derive a conclusion because we lack detail and we lack information. So we can assume things, but we shouldn't take those things as, gospel, no pun intended, because we can't verify it. All we can verify is that literally something was written down a long time ago, and we cannot discern the motivation. We cannot discern the goal. There's a lot of things, especially of the author at the time. So we don't know so much, and just assuming that it's true would be intellectually dishonest.
Okay, so do you take that with every history book?
It depends upon the amount of information that we have to verify. One thing that really, really helps is not just one story coming out of one culture, one ancient culture. That's really, really difficult, and we don't give a lot of credibility to those because it's literally one culture's version of events. But if we can get one story from one culture and then we get another story from another culture and these things line up, then we know the truth cuts somewhere up the middle. And then we can draw conclusions based upon all of the data around us. We don't just take one story from one culture that we cannot verify and say, this was history. What we do is we say, this is their version of historical events, then this is this culture's version of historical events, and we compile all of the data into a body of evidence. And then we look at where we look at the connective tissue. We look at where we can draw connections between all of them.
Yeah.
And then we look at things like, diplomatic correspondence and trade routes and what we know from archaeology. And we put all of this together to form a picture of what most likely the future was like.
But there are some sources that earn enough credibility where you wouldn't imagine what they're saying is actually, untrue.
Yeah, but not so much in the Bible. If you were talking solely about the Bible in and of itself.
I'm talking about historically speaking.
Like there are prophecies that are really good. Hinduism has the best prophecy I've ever seen. It predicts the age of the earth is 4.3 billion years old. That's a really good prophecy. We know it happened. It was written 6,000 years ago. There's no ambiguity. We don't have to debate the sources. We know this was written in a book thousands of years ago, and it's a really damn good prophecy. The prophecies in the Bible are not, I don't know of any that good, or in the Quran, the Bible, nothing. Like, they don't give specific dates. They don't give specific information. They're arbitrary and ambiguous, and debating about whether or not we trust the sources. I don't care. We have an example of a really good prophecy.
Why aren't you Hindu?
4.3 billion, because I think it was just random chance. Like, it's a good prophecy. It's better than any of the Christian evidence, but it's still not good enough to indicate a God.
That's a really far-reaching random chance. I mean, I would imagine if you were to, really be serious about seeking God, you would have taken into Hinduism if it was that accurate.
Whoa. Serious about seeking God?
Yeah. I mean, if you really want...
It's kind of poisoning the well, isn't it?
No, that's fine. Like, he's saying that if you consider this to be real evidence, if you consider novel testable predictions to be real evidence, and this is a novel testable prediction, then that would be evidence of a God, which it is. This is the best evidence of a God ever, but it's not sufficient. Like, if the Hindu Bhagavad Gita was filled with these kinds of predictions, DNA is a double helix, the extinction happened at this time, the universe is 14 billion years old, then yes, that would be great evidence of a God. If literally it said all of these things in the Bhagavad Gita, then yes, that would be great. But there's lots of things it says that are silly and ridiculous and wrong, and the fact that it got one thing right means I'm probably not
exactly right. So it's 4.3 billion years in Hinduism, but the actual figure is closer to 4.5. So we would say it's close, right?
Yeah. That's still a good. That's still a better prediction than literally anything in any other religion. So that's still good. I consider that evidence. That's
that's if what we are interpreting from the universe is actually real or not.
Well, yes, if science is right, which is the most reliable source we have.
Well, I mean, you guys said it yourself. I mean, we make up truth for ourselves.
No.
Yeah, we do.
No. That really comes down to your theory of truth. What theory of truth that you adhere to, like correspondence theory, pragmatist, theory, coherence theory.
Yeah, I don't know all the labels.
If you wanted changing the subject, does that mean you're conceding that your prophecy is not very strong evidence, or did you want to continue about the prophecy stuff?
I mean, I only brought up the seriousness about seeking God because it seems like if you were to see 4 billion years and you believe wholeheartedly in the sciences, align with it, then Hinduism should be what you guys point to. But you've noted other things.
Because TJump has brought it up a number of times, and it's one thing that he loves bringing up to people is why we rely upon science, and that is 3 little words that he loves so much. TJump, what are they?
Now we'll test a little predictions, but
Boom.
that wait, I agree. That is evidence. That is evidence of Hinduism. It is the best evidence for a god I've ever seen from anyone. That is evidence. It's not sufficient evidence. It doesn't move the probability over 50% exists, does not exist, but it is evidence. If there were lots of those predictions, that would be a real good reason to believe in Hinduism.
Yeah, I mean, it's only 500 million years off the current understanding.
Yes, but when there's only one out of like if there's 100 predictions and only one of them come true, how do I say that prediction was prophecy or just got lucky? How can I differentiate?
Well, I mean, that's within Hinduism, not Christianity, I guess.
Well, but I'm just saying this. Like, if I were to make 100 predictions, okay, and let's say that, and I say that let's say these 100 predictions are going to come true in the next 10 years, and then of those 100 predictions in the next 10 years, only one of them comes true. How can I differentiate between what came true, that one thing I predicted? How can I differentiate between prophecy and I just got lucky?
Yeah, no. I would say you're just flinging spaghetti, and one happened
and something happened to stick, right?
Yeah.
Right.
No, but so, I think with the prophecy of the 30 silver pieces, it actually, that whole entire prophecy actually came true. He was betrayed by his own people, sold for 30
We've
silver
already
pieces.
broken down how there's too many inconsistencies.
Well, okay.
Of all the gospel narratives, it's only mentioned once, and then it's mentioned as a different currency. Gold as opposed to silver in another one. It's no extra biblical accounts, and you can't eliminate the possibility that this was set up with forethought by the writer. So, because you can't eliminate, you can't say it's prophecy. You can say that. Wow.
From the Gospel of Josephus, though.
Wait. So the whole reason I brought up this Hindu example is because this is better in every conceivable way. It's precise and exact. Yours is ambiguous.
It's 500 million years off. That doesn't sound precise.
No. It's more precise than anything you provided. So the ways to interpret the Hindu texts is more precise. It gives one number.
I understand. It's more precise.
Let me finish.
Okay, yeah.
So your text is ambiguous. It does not say prophecy. It does not say this will happen in the future. It does not say it will happen to the Messiah. You are interpreting in all of these facts, none of which it says. One second, let me finish. So the Hindu one is a very exact. It's very precise. It's unambiguous. It gives a prediction about what we will know in the future, and all of that it got very right. The closest to be right. It doesn't need to be perfect. Who cares if it's perfect? It's less than 0.1% off. That's really damn good. So yours is super ambiguous, can be interpreted in many ways, may or may not have happened, could be added in later. It's a very bad prediction. This is a very good prediction. So until you can provide something at this level of accuracy, Hinduism wins on all accounts of all predictions because it has a better one than all of the ones you could provide.
Well, that's just confirmation bias, and it's 500 million years off.
It's 200, and again, that's still better than any prediction you have. It's still better than every prediction in the Bible combined.
Is it? I mean, like, okay, so the prediction of being betrayed by his own people. Also, this guy, honestly, I would hire him for my finances if he could predict the current what something would cost 800 million years.
It did not occur.
Wait, so you're saying that Jesus wasn't betrayed?
Where in the text does it say in 800 years this is what a slave will be worth?
No. The text, no. So the text was preserved by the Jewish people 800 years
does
before.
It predict in the future this is what a slave will worth? Does it ever say those sentences? Does it ever make a prophecy that says in the future this will happen?
Oh no. It was just a servant's wages, though.
It's ambiguous.
It actually says in the prophecy a servant's wages, I believe. I forget how it comes up specifically.
When does it say in the future this will happen?
Oh, it says I will send to you a shepherd, and you are not going to accept this shepherd. You're going to betray the shepherd. And he says to give me my wages, and you've priced me at the, you set me at the price of 30 silver pieces.
It makes zero predictions.
What do you mean?
800 years in the future.
Wait, hold on. There are zero predictions going on. Well, okay, I can say yes. It's not a prediction. It was prophetic. It wasn't a prediction. Predictions are just like guesses.
So prophecy and prediction is both predicting a thing about the future. So you have said nothing about 800 years in the future. You just
predictions
said,
are guesses.
Story. Predictions and prophecies are both guesses. Those are literally the same
prophecy.
thing.
No, prophecy is when you're saying prophecy or being prophetic, it's words from God, meaning it's going to
things
happen.
You imagine will happen because you think God spoke to you. So
okay, well, I'm just telling you, if you believed in God, this is prophecy.
That's great. That's great. So you have a prediction, which you call a prophecy of something you think will happen in the future, which nowhere in that text
no. It's God's saying it. It's not an individual person.
Sky Daddy isn't
okay.
Real,
hold on. You really don't sound like you want to find God if you're ad homing. The mere thought of God.
Come on, one at a time.
I don't want to waste time on your silly distinction between prediction and prophecy. They're the same thing. You're
They're
predicting
not.
the future. They are the same thing.
Okay.
You don't get to debate this. You're
prediction
making
is a guess. A prediction is a
worst guess. Prediction is better than prophecy.
Worst guess. No, prophecy.
Stop wasting time on this. I don't care about your silly
You're telling me you're telling me the wrong definition, and I know that you believe just because you say it, you can identify it a certain way and create a different truth, but it's not the truth.
I don't care about your silly definition. You're making a prediction. It was wrong. There's nowhere in that says that it's going to happen. There's nowhere it says 800 years. It doesn't say anything about prediction or prophecy. You are making shit up and saying, here's a story in the Old Testament. I'm going to make up that it's saying something about the New Testament, even though it doesn't say that anywhere in the Old Testament. That's not a prediction.
So
a prediction? One sec. What is a prediction is when a book says, this is the age of the earth and we will discover this. That's a prediction. That's a good prophecy. Yours is a terrible prophecy because it doesn't say this will happen in the future. It doesn't say this is indicative of anything in the future. It just says, here's a story, and you're arbitrarily making a connection to something in the future from nothing it says in the text. It's not a prophecy. It's not a prediction. It tells us nothing.
So your definition of prophecy is actually wrong. And the definition I'm using is actually hold on. It matters because if you're gonna because it gets into semantics if you don't argue on the correct definition of something. So my definition of prophecy is the same definition used across the board by anybody who takes any of this seriously.
Literally doesn't matter. I don't care what you use as your definition. You are predicting.
It's not mine. It's the definition.
I don't care anybody's definition. You're predicting the future. Prediction and prophecy are synonyms.
Prediction is self-made.
Move on. Bring up an argument. I've already debunked this.
Okay, fine. I will move past the point. But so you're saying the 30. So being very specific about how much a servant's price would be 800 years in the future. And yes, hold on. This is historic. Hold on. The book of Zechariah was written in between the ages of 900 to 800 BC.
Where does it say?
Wait, you don't care? You don't care when it was written?
This will happen. I don't care when it was written. Tell me where it says.
When he says,
future, this will happen.
He says, "I will send you a shepherd." This is Zechariah being prophetic. He's okay. So you have to know the roles of these people in the context in which they're actually speaking.
Tell me in the text where does it say in the future this will happen?
You should care about their roles because it matters who's speaking.
Where in the text? Either say it does not exist in the text anywhere that it will say in the
specific timeline or in the future. Yeah. It says, "I will send you a shepherd,"
which says nothing.
It's future speaking. It doesn't tell you when.
Okay. So I will send you a shepherd sometime in the next 10 billion years, and if that happens, then congratulations, my prophecy is fulfilled. That's how garbage your prophecy.
And this is two people speaking. In the book of Matthew, it actually references back to Jeremiah, saying that
you skipped over the point here. So if all it says is "I will send you a shepherd," I can say "I will send you a check," or somebody will send you a check from my family, and if that happens in the next 800 years, my prophecy's been fulfilled. No, that's a garbage prophecy. That is not a prediction. It's not precise.
So Jesus says
one is precise. Yours is not. Yours is garbage.
Well, in the New Testament, Jesus actually, he's been called the shepherd. He calls himself the shepherd, and that he's okay. Well, I mean. Okay, so what exactly are you looking for here? Because it seems like you're just shutting down whatever's being brought up because you don't agree.
Let me try to explain this again. So for a prediction to be a prediction or good one, it has to be precise. It's prophecy prediction. Again, I'm using those as synonyms here. Whatever your prediction or prophecy is, it has to be precise. It means that you can't just say it's going to happen sometime in the future because that's not precise. I can say you're going to find a guy named Bob if you walk to the left. You walk to the left for 100 miles, don't find Bob, and say, "Oh, it's okay, keep going, just keep going." 200 miles, you haven't found Bob. Oh, just keep going. And eventually, if you keep walking to the left for over an infinite amount of time, you'll eventually find a guy named Bob. That is a terrible prediction because it has no stopping point. Good prediction is here is a number. I'm going to give you a number. It's either right or wrong. There's no keep looking until you find it. Your prediction is terrible because it doesn't give a precise date. It doesn't give a precise account of when this is going to happen. So it's just saying sometime in the infinite future, this will occur. Not a prediction, not a prophecy, not good. Garbage.
So if God
specific gives you a number, 4.3 billion years old. That's very good, very precise, very good prediction.
It's okay, 200 million years off.
Which is still better than everything you've said.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's your opinion because I'm telling you that's within the scope of your own reality, and that's only confirmation bias. If you cannot definitively prove the Earth is even 4 billion years old, or the solar system is 4 billion years old,
I don't think you understand the point here. So one sec, So the point here is that.
Also, the Earth.
One sec.
Yeah. I do want to correct. The Earth was not made 4 billion years ago. It's actually in
4.5,
other
yes,
science, it's 3.7.
They're not correct on that one. So
3.7 is the consensus.
Stop. The point here is that if you make a prediction, every instance that it can be wrong. So if I say something will happen in the future, every time in the future it doesn't happen is a failed prediction. So everything you can interpret as the prediction succeeding, like if I say over the next 10 dice, a 6 will roll or something, each time it fails is a failed prediction. So if you say in the future, I'll send you a shepherd, if in the next year there's no shepherd, it's a failed prediction. The next year is a failed prediction. Next year, failed prediction. So this prediction has failed 800 times and then got it right once. So it's wrong 99% of the time.
It's only wrong if they gave a timeline and the time was off.
Stop. So in any prediction, this is why in science we don't accept these kind of garbage, ambiguous predictions, because they can be interpreted to mean any of those times. And so all of the interpretations that interpreted them as 2 years later, 5 years later, those were wrong, which means the prediction, because it was ambiguous, which incorporated all those interpretations, was wrong 99% of the time. That's why predictions need to be precise. You need to give an exact date. So the Hindu prediction could have been wrong 4 billion times, but they gave an exact number. They said 4.3 billion. That was really damn close. So they gave an exact number, and that exact number only has one interpretation. Yours has a million interpretations. So because yours has a million interpretations, 99% of them are wrong. That means your prediction is 99% inaccurate.
But that's on the wrong.
Wait. So their prediction, which gave a single interpretation, and that single interpretation was very, very close, means theirs is a very good prediction because they had a single interpretation, which was close. Yours has a million interpretations, 99% of which are wrong, and so yours is a worse prediction.
So the prophecy that was revealed didn't have a timeline on it, so you're arguing by the wrong metrics.
No. That's the problem. That's the whole point, is that if yours doesn't have a timeline, there are infinitely many interpretations, most of which are wrong. Therefore, the prophecy is ambiguous and not a prophecy.
But that's your own subjective terms with it, because if it's not giving a specific timeline, then you're arguing on the wrong metrics here.
No,
that's the point.
It's telling you what will happen, not what time.
The thing that makes a prophecy, one of the attributes of prophecy is its accuracy. Okay.
Yeah.
So the problem being is that, like TJump said, if I make a prophecy and then I allow for infinite amount of time, no time limit for this prophecy to come true, I just say it will come true in the future. Then it essentially means the longer the time, the more time that passes, the more opportunities present themselves for this occurrence to occur, for basically the thing to happen. It's like saying there will be a great earthquake, or even better, Yellowstone volcano will erupt. I'm making that prediction. But when will it happen? No, I'm just saying it will happen. Well, it could happen tomorrow. It could happen in the next 100,000 years. Now, and I know it's a possibility that it could happen because it's not outside the realm of reality. The volcanoes erupt. Yellowstone is a caldera. It will erupt in the future. But I'm not giving you a time. So if I simply say it will erupt, I know it's possible that it could erupt, and then I don't give a time frame. It could be any time it could erupt. Is that a prediction? That's the point.
Yeah, I understand what you guys are arguing on.
TJump was saying if in Zechariah it had simply said that there will be a man in this amount of time, like 800 years from now, who these things, and his name will be this, and he will do this, and he will be betrayed, and this is what will happen, that would be one hell of a prediction.
Yeah.
But that's not what happened.
Yeah. Well, okay. So the only thing that you guys don't have, which is something that God's not been good with, for anybody who, is a Christian and knows what it means to wait on God. Yeah, he doesn't give times.
Right.
So that's bad.
But you're arguing on the incorrect metric, though.
No. You're arguing from you're arguing from a position of faith. And we don't
have faith in the evidence that's been revealed.
That's right. And the evidence has, and we're telling you that upon critical examination, it has not been revealed. So if you take faith out of the mix, that's what's missing. So no, we're not going to take it on faith because there's problems with faith. Faith is bad. Okay. So like belief without evidence is what we're talking about. Faith, not trust, not confidence, which are sliding scales based upon evidence and past experience. Okay. Faith in and of itself doesn't work because one, faith is is essentially emotionally based. It's based on how you feel. You can have faith in a thing, and depending upon how you feel about that thing, that faith can diminish, it can go away, or it can improve. But that's totally based on emotion and not on evidence. Two, faith can be manipulated by external sources, and it can be manipulated without you knowing it, which is how cults are formed, and people are drawn into cult behaviors like the new IFB or the Jim Jones cult or the Heaven's Gate cult, or the French.
Yeah, I don't know about these cults.
Okay, but I mean they make the news. Okay,
yeah.
So, but it can be manipulated by external sources without you knowing it, which is how people get drawn into cults. Okay,
yeah.
And three, faith doesn't make any mechanistic explanations about anything, and it doesn't provide any further information about the world, about reality. It doesn't. It just simply says it is. It literally ceases inquiry. So no, faith doesn't work because, and also you can throw in a fourth thing. Your faith can be misplaced without you realizing it. Okay, when you just put belief into something with no evidence whatsoever to justify it, you can stick that thing in the wrong thing. All right, so faith can be misplaced. It can be manipulated by external sources without your knowledge. It doesn't provide any additional information or predictive information or mechanistic explanation about reality, and it's emotion based. When you have so many other tools that are better at determining things about reality, why would you ever rely on faith?
One, because I have trust in God, and two, I mean, that's what we've been called to do, is to have faith in Christ.
That's fallacious because you assume that you have been called by God and not by other people telling you were called by God. How can you make the determination? How can you, where is the line? How can you say, this is what has happened and this is what is real and this is what is not as real? How are you making the determination between what is real and what is imaginary?
Well, so with the sciences, you can make the same argument with the sciences. You have people who have spent their whole lives believing they're correct and wanting to prove themselves correct, that they've come up with terms and terminology.
No. That is a fundamental misunderstanding of what. That's a fundamental misunderstanding of what science is.
And models.
Science goes for the explanations of things, like the best possible explanation of things given the evidence at hand.
Yeah.
And the objective of science is to tear down the current best explanation that we have and replace it with a better explanation. So when you come up with a theory that explains things, then the objective of everyone else in your field is to literally start trying to poke holes in that thing in order to tear it down and replace it with a better explanation.
They believe they're right. That's what I'm saying. It's a group of people who've gathered together and somehow can work together while all believing that their individual heads are all correct.
No, they don't. It's not that they believe they're right. It's that given the evidence at hand, they have a very strong confidence. They are wholly confident that their explanation is the best explanation given the evidence at hand.
You can make the same argument for Christians.
No, because scientists don't claim that what they've explained is absolutely 100% true. That's why science allows for further information and further evidence in the future.
Well, listen to their actual experiences after being, changed by Christ. People want evidence for themselves, but there's a kind of like I've noticed a majority of people who want evidence for themselves haven't sought the evidence other than to dispute it.
Okay, so if I'm looking for evidence, no. If I'm looking for evidence for a thing and I don't find it, does that necessarily mean that I didn't want to find it? No, it doesn't. What it means is that I went looking for the evidence and the evidence wasn't there, and the evidence that I was presented was insufficient to support the claim.
Well, does this speak about like yourself? I don't know.
No. I can only speak to myself and my personal experience. What I'm saying is,
agree with what he said earlier. He said that like scientists try to debunk things. So if you present evidence, we're going to try to attack it and poke holes in it, and that's the correct intellectual way to do things. You shouldn't just accept it on faith. You should say, does this not make sense? Are there holes with this? And if there are, then you should reject it. So yes, I agree that what we do with evidence when you present is try to take holes in it, because that's the intellectually honest way to do it.
Yeah.
That's why science works, is that it tries to disprove things. It doesn't try to accept them because you believe them.
But you guys even said so yourselves with reason, because they're using reasoning and metrics and whatever they can prove as logic. They're using reason as the main basis to some of these claims.
Yeah, so
you can reason anything.
So is everyone, because that's what we do as human beings.
Yeah,
but
of course.
I want to go back to what because you touched on something that's really, really important there, and it's a really important distinction to make. You stated that we've already determined that if I go looking for evidence and I don't find that evidence, then you asserted that I'm not wanting to find the evidence. But that's not necessarily true. It means that I didn't find the evidence where I was looking. So I will continue looking, hence why we still hold these stages. Okay? But I also determined that the evidence that I was previously given, because I was born and raised in the faith, I was confirmed Methodist. Okay? I was raised in the faith, and I determined, after critically analyzing the evidence I was given as a child, that the evidence was insufficient to warrant the claim as being true. So therefore, I then rejected the claim, went looking for further evidence, and my story of my deconversion story is like over a decade long, as I went hunting for this and came to the eventual conclusion I am an atheist. Okay, because there's no evidence, or there's no sufficient evidence or good argumentation to support the claim. Now, what you are essentially skirting is that I need to believe first and then go looking for the evidence, and because I believe, I will find it. But there's no differentiation between that and confirmation bias.
There is.
That is a good point.
There is one question from somebody in the YouTube live chat. His name is Blastermaster80. It's 80. He's asking if what's the difference between having faith that something is true and pretending it is. That's a question for you, our guest.
Well, I guess pretending it is, I mean, you would have to. Okay, so is this like they're tricked into believing something's true, or is this like they can't confirm it, but they believe it wholeheartedly, so that because pretending means lying. Like it kind of assumes somebody's lying.
Okay, yeah, I guess sometimes that can get into some
like a Benny Hinn, like slapping people around and making them fall to the floor, even though that's scripturally unsound.
Well, yeah, I guess it depends on how people are reading the scripture too, right? So,
yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for answering Blastermaster's 80s question.
Yeah, I mean that's fine, but like,
do belief and trust mean the same thing to you?
Belief and trust?
Yeah. Or faith and trust?
I guess they can go hand in hand. I mean, faith can go a little bit. I mean, it sounds like it could be the same thing, because trust could really depend on any sort of metric that you put in your head.
Well, I mean, that's why it's important that he brings it up, because there's a distinction to be made there. Especially if you're talking contextually with the Bible, then faith is talking about the belief in things unseen, the things that are hoped for. Okay, there's no justification for it. It's just something that you hope to come true, regardless of the circumstances, the current circumstances, or belief in things that you can't see. What they're essentially talking about in that context is that you have no evidence for. You can't justify it, but you still believe in it, and that's problematic, because trust and confidence are all about evidence. And there's, like I said, there's sliding scales of evidence. I have very little trust in this because there is no evidence for me to have any trust in it. Like, a person is lied to me constantly, almost pathologically. I have no trust in what that person says.
Yeah.
But if all of a sudden that person starts telling me the truth and they over time exhibit a pattern of behavior that is constantly that they're making an effort to change, and they start telling the truth, and they really, really put forth the effort, and my trust levels will improve slowly but surely over time. I'll know that person won't lie to me because it's been demonstrated. So therefore, I have evidence to support my trust. I trust them because they won't lie to me. Same thing with confidence. I'm confident because the evidence susses this out. But like I said, it's a sliding scale. And so if all of a sudden I lose confidence because the evidence was shown to be incorrect, and so I no longer am warranted in putting confidence in this thing. If I did maintain that confidence in lieu of the evidence, then I would be just essentially being, well, I'm holding on to it because I want to. That's serving some psychological or physiological utility for me. That's intellectually dishonest.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that is. But if you were to take an actual instance where within, I guess, your sect of religion, and it was confirmed, and you weren't trying to confirm it or anything like that, like, because it even shows in scripture that Peter tried to stop the Romans, both while saying that Jesus shouldn't do what he was, what he knew was going to happen, and him trying to fight back the Romans. So, and there's even instances where it shows, the disciples were afraid. They had distrust. They didn't have 100% faith. Even one of the disciples who didn't even believe Jesus resurrected until he actually, Jesus revealed himself to him. So it's an understandable human commodity. I guess overall, I question what exactly is the metric that would sell you on any sort of God.
I'd have to agree with TJump on this. What he brings up all the time, novel testable predictions would be really, really good.
Yeah, novel. So prophecy, like
no
novel testable predictions.
Not novel testable. Are these three
separate things?
No. It's that was a segue intended for TJump to.
so yeah, I think prophecy is a kind of novel testable prediction. So yeah, prophecy and predictions I think are like the same thing if they're precise. Yeah.
Okay.
And testable and repeatable go into that in my eyes.
Well, okay. So what are the testable? You mean like somebody has witnessed it, or
testable just means like confirming the prediction. So like it doesn't.
Yeah, confirmation within our timeline.
Yes.
And a part of that is also eliminating other possibilities. Yeah. So that's a part of that process, is eliminating the possibility of something else so it doesn't look like what you're trying to find.
Also, we brought up that there's a possibility that the other authors in the Bible and in extra-canonical sources don't even agree with this. Luke and Acts, which were written probably about 10 years after Matthew, do not mention the price. They say a price was agreed, but no price is specified.
Because that's their own testimony.
Right, but what you're saying is that the Bible should be enough evidence that this is the case, but even the Bible itself doesn't agree that this is the case. Furthermore, if we go to extra biblical sources, we find another source that claims it was 30 pieces of gold, right? So the criterion for why you're going to accept Matt and not Luke or the other source as evidence that it was not 30 pieces of silver seems like it's going to be pretty subjective. And there's reasons why, even if it gives the exact price, and even if it's agreed on in many places, as it's been already established. What?
I mean, who wrote that source?
The other one, I gave it out earlier. Let me find it again. But the point is, one of these was accepted into the canon, one of these wasn't, probably because they disagreed on this important fact, right? But they didn't have some like principled criterion for doing so that we can accept, like proves that one is true and one is false. You don't have internal consistency of your own accounts of the same event let alone anything extra biblical that confirms it. You only have extra biblical sources that disconfirm it.
But is the extra Levitical source credible, or like because part of accepting other sources would have to deem those sources credible.
It's the narrative of Joseph of Arimathea.
Josephus or who?
The narrative of Joseph of Arimathea.
Oh, Joseph. Oh, I thought it was Josephus this whole time. I was about to say Josephus wrote a whole historical paradox on that's a whole separate thing.
Josephus is much later. Yeah, no, I'm talking about the narrative of Joseph of Arimathea, which says it's 30 pieces of gold, right? So
yeah, I don't
the problem is that like you've already been shown numerous reasons to think that this isn't a very strong kind of evidence because it's not specified when, etc. But you don't even have internal consistency even within the canon where other sources do not mention the price. So you have a very, very weak prophecy. Like you could find a better prophecy that gives a stronger kind of prediction. This is just not one of the good prophecies that you could use.
So would you feel? I mean, I feel like if it was written into those things, just to keep it consistent, you would be against that. And I mean, personally speaking, it's not like it's refuting that this didn't happen. It's just it didn't specify. Matthew specified, probably because he was an actual witness. You say it was Luke, and what was the other one?
So Luke and Acts are believed to be by the same author, right?
Yeah,
Acts of
Luke.
the Apostles is the same author as Luke, probably.
Yeah, Luke.
And neither of them, they both mention it, and neither of them mentions the price. So
yeah, because it was written by Luke. Luke. It seems like Luke didn't know. So this was his testimony.
Well, Luke didn't think it was convincing enough, even if Luke was familiar with Matthew, to include it.
Didn't think it was convincing enough. Is that is that your interjection or like an actual commentary by the author?
I'm saying, look, we can interpret this one of several ways, but none of the ways that we can interpret this gives credence to the idea that it is true. You don't get to count this as evidence that it is true, right? It doesn't count for it. So these are things that we would look for when we try to validate a claim. We would look for something that confirms it. We don't find something that confirms it, and we do find something that disconfirms it.
Wait, hold on. It doesn't disconfirm it, though. It just doesn't confirm it to the extent that you would, because if it was from Luke, the same author of both books, which means it doesn't even matter if there's two books that say it. It's the same author. He didn't write it in because
I said Joseph of Arimathea disconfirms it because it gives a completely different price.
Wait, which? Oh, the other one? Yeah, the other one that I don't even know who the author is. I'm sure they didn't even know who the author was, who wrote it. That's usually what it is. They don't know who the author is, and they don't know when it was written.
That's also true of the Gospels, right? We don't know who the authors were in most cases. I mean, no, they're attributed to names that are arbitrary in most cases.
They knew who the authors were. I mean, it was undisputed at the time, where, why would the church sects fight to preserve these things if they weren't authenticated by the apostles?
Most of the books of the Bible, including the Old Testament, do not have verifiable authors, and authorship was attributed after the fact.
That's my understanding as well.
You don't know very much about biblical history, so we don't need to go into super depth about this, but all you need to know is that if you're going to make a claim, you're going to have to provide some evidence the claim is true. The only evidence you have is Matthew, and you have evidence that is either neutral, in the case of Luke, in the same canonical tradition, or extra-canonically, which you would look for some kind of corroboration, you have a contradiction, those 30 pieces of gold, right? So you do not have any evidence that corroborates or can give you a reason to think that this isn't just an invention of Matthew.
So after hearing this, I think we've delved into quite a few topics here, and there are other people waiting. Were there some last things you wanted to kind of wrap up with before we moved on?
Okay. So what do you guys think of that lightning strike on George Floyd's mural?
What?
It's a giant piece of metal in the middle of a street with no trees nearby. It's obvious.
No, there's no metal. Nothing else was damaged. It was just the building. Yeah,
George.
No. Okay, so this is an interjection. This is an interpretation of what possibly happened. No one's reported anything on whether the fact there was other external things that attracted it. I heard metal paint could have been used.
I live in Minneapolis.
Yeah.
Like okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on.
One second. Trees are made of wood. Trees attract lightning. So anything that sticks up in the air made of an object that can conduct electricity attracts lightning because it just takes the least efficient.
In broad daylight?
Yes.
Yeah, there's lightning in broad daylight.
This is a brick building.
Okay, what are you trying to point out? That God hates George Floyd or God loves George Floyd?
Oh no. No, God said that you will have no other gods before me.
Do you think people worship George Floyd as a god? What point are you trying to make here?
I don't know if you've seen like people actually not as a god, but as some sort of like hero, prophet in a sense. I mean, I'm sure you've heard like these are just memes of
worshiping George Floyd
as a god. Breathless.
No, if you're gonna go into this meme, that's great. But
no. This is not that. Okay, so gods in the Bible could be are referenced as idols, because I mean, other than God, there's no other gods. But when he says, "You shall have no other gods before me," nothing will take precedent before me.
I don't think anybody is worshiping George Floyd as a prophet or something. He is a victim. He is a victim of a very serious crime. And there was rightfully a huge public outcry against the systemic racism and other problems that are going on.
That's not what he was charged on.
So, well, you brought up George Floyd and the lightning strike. I'm just going to say coincidence, and combined with what TJump was saying about how lightning strikes things that protrude from the earth. So I think, go ahead.
But is that
also,
true
like
in the scenario?
The perception that this is a rare event is absurd. We have 1.4 billion lightning strikes per year. The only reason that you consider this to be like significant, and that it's not just evidence of your own pareidolia of like finding false patterns that are done, is because you don't see lightning happening right next to you all the time. But it happens 1.4 billion times a year. There's no extraordinary event occurring here.
They hit buildings all the time. Like the building is not 100% brick. There are little metal spokes that put out for like air conditioning and things. Like it hit the piece of metal on top of the building, which is literally what happens.
But no. So they did an investigation on this thing. It only hit the wall, no piping, no else other than the paint itself.
No, it literally did hit the other things. Like lightning doesn't work that way.
Okay, do you have an article to prove that?
An article? I have. Like,
you know what?
To know how lightning works?
Yeah. Why don't we post something? Go bring this to the chat. I think we need to kind of move on to the next.
Yeah. Okay. Just to prove me wrong.
Yeah, got it. George Floyd bad. We get it, dude. No, this is
DM me
ridiculous.
I wasn't even saying George Floyd bad. I was just saying just to prove me wrong in DMs. Just send me like whatever to disprove this, and I won't bring it up the next time I come up here.
Okay.
No, I'm not.
So don't worship George Floyd, ladies and gentlemen.
I have a quick question for TJump. It's just somebody named Murphy's Law in the Discord chat was wanting to get a little bit more clarity on what you were saying about the Hindu prediction about the age, I think, of the Earth, and what its actual age was. They're curious about the difference and how close it was. And I was pointing out to them that it's a lot closer than the Christian claim of 6,000 years.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so yeah, it's 4.32 billions is the prediction made by Hinduism. The actual one is like 4.5 billion. So it's about 200 million years off, which is less than 1%. So it's actually really accurate. So the fact that it is that close and that precise makes it infinitely better than any prediction that's ambiguous and can be interpreted in a million different ways. Because if an ambiguous prediction can be interpreted in a million different ways, that's a million ways it's wrong and one way it's right. Whereas if there's a very precise prediction that is very close, there's only one way it can be right, and it's very close to being right. So that's why precise predictions are better than ambiguous predictions. Ambiguous predictions are equivalent to making a million different predictions and all of them being wrong except one. So any prediction in the Bible that is ambiguous is going to be wrong a million times and right once, whereas the Hindu prediction is going to can only be right once because it has a very specific prediction.
I'm also curious. Do you happen to know how they arrived at that prediction? Was there some stuff behind it, or was it just
they made it up?
They made it up. They just happen to be very close. That's the best prediction we've seen in religion.
So they gave definitions of years based off yugas and Kali yugas, which are the sleep cycle of the Brahmin god, and they just made up those numbers based on their intuitions of people who made up the god's religion, and it just happened to line up exactly with the age of the Earth.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. All right. Thank you, TJump, and welcome, God420. How are you doing, and what have you got for us?
Well, one thing I want to say is that when you do hit something within 5%, I'd call that a pretty good bullseye, wouldn't you, TJump?
Yeah, p-values. P-values, as long as it's close enough to be accurate, that's a very good prediction.
Right. And the same with the lightning thing. You put enough voltage across anything, it will conduct. I can make Teflon conduct electricity with enough voltage.
So you had your hand up for a while.
Did you have lightning thing about
conduct or carry? Be careful here, because it could just be that it's finding the shortest route. As well,
that would be.
And I just wanted to acknowledge our new furniture here, Peter de Tucker. He was wondering why I wasn't saying hello. I was trying to greet our guest first. God, do you have a question for us, God420?
Hello. I just wanted to respond to his nonsense about the lightning, that if you put enough voltage across anything, there will be an electron flow.
Yeah.
And it's usually quite violent at those voltages.
I like the theory that God just doesn't like George Floyd, so he just decided to send a lightning bolt just like he did thousands of years ago. For anybody he didn't like, he was going to lightning bolt him, Zeus style.
Yeah, I don't like that theory, because I think the George Floyd already had enough enemies as it was, unfortunately. Very sad, tragic circumstance and situation that occurred there.
Yeah, apparently God gets pissed 1.4 billion times a year.
He just misses most of the time.
It's too drunk. Thank you for that. That was a good point. Who's next?
So Dabo has been wanting to come up for a while. He sent me some DMs, so I just pulled him or invited him up.
Hello, Dabo, or is it Dabo? How do we pronounce your name? And welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's the same thing, Dabo.
Okay, Star Trek reference, or?
No, it's just something to simply say my name. My name is Mohammad, so it's sometimes hard to pronounce.
Dabo is the name of a game in Star Trek, so just curious.
Oh, nice to know that.
Yeah, the series is called Deep Space Nine. The Ferengi at the bar runs it, and people are playing it all the time.
Oh, I'll look it up. So, like, basically, my question is, can you deny the existence of God?
Yes, God does not exist.
Yes, people can deny it even when they don't mean it.
It also really depends upon your definition, like which God you're talking about. So, like, if there are specific gods, which I think we can say, I've concluded we can say absolutely this thing does not exist. But if you're talking about generic like deities that are like sufficiently powerful to kick the football in the universe and then piss off with no evidence of their existence, you can't eliminate that possibility. So, but yeah, I would say that, for some gods, you can say, that thing does not exist.
Now, just a quick question for you. Just a question for you, Dabo. Would we be correct to assume that you're talking about Allah, the god of Islam?
Well, yeah, you can.
Well, I asked because you said your name is Muhammad, so just Well, we can, or you are. Which god are you talking about?
Basically the Islamic God. But yeah, it's the same as the Christian God, I think. Not Jesus, but the Father, and the Jewish God as well. It's I'm not sure if other religions have the same God, but totally he's not a human, and the Islamic God is not a human, and he does not live in this world that we live in.
Okay,
so to know if we can deny the existence of God. What was your follow-up to that?
Can I jump in on?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to talk with Dabo. Sorry, Dabo. So you're saying that God not being human, would you agree then that humans are not made in God's image?
Hold on, what do you mean?
Well, you said it's the same as the Christian God, and the Christian God is known as creating humans in his image. So if he is the same as the Christian God, but you're saying that he's not human, that sounds like a contradiction to me.
Yeah, we can take Christianity out of the way, because we believe that it has been manipulated and added like in future and all of that. But the basic idea of God.
So to answer my question, then, you are saying that humans are not made in your God's image.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, carry on.
So like, what do you use to deny the existence of God? Like, how do you come to deny that existence?
So that's where I wanted to answer. So in order to deny the existence of God, first God has to exist. As long as you haven't provided enough evidence for God existing, there's no denying.
So you can't deny it, right?
No, like extraordinary, like a thing that is presented without evidence can be rejected without evidence.
Yeah,
so
you don't have to deny it. You don't have to deny something existing if it hasn't been proven that it exists.
So like, if it does not exist in this world, yeah, but let's say hypothetically it exists outside of this world that we know. Let's say the universe, yeah. How can you deny that?
It's an unfalsifiable hypothesis.
Well, yeah, hypothetical.
Yeah. No. It's an unfalsifiable hypothesis, and I can reject it on the grounds of it being unfalsifiable.
If it doesn't exist in this world, then there's no need talking about it because it doesn't exist. At least not for us.
You'd have to say, like, essentially, you're basically saying you're equating it to the teapot, to Russell's teapot. There's a teapot in orbit around Mars. All right. Well, we can't determine this. We don't know. We've never seen it, and we could hypothesize that it's there, but it's unfalsifiable. So no one's ever seen it. No one's ever interacted with it. We can't do anything with that information. You're just positing that it's there, and we can't say it's not there because but we can't say that it is. So it's an unfalsifiable hypothesis, and it can be rejected on the grounds of of being unfalsifiable. So just because you assert that it's,
can you explain that term, please? I'm not native English.
He's wondering about what unfalsifiable means.
Yeah.
Like the thing, like I can make no determination as to the truth or the validity or invalidity of a statement.
Oh yeah, I get it. Yeah, I just Googled. Yeah, so, it makes sense.
Okay,
and that's the problem with saying this is possibly what's going on in another universe. If you want to convince me, I'm going to need something that I can verify, that I can test, that I can.
Yeah, like I have to bring something. Right?
There's no evidence that there are other universes. There's just ideas.
Or Dabo, you can utilize. You can look at something very basic, like if the God that you're talking about, like by definition, violates logic. So if it is logically contradictory by definition, then you can reject it on the grounds that logical contradictions cannot exist, like a one-ended stick or a married bachelor or a square circle. Because logical contradictions cannot exist, then if it's defined in a way that makes it logically contradictory, then I can reject it on those grounds as well.
Yeah, actually, I do have a quick question for you, Dabo. Your God, can your God defy the laws of logic?
Well, like I want to answer the earlier question.
Go ahead. You choose what to answer first. Go ahead.
Basically, what if you look at it from another point of view, which is God created this logic, right? So He lives in another entire world which has its own logic.
Is this world okay? So there's problems with that. One, you're saying that God created logic. Okay, so let's address this one at a time. Okay, so I'm gonna walk through this with you. Okay, does God comport to the laws of logic, or is God outside the laws of logic?
Well, He is outside. Yeah.
Okay, so do the laws of logic apply directly to God itself?
No.
Okay, so this means that the laws of logic, the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle do not apply to God. This means what you're essentially entailing here, the logical entailment of that, is that God can both exist and not exist simultaneously. And that is incoherent. That is a logical contradiction, and I can reject the existence of this thing based solely upon that logical contradiction. But then you stated that, so that's just that problem right there. Going on to the second thing, you're saying that God exists in a world outside this world. Is that world? This defies the definition of what a universe is. Okay, so you're saying that there's something outside of our universe, but if a thing exists, it is definitionally included into what a universe is. The universe is everything. So if there's a thing that exists, a place or a person or an entity or something that exists, it is automatically included in the universe.
And if the God is not part of this universe, then there's no need in worshiping because he can't interact with this universe. So whether or not you're praying to him, you'll never know.
Yeah, about interactions. He sent messengers.
If you can't have interactions if he doesn't exist in this universe.
Yeah, but if he exists outside this universe, he can send messengers from outside of that universe and send them to this universe. You can think about it that way.
He can send messengers, but you cannot pray to him. And
Why not?
moment the moment he sends a messenger, the messenger is out of touch with him as well. This is a God concept that will get you absolutely
and there's
nowhere.
no way to confirm that a person there's no way to confirm that a person was sent by God, because you can't eliminate the possibility. You can't eliminate the possibility that they think they were sent by God, or they convince themselves they were, or that they're mentally ill. You can't eliminate that possibility, and that they're just a person who's like talking, just basically making stuff up.
Yeah, so like basically interactions. If God sends messengers, and he consistently talk with this messenger, is that interaction from the other world?
Not necessarily, because a person can hear voices and they're not necessarily from God.
And there's a competing explanation.
They're from God.
And according to your definition, it couldn't be. According to your definition, it couldn't be from the God, even if he hears voices. God doesn't exist in this universe, so his voice wouldn't be heard here either.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. So like God says he can hear, he can see, he can interact using messengers, like using everything that he can. But he does not step in, like we cannot see that God right here.
But if he,
so like,
as I said
does
earlier,
that mean that he's from this universe?
As I said earlier, if he sends a messenger, the moment the messenger enters this universe, he's out of touch with God.
Yeah. So like that means God is existing in this universe but what I've just said. The God sees and hears and interacts through messengers, and he speaks to them.
So now God does exist in this world?
Yeah, I'm asking you by this knowledge, by this fact that God speaks to the messengers. Do you say that? Would you consider God existing in this universe?
I'm completely confused because we pointed out the flaws in your God. You suddenly defined God as being something completely different, existing in this universe, whereas you clearly stated that he didn't exist in this universe. So
no, I said like you can think about it.
Something you're making. I'm just curious. Is this something you're making up along the line as you're confronted with the flaws in your claim?
No, I'm asking you guys to learn from you, like from your perspective. Right?
Well, we don't have a God.
I had a question. I just wanted to know what you guys think about it. Right?
So
like if God,
the problem for me with this is that if you're saying your God has to have a presence here according to logic. If they're going to interact with anybody here.
So like even with thoughts,
Sure, why not?
So through thoughts and mind that we have in our heads, do you explain that logically? Like
they're in our heads. You just said it. So for your God to implant thoughts in a person's heads, they're going to have some sort of a presence here in order to do that. They're going to have to direct that to happen somehow. So that they can't do that unless they're here somehow and interacting. And then because they're interacting here, that would be measurable somehow.
There's also a competing explanation, Dabo. So when you make a claim or when someone makes the claim about someone else or about themselves that they are a messenger from God, usually they provide some kind of evidence for why people should believe that's true. And one of the claims in the Quran, which I assume is the position you're arguing from, is you're assuming you believe the Quran. One of the positions in the Quran is that the angel Gabriel directly dictated a large amount of the Quran to Muhammad. You believe that?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you a simple question, because this is kind of getting back to the whole, how do we know if it's true or not? Are you willing to consider alternative explanations and what the evidence supports best?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So
but
have you considered have you considered the fact that the claim that Gabriel dictated large amounts of stories which overlap with those of the Old Testament is made by a person who is the husband of the cousin of the foremost Abrahamic scholar who could recite the Old Testament from memory, and who died and could have left in the possession of Muhammad's wife, his cousin, in numerous amounts of knowledge that she had gained from learning from him, which is why she brought Muhammad to him in the first place, because she believed in him and his work, and texts which he was in possession of before he went blind, right? So this is a guy who accounts better for the evidence that Muhammad produced large amounts of similar passages to those in the Old Testament, which are best explained by the position of his wife being the cousin of the foremost Abrahamic scholar in the region.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah. So like,
why would you think that it was the angel Gabriel that dictated it, and not the stronger evidence that he had ample access to a wife and a wife's cousin who were the top experts in the field?
Yeah, I get that. I get all of that. But do you think they're exactly the same, or are they changed somehow? Changed by Muhammad, let's say.
There are a few small differences, but you haven't answered my question.
Oh yeah, I believe in that. Yeah, like they're the same. That's what we believe, right? The same God, the same angel, Jibreel, coming to the prophets, and some prophets do not need Jibreel, the angel. They just speak directly to God, the Islamic God. So I believe that they all had the same message, right? Basic message, and then they had different laws to depending on the people and the time. Like the last prophet.
You're not answering my question though.
What is it? Can you make it simple?
You're just restating your hypothesis. Okay, so your hypothesis is that Gabriel or God directly speaks to prophets and messengers, right? My explanation is that Muhammad's wife and Muhammad's wife's cousin, Waraka, were the top experts in the field at the time on Abrahamic religion and had possession of a huge collection of Abrahamic texts. That explains him knowing these things and relating stories about them. These are competing explanations. So for you to just restate your hypothesis is not to refute the reasons why people think that the other hypothesis has better evidence and is more strongly supported by the facts.
So like, you can take that. You can take that explanation and believe in that. Of course you can. But you cannot be 100% sure, as I am, right? Difference is, I have faith, right? That's the difference there. So yeah, you can believe in both ways, and I cannot 100% explain how it happened there, and I cannot 100% be sure that Muhammad did not copy this from his wife. If that's what you're saying.
So you're just conceding that you don't have any evidence to support your hypothesis against the competing hypothesis. But I'm not requiring 100% certainty. I'm just saying, look, let's just say that you had evidence that one thing is 51% likely, another is 49% likely, right? If you can't claim that the 49% hypothesis is better supported by the evidence, you could just admit that, right? You don't have to say, well, look, I'm not 100% sure of either possibility, right?
But like, you want me to say that I'm not sure?
I take by your just saying all you've got is faith that you're conceding that I have evidence that supports the likelihood of the claim that Muhammad is a plagiarist, and you do not have any evidence other than your faith that he is not.
Well, yeah, you can bring up some other evidence that Muhammad brought himself, right? Not from the Old Testament, not from any other book, just through his book. And I can use those evidence to say, like, how do you explain those? And that's why I believe in those statements that he changed. Do you get that? Did I explain it good?
The only thing I took from that was you said that he changed some stuff, and you think that that's evidence that he got it right.
No. Like, I can use the other evidence that he brought himself, right? Himself. There's some evidence in the Quran that were not mentioned in the Old Testament or in the Hebrew texts, which is the
I think he's referring to writings in the Quran as evidence.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean.
Or differences between the Old Testament stories and the Quran stories, right? So yeah, there's a few small differences.
No, not the differences. Yeah, something mentioned in the Quran that hasn't been mentioned before in those books.
That's not going to address an account of plagiarism.
So that's why I have faith in Prophet Muhammad that he did not copy those evidence from his wife, because of the testaments, the evidence that he brought himself that are not found in the old books. If that explains how I believe.
But you're not addressing the problem. Look, he could come up with like a bunch of stuff that's not from the Old Testament, and that doesn't count as evidence that he didn't plagiarize the Old Testament.
So like
this is a huge problem. This is like, I think, the biggest problem for Islam. It's plagiarized, right?
Yeah, like if you take the Quran, take the Old Testament, whichever makes sense to you most, you can have faith on that. Right? The difference there is faith, not convinced. You cannot 100% be convinced, right? You can have faith. You can choose where to put it, to the one that makes sense most.
Right, but faith doesn't help you find truth value. So even if you believe in one, you could be wrong, or maybe they're both wrong.
But we cannot.
You heard earlier about how faith doesn't work and why you shouldn't use it, right?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear about that. Can you
that was the previous guy that we were talking to. That there's too many problems with faith. That it's emotion. It's emotionally based. It can be manipulated without your knowledge. It can be misplaced, and it provides no further explanations or insight into like reality in and of itself. It's just belief without evidence. It's unjustified, and you shouldn't conflate it with trust or confidence, which are both evidence-based. So with so many better tools to ascertaining what the truth is, or getting you as close to truth as possible, with so many better tools, why would you ever rely on faith, given its unreliability?
Well, yeah, you have better tools, right? But you don't have any tools to explain God. So
we don't need to because the tools that we have say that suss out that God doesn't exist.
Well, the tools that you have only explains what we have right now, what we can see, what we can feel, what is around us. Yeah. So we can't use those tools to explain God. Those tools cannot tell us God does not exist.
Sure can.
Those tools.
Logic says that God does not exist.
Well, can you bring the reference, please, so I can read it later?
Yes. God is defined in a logically contradictory way. Logical contradictions cannot exist, therefore God does not exist.
Yeah, can you bring a reference, please?
What do you mean a reference?
Later on, I'll text you about it, man.
No, I'm saying God is defined in a logically contradictory manner. Logical contradictions cannot exist. Conclusion: God does not exist. Well, so either God does not exist, or you're defining God incorrectly. So you either need to change the definition of God, or accept that at least that version of God does not exist.
I don't understand that term. Like, how does logic denies the existence of God?
I just said that logical contradictions cannot exist. God is defined by definition, by its attributes. God is a logical contradiction.
So it's like if you said God is a round square. We can show round squares don't exist because they are literally the opposite. A square that is round are two opposite things that can't be both the opposite things. We're saying that your definition of a God is like a round square.
And to address what this dude keeps like sniping at me in the chat. There are many contradictions. Given if you start exploring the attributes of God, like how God is defined specifically, all right. Even though assuming that those attributes are correct, which is begging the question, because essentially you're driving those from the Holy Book, you have to assume that the Holy Book is inspired by God, so therefore it's essentially God talking to us through the book. So therefore, you have to. That's begging the question. But let's ignore that for a second. Let's look at the attributes in itself. Most notably, all-knowing and all-powerful. Okay, that's the biggest one that I can come up with. There are others, but I'm going to start with this one first and foremost. God knows everything. God can do anything. Anything is in like, and you could say that God knows all true propositional states, and he knows how things are going to end, and he knew it before things began. So before anything was instantiated and created. So God has infallible foreknowledge of all things. And God can do anything as long as it is logically consistent. So God can't make a one-ended stick. Okay, so logical. So as long as it's logically consistent, God can do it. So then you have to ask the question: can an omnipotent entity, something that can do anything logically consistent, can it act out of accordance of its own infallible foreknowledge? A better question is: can God change his mind? And that's one of the big things, because if God has infallible foreknowledge of all things, then God essentially cannot change its mind about anything, because if it were to change its mind, it already knows that it was going to do that, so it's already on the play. It's already there. So God can't change his mind to another thing because it already knew what it was going to do in the future. So God can't change his mind. That's a logical thing that an entity, that a mind can do, is change your direction on a thing. So these are two contradictory positions: omniscience and omnipotence, or all-knowing and all-powerful. You cannot be one or the other. You cannot be both. You can only be one or the other. You cannot be both at the same time, because one contradicts the other. An omnipotent being, an omniscient being, cannot act out of accordance of its infallible foreknowledge. So therefore, it's not omnipotent. And if it can, it's not omniscient. This is a logical contradiction. Logical contradictions cannot exist. This God does not exist. So either the definition of God is wrong, or this being does not exist.
So what would be a better explanation of God?
I don't know. That's the thing. I don't believe that the thing exists at all, because there's no evidence to support it. So I'm not the one who has to justify what this thing might be to try and make it comport with reality.
It could be nothing.
Yeah. Or at best, most intellectually honest, I can say I don't know. But I don't accept supernatural explanations for things, and I don't assume that things are possibly there with no evidence to back them up. So that's pretty much it.
Warren, I've sent you a picture of me Googling this, yeah? So, can you read it? Logic is an attribute of God.
Okay.
That's an assertion. I can say potatoes are an attribute of God.
Okay, but here's the problem. And this goes back to what we were talking about earlier. Does God comport to logic, or is God outside of logic? Do the laws of logic apply to God? So is God bound within the realms of logic?
I think he's just grasping for straws now. And
I think so, but it stands a reason just to suss this out, Dabo, real quick. We already addressed this, but I'll nutshell it for you really quick. So God either adheres to the laws of logic and cannot break them, or God instantiates the laws of logic and is outside of them. Okay? So either the laws of logic apply to God or they don't. And if the laws of logic do not apply to God, then the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle do not apply to God, because he's outside of them. And if they don't apply to God, that means that God can both exist and not exist simultaneously, because the law of contradiction, law of excluded middle, law of identity don't apply to him. And if a thing can both exist and not exist simultaneously, that is incoherent.
So
all right. So I can reject it. Hang on. So I can reject it on its logical incoherency. However, if the laws of logic do apply to God, and God cannot comport himself outside of the laws of logic, then the laws of logic supersede God. Then all I need to do is adhere to the laws of logic, and I can reference the laws of logic when it comes to making statements about reality. And I don't need God, because I can always supersede it with the laws of logic. So God is either unnecessary or it doesn't exist.
So, in that case, the unnecessary case, can you explain furthermore, in that topic, the unnecessary, God being unnecessary?
I don't need God to explain anything. I can go one step further beyond God, and I can reference the laws of logic.
Yes, exactly. But what God says, that there's an afterlife, which is the heaven and hell. That means that there's another world.
That's assumption, and it's irrelevant.
God is assumption as well, in your point of view.
You're right. It's I already stated this. It's an unfalsifiable hypothesis that we can reject on its unfalsifiability.
So, the idea of God came with the heaven and hell idea, right?
No. Actually, the heaven and hell idea was added after the fact. Human beings came up with gods, and they came up with heaven and hell way after that.
So let's say
it used to be when you go back like 100,000, 90,000, 80,000 years, that gods were just that gods, extra powerful entities that didn't exist on Earth, that didn't exist among us, were just explanations for phenomena that we didn't understand. They were like explanations for where the wind comes from, where does rain come from, where does lightning come from, how do great forest fires start, where do earthquakes come from, volcanic eruptions, stuff like that. We use gods to explain those things. Those were great manifestations of power, and we were not capable of doing those ourselves, so they must be more powerful entities that do these things.
Yes. Yeah, which makes sense that people think about it. Yeah, makes sense. But who actually came with the idea of God? And we have differences there, yeah? Many people came up with the different idea.
The concept of the Christian God is one in a very, 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 very long line of evolving concepts. You can trace this going all the way back to primitive animism.
Doesn't that mean that they're all the same somehow? Maybe changed?
No. If it were all the same, then it would never change, because it would be one entity informing us the same. Hang on. It would be one entity informing us with the same narrative throughout all of humankind. But because cultures evolve, languages evolve, identity, societies evolve, religions evolve. Okay, because we see this as a trend through all of human history, then we can logically extrapolate that our concepts of God will evolve as well as we further understand the world around us. That these ideas of God were born out of our ignorance of ignorance of our environment, ignorance of our world. But as we improved upon our understanding of the world, then the concept of God changes, because God, the primitive God, can no longer fill the same or explain in the same capacity as the contemporary God. So God keeps changing. Remember, there were a time when human beings believed that gods. There were a time in human history when people believed that gods walked among us in different forms, or they were invisible, or they appeared to us as like old men or women or animals. Okay, we know this not to be the case anymore. And so now God keeps changing. Now we're at this point in 2022 that God is some sort of metaphysical, outside reality, outside of time, mind with no body that that is metaphysically necessary. I mean, God keeps changing to fit our understanding
as a concept, right?
Yeah,
he does not actually change.
But if God was unchanging, if God was unchanging, if God was immutable, and the narrative never changes, then it would stand to reason that there would be a consistent narrative throughout all of human history. But there is not.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, makes sense. So like, the concept is changing because we understand even more, right? We think with our minds and improve and get closer to understand God, right? But we cannot even reach that because if he is there, he's not from this universe, like we said, right? Unnecessary, you said, because you want to understand this world.
If it came from the angel Gabriel, as you believe, Dabo, it wouldn't be necessary. What Jail's saying is that, look, if you were actually getting information from God and God's angels, it wouldn't be necessary for us to have thousands of years of changing ideas about God. God would just explain it in one go, right? But we don't see that. What we see is that there's constant changes in people's religious ideas, and that it's more consistent with the competing explanation. To get back to the original, comparing two possible explanations, right?
Yeah.
So if you're only arguing within trying to confirm your own view, then you could just like twist yourself into knots to try to say, oh, well, this is just how God reveals himself, right? But if you look at any competing possible explanation for the same evidence, it seems like a natural origin of God is better explanation for the concepts of God changing over time than the idea that God sent the angel Gabriel, but he couldn't tell us the truth because we weren't smart enough, and he has to keep telling us different messengers because we just can't handle it all at once.
Well, if you could think about it in a point of view where you can benefit more, and you can use examples there to benefit to make people believe, right? So it had to happen in that manner because that's how we learn, through examples. Because if examples did not happen, like I want to try. Like, for example, if God ruined the whole city because of a sin, and let's take that away. Yeah, that's the example. Let's say God just told us that is a sin. No one has done it before. like curiosity, would eat me, like as a human. Like I would want to do that. So like it had to happen. The examples, in order to explain the sin.
Ad hoc.
Somehow. What's that?
This is just ad hoc, right? Like you haven't addressed the problem. The problem is that you have competing explanations for the same facts, right? So unless you're going to demonstrate that you can compare the two explanations and reason that one of them is better supported than the other, then you're just kind of playing like, yeah, but I'm still right because maybe it's not 100% wrong.
Yeah,
you're trying to convince us here, right?
And basically, listen.
Dabo,
basically, I'm not trying to convince you guys. Yeah.
Well,
it's like
go ahead. Okay, then we can just so the goal is for you to convince us, right? And Ix has shown that there's some. I guess he could present it if needed, but he's shown that it's likely that that was copied.
Logic can deny.
It seems more likely that the little bit of evidence, or that little bit of evidence he has, suggests that's more likely than it actually being true, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So then, why are you proceeding like it's correct?
No, I'm not proceeding. I'm just asking from different angles, just to understand it myself.
Sounds like there's a more likely hypothesis, though.
What does that term mean, by the way? Hypothesis?
So a hypothesis is like a possibility that's presented as possibly being true, and then you provide evidence to support or falsify a hypothesis. And when we do comparison of two ideas, two explanations for the same facts, we call that hypothesis comparison, right? So when we make a prediction, okay, we think that God wrote the Bible and the Quran and so on through messengers. And then we make another hypothesis, which is that a natural history of humans writing these stories without the intervention of a god is a competing explanation. We would present the evidence for these two hypotheses, see which one better explains and comports and predicts with the evidence, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we call hypothesis comparison. And when we come to a position where one of them has pretty good evidence for it, and the other one is based on faith, then most people are going to accept the evidence-based hypothesis rather than the faith-based one.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So like, it doesn't have to have 100% examples or like 100% accurate or like clear evidence, right? You would require faith.
Nobody said 100%. All we're saying is that evidence is something which increases the probability of something being true.
Yes.
So like, remember the example earlier about Hinduism? So when TJump said that a prediction by Hinduism that the universe is 4.3 billion years old, when we think it's probably 4.5, that isn't perfect. Like, it's not like 100% match, right?
Accurate.
But we would say that it's closer than any other prediction which we've heard of at the time. And so it's weak evidence, but it's some evidence. So I'm not asking for 100% evidence, just something that increases the probability of it being true.
So like, how much percentage of faith do you require to say I believe in that? Like 25%?
None.
So like, we in this life, as people of knowledge, right? We believe in some stuff, yeah. Do we have like even 1% of faith in those things?
Never on faith. Faith is the most dishonest position to take when it comes to determining what is true or what is real.
So like like faith is not a thing to according to knowledge, right? It's like when it comes to knowledge, you don't have faith.
You have faith that the Islamic God exists, as much as Christians have faith that the Christian God exists.
I'm talking about this world.
That means that faith is not a reliable path to truth and should therefore be rejected as such.
So like scientists, people of knowledge, do not use faith at all costs.
No.
Okay, that I needed to like highlight it there. So yeah, like that was simply my question, and I use faith to believe in my religion and to believe in other stuff. Like I would require it because no one else in this world explained God, right? Like in your logic.
No,
right?
a clear question. Why would you use faith? Now, I have pointed out that faith is an unreliable path to truth.
Yes.
Because it can lead you to the Islamic God, it can lead you to the Christian God, it can lead you to pretty much every God proposed. But why would you even use faith?
Yes, because if you want to believe in God, it has to be faith. Because
no, it hasn't. It hasn't because it's demonstrably the wrong tool to use.
And Dabo, think about that statement you just made. Think about that statement you just made. If you want to believe, all right? If you believe in a thing before you find evidence for it, and so if you hold a belief with no evidence, and then you go looking for evidence and you find the evidence to support your belief, how is that any different from confirmation bias?
So like, what do I do? Is like
no. How is that any different from confirmation bias?
Confirmation bias. So like, yeah, I would agree on that. I would be happy to accept that, right? I would 100% accept it just because.
But that's what you're doing.
Yes, exactly. But what I am doing is
then I think we're good.
Yeah. So like, I go to non-believers.
I don't think he understands what confirmation bias means.
Confirmation bias is like, I have faith in something, and when I come up with the example, whatever it was, I just accept it, right?
No. Confirmation bias is when you have a prior held belief, and then any evidence that you come across, you interpret it through the lens that belief is true.
Exactly.
Basically, what I said, right?
No, you're basically saying that the evidence fits your model without confirming that your model is true first.
So, if a model is only, what's that, like 20% accurate, is that a good model to use?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, like if somebody gave you a model and said this is for whatever you want to use it for, said it's 20% accurate, this is how you're going to do stuff from now on. Is that
if that's the only model, if that's the only model that exists at that time, right? That's all I have. I would try with it. Yeah, I would do it.
But there's 5 other models that are
like there's 5 other models. Well. Yeah. So like I would look at those 5 models, and I would see what makes sense to me most, what has less faith, right? So like I would take that and use it. So not 100% sure.
Have you ever seen a magician?
Well, yeah, through YouTube, not in real life though.
Okay, so do you know what magicians do?
Yeah, like fast hand tricks.
They do tricks that make sense to you and therefore fooling you. So what makes sense to you might not be a good thing to rely on.
Yeah, but
because your senses can fool you, and that is literally what magicians do.
So like if there's 5 models, this is the example that we have. And one of them is a magician, like he made it appear that it is accurate more than the other 5.
That's not what he proposed. He said there are 5 models. Yours 20% accurate. There are more accurate models.
I would take the more accurate.
They're all 20% accurate.
Okay.
Oh, then how they are different? Like, aren't they the same?
Well, why would you accept the one that's been presented to you and told to use that one rather than using one of the other models that appear to be just as accurate?
Like basically I would ask him, are they all the same? And if he says yes, like why not take the one that I saw first?
Well, he'd just make up something on the spot and tell you why it's more useful.
Well,
but they're realistically, the data shows they're all 20% accurate.
So would you go with the one you saw first, or would you go with the one where the 20% can actually get you somewhere? Because they're not all the same. The only thing is they're 20% accurate. Might not be the same things they're accurate in. That might not be the same things they're accurate in.
Well, I don't understand the example. If they're all the same,
if they're all 20% accurate,
all right, I got that.
Others might be accurate in different fields. So, and when you say that I'm going to stick with the one that I saw first, that is shutting down your
No,
inquiry
you said like
to
there's
see.
different
That is
fields,
shutting
right?
down your inquiry to see whether or not other models are better.
Yeah, you changed the example there. I told you if they're all the same, different fields,
No,
whatever.
I just told you. I just told you they're
Yeah, didn't hear my answer
20%
to
accurate.
the example.
They're 20% accurate in different fields. Now, if
Yeah,
you
yeah,
shut down and say they're all 20% accurate, that shuts down your inquiry to get to the truth.
Amazing. If they're all different in different fields, yeah, like that means they're all different. Each one has its own field. I would require explanations of all those five models.
You skip the most important point. If you're going to say I'm going to stick with the one that I saw first, that shuts down your inquiry to get to the truth.
How are we determining? One sec. One sec. How are we determining which one is more accurate? Because I'm going to say the one that can make the novel predictions first is the most accurate.
No.
I don't care.
The claim was they were all 20% accurate. I got that wrong too.
So like guys, I had two examples, yeah? The first one, all the models were all the same, and I had an answer to that. I said I would stick to the first one.
They weren't all the same. They had the same percentage of accuracy.
Yeah.
Which is different from being all the same.
Dabo, make your argument again. I wasn't here, so I didn't hear what you're saying. So what are your examples?
So like the second example was all the models were different in other fields, and I haven't given my answer there. And I said I wouldn't take the first one I saw. I would look to the explanations of those 5 models and then determine which one makes sense to me and like have faith in that, and I would pick it, like take it.
But that's not what you said. You said
then I can go.
You literally said then I can go with the one that I saw first.
For the first example, when they all were the same. And sorry if I did not make it clear. So like, did I make it clear now?
Okay, so I have a problem with your second one. The fact that makes sense to you isn't a good criterion.
Well, if I was like a knowledge person, if I was a scientist.
We've been over that while you weren't here, TJump.
Okay, so again, I'm not seeing how this in any way indicates your God here. So I'm saying the model that makes the testable predictions first, that's the best model. If yours doesn't do that, it's not the best model. So we have best models in science. God isn't the best model. So how do we get to God?
So like the difference is there. We have this world to understand ourselves, yeah? We don't need God to explain this world for us, right?
So Dabo.
I agree on that. And the difference is it's in the afterlife, yeah? So like we believe in a just God. In a just God. You mean the justice. So like in a just God, that whatever we do in this earth, we will be rewarded or punished in this afterlife. So like that's the difference there. Like I believe
I don't see any evidence of an afterlife.
So
you're already accepting an afterlife without having evidence for an afterlife. And so you're basing your current actions on something that you cannot prove even exists.
I'm not trying to dogpile, but at least from the data I have, you're only 33% of the population has chosen to be Islam or been indoctrinated in Islam, or however you want to describe that, right? 33% has made, quote unquote, the right decision, as you say, or probably would say. But as Ix was pointing out, it seems like it's more likely that your religion is, well,
you cannot go with the majority,
is influenced by external sources, right? It's not actually from this God thing you say exists. So why would we believe in this thing that only 33% of the world's population believes in, that appears to be a copy of another religion that has a larger population?
We don't go with the majority, right? That doesn't mean anything. If all the people were going down a hill, I wouldn't go there. Like I could see the different, like the wrong thing there. Like we don't go after the majority, right?
I'm not convinced at all. Like I saw this point out.
So that's the difference there. I have faith in the afterlife, and I don't need God to explain those things for me in this life.
But God if it's said only 33% reliable, why would anybody use it for anything?
That doesn't mean anything. If the majority of people smoke cigarettes, that doesn't mean the cigarettes are healthy or good.
Right, I agree. So what is your argument here? So I have a method, science makes testable predictions. Science is the only thing I think can tell us anything about the fundamental nature of reality. You say you have a different method, right?
Which is God tells us not to do something. We have faith that God says don't do that because he knows that it's not good for us, yeah? We can use science to explain it.
Why should we accept your model that says anything over mine? Because I think mine is better.
So like, for example, we are not all intelligent, yeah? Like we have different
clearly.
You don't say.
So basically, like makes sense. But if other people cannot understand something, you would prevent them from doing it. You, as a human, would prevent someone from touching the fire. Like he doesn't know that it will harm him somehow, but you would prevent him. You would take off his hand.
I can say that you talking on Discord kills the magical pixie fairies that you don't understand yet, so I should stop you from talking on Discord. But until we have evidence for that, it's just making stuff up.
Well, yeah, but there's different levels there. I'm just trying to justify God saying no to a sin.
I want to know why we should take that method seriously, because it seems like your method is no different from the magical fairy method that says if you pick your nose on a Tuesday, you're going to kill magical fairies. So why should we think your method is true?
Yeah, basically, you don't have to go by it. You don't have to believe in it on the basis of faith, right? You're going to have to explain it yourself if you don't have faith, yeah? Which you don't have to. Yeah, the specific sin, right? Like if God said something about a sin, for example, don't drink alcohol, yeah? That's what he said. We consider that a sin, right? So like, for me as a Muslim, I have faith in God. We consider that a sin. So I would not go to that. But it does not prevent me from understanding what is the harm in this sin specifically.
I'm totally lost on what you're saying here. So I'm saying we have a method, science. Science tells us things about reality. It's a very reliable method. You have a method, listen to what God says. Like, okay, I can listen to what the book Harry Potter says, but why should we think your method is true and corresponds to reality as opposed to science? Science is a good method. Your method seems to be listen to Harry Potter.
Well, yeah, you can look at it from this point of view, but it's more a realistic one, right?
What
Harry Potter is a novel. Religion is something related.
I have no idea what you're saying. Literally no idea what you're saying.
Basically, you can relate this book of religion to this life that we have right now.
Yeah, I can relate it to Harry Potter too, so...
Not in all cases. So like...
I can't relate to talking snakes and talking donkeys and the moon being split in half, so I can relate to the Bible less than Harry Potter.
What's your point there? Like, do I reject whatever benefit that has from the Quran? Or
no, like I have benefits from Harry Potter, but I'm saying it doesn't matter. None of that means that we should trust the Quran. It's just, it makes you feel good. That's nice. I'm glad it makes you feel good. Harry Potter makes me feel good.
I can buy a wand to do magic with.
But if there's benefit,
called a TV
would you
remote.
deny it?
No, of course there's a benefit. Like there's definitely benefits to religion. It makes people feel good.
All right, so we have 8 people in queue, and I appreciate you coming up here and talking, but I'm getting a ton of DMs, but thank you so much for coming up here. Any
have a good
final thing you want to say?
You're very pleasant to talk to.
Hey, thank you, Dabo. It was interesting speaking with you again.
Yeah. See you guys.
Appreciate you coming up. So we have IBN Kathir, I think that's how you say that.
Assalamu alaikum.
Oh wow, you're loud.
Yeah. So there's a few things going on in your. Are you materialist?
What is it that you would like to present to us?
The true one God.
Which God would that be?
Islam, Allah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, are you materialist?
Go ahead and present your God. Doesn't matter what we believe.
So basically, if you're a materialist and you believe all ideas exist, the idea of God exists, so therefore God exists.
Okay, the idea of God exists just like the idea of Harry Potter exists. Therefore, Harry Potter exists just as much as God does.
Oh, so you agree God exists?
I agree. Harry Potter and God are on equal levels. Yes.
So you believe that the idea of God exists, making him an existent part of reality as a materialist, right?
No.
Meaning God exists.
No, the idea of Harry Potter existing does not mean Harry Potter exists. It means the idea of Harry Potter exists. The idea of a thing is not the thing itself.
I disagree.
Okay, so if I imagine I have $1 billion in my bank account, does that mean I have $1 billion in my bank account?
In your worldview, yes.
So you're equating ideas and concepts with like material things.
That's your materialist worldview.
No, it's not.
Oh, so you don't believe ideas exist?
Not what he said. So he's saying that you are saying that the idea equates to the thing existing in reality.
It does, in your worldview.
No.
Okay, so do you think ideas exist material?
Yes.
So if I have an idea of something, that means it exists materially, right?
No. I have an idea that I have $1 billion in my bank account, but I know I don't have $1 billion in my bank account.
How do you know that under your worldview?
Because ideas don't correspond to reality, and I can demonstrate this pretty easily. I imagine a unicorn in front of me. Oh, look, there's no unicorn in front of me. Problem solved.
Oh. So basically what you're saying right now is that you believe God to exist, but you don't believe God to exist.
No, I say I believe the idea of God to exist. I do not believe God exists independent of ideas.
Oh, so the idea of God exists material.
Yes.
And you believe material is all that exists.
I didn't say that.
Can TJump exchange his $1 billion with you for an actual $1 billion?
Under his worldview, yes.
So you would be
Sorry,
willing to.
We're not doing that. He said under your world. No, we're not. Zammer.
I just tried to make TJump a billionaire by exchanging his imaginary billion
Taco, you
for
owe me
an
$1 billion
billion.
now. It's all your fault, Taco.
Damn.
Bro. Zammer.
Wow, the stakes are really high in this. Holy cow, I had no idea.
Okay, we'll go to the first in queue then. QD, you've been waiting for a while. Oh, I'm sorry, Zemmer came up. Put your hand back up. We'll pull you up next.
Dang, that's a bummer because that dude was like, that guy was hardcore. He was going to like convert all of us to Islam, and it lasted like 20 seconds.
Maybe we would all have been billionaires. I would have liked that actually.
He told TJump his position like 5 times, and we're not going to do that.
Hello, Zammer25. Welcome.
What's up,
Thanks
Zammer?
for joining us.
Hi. Yeah, I think I'm on push to talk, so sorry if I cut out every now and then. I've noticed that I think a lot of the arguments that, especially from the atheistic side of things, I think they're not providing a lot of strong arguments, is what I've noticed. And I think that a lot of the strong arguments are actually coming from the theists. For instance, I noticed that you spoke about, I think a guy prior to a few conversations, everyone's had, he said something about the emergence of consciousness. Do you remember that? There was something about the emergence of consciousness.
I'm curious, what strong argument do you have to make in order to say I do not believe you?
So relating to the argument for consciousness, surely we have to denote the idea that all fragmented aspects of consciousness that we have, surely everything has to reside among some sort of singular ultimate consciousness. Wouldn't you agree with that?
No.
Why not?
What's the argument for that?
Because it would be like if I said every single electron, separate fractal part of electron, must reside in one essence of pure electron that must exist in the universe. Like, no, they could just be separate electrons.
No, but these are properties, right? So these are sub-properties of the ultimate thing. Like I said, I think that.
What's the argument for that?
What's the argument for that? Well, I mean, science doesn't even know how consciousness arose. They don't even know what consciousness is, never mind how it arose.
Yes, we do.
So there's that. And
yes,
I think
we do. Yes, we do. We know what consciousness is.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
It doesn't. It doesn't. It's an argument from
dishonest.
ignorance. Argument from ignorance. Saying science doesn't know isn't evidence of your position. I don't care. Well, what's the evidence?
Oh, yeah.
Do you see now you're shifting the goalposts by saying now we don't care.
No.
See,
So it doesn't matter. We both
usual-
know, and it doesn't matter because your argument is irrelevant. So you made an argument from ignorance, which literally doesn't matter. So we do.
Yeah,
have an answer, but
it doesn't matter according to you. Now I'm going to ask you, what gave
doesn't
you
matter
the
according to logic.
authoritative? I guess what. How could you have exercised that through an authoritative like manner without there being some sort of corresponding factor?
I have no idea what you're saying there. So you started off by saying every single consciousness must be a part of a larger consciousness. I said, nope, that's false. Every single consciousness can be an individual, just like planets can be an individual, particles can be an individual. They don't need to be some part of some ultimate oneness of the thing. Like, no, they can be individual things. So what is your rebuttal to that?
Yeah. So through the scientific metric of things, and the dogma, I actually think a lot of it is dogma, and I actually think that science has been sold to.
I didn't mention science. I just said it can be the case that consciousnesses are individual things and they are not a part of a big collective thing. So where is the problem with that statement?
Right. Okay. So can you prove that that's the case? Can you prove it? You can't.
It's
can you?
logically possible. That's all I need to do.
No. Let's leave logic out of it. Can you prove it? Right. Let's flip it onto use for once. Let's flip it onto use.
So I did. I'm taking the burden of proof here. You said consciousnesses are all a part of a bigger thing. I said no, they're not. They're individuals. You provided no evidence. I provided no evidence.
So how could you know that they're a part of something greater? Some sort of singularity.
Hold up. So you made an assertion. You asserted it must be the case that each individual consciousness is a part of a larger consciousness. Now, all I need to do to disprove that is show it's logically possible that isn't the case, which I did. So if you want to provide some greater evidence that yours is the case, then I would need to provide some greater evidence that mine is the case. But if you don't, then all you've done is make an assertion, and I made an assertion. So
I think the mistake you're making here is, you're assuming that consciousness is within everything that we experience in this universe, or anything that we can view, right?
No.
That the mind's eye can focus on, and I think that's kind of a bit ignorant, because
I never said that. So
because
that's not a part of my statement.
Planets are not conscious, are they?
Zammer, stop. I never said that. So all I said was, you made the argument consciousnesses are a small part of a larger consciousness. I said, no, they're not. They're individual things. I've made no assumptions. I've made
listen. No. You've provided a certain claim, right? There's an aspect of certainty. So then you need to provide the evidence, right?
Wait. So I did. All I said, is it logically possible?
You never did. You're being dishonest. You never did.
No, Zammer, you're not following. So you made a claim that consciousnesses are a part of a larger consciousness. You provided no evidence. You just made a claim. So I made a different claim, which they are not part of a larger consciousness.
Yes.
Now both of
one
second. Stop.
You need to provide the evidence.
Zammer, stop interrupting me. Holy shit. Stop. Do not interrupt me. We're just going to kick you. You made an assertion with no evidence. You're called making shit up. You've made shit up that you think consciousness is a part of a larger consciousness. And I made up something else. I said, no, it's not. So you made an idea in your head, which you made up, and you said it was the case. I said, no, it's not. Here's a different idea. So now we've both provided equal evidence for our claims. Now, if you want to provide another level of evidence, like empirical evidence that it is the case, then I would need to provide more evidence at that point. But until you provide more evidence that your claim is rational, then my claim is equally rational, and so I've debunked your argument.
You don't understand the amount of hypocrisy that's kind of that you're spewing essentially out of your mouth. So, do you know what's funny? Science says that
science.
Sorry?
I never said anything about science. So
you don't need to. I am. No, you don't need to. I am. So they say that the universe it arose 4 billion years ago, wasn't it? 4 billion years ago.
14.
Sorry?
13.8. 14 billion.
Yeah. Well, they used to think it was 44 billion, right? So you can see it's getting smaller. Anyway, yeah, the gap is shrinking. Yeah,
it's not. No, it's not.
It is.
No, it's not. You're ignorant.
We can see that, right? Like I said,
Zammer, stop. Zammer, stop. In physics, they have larger p-values. They say 14.4 plus or minus 10 billion years or something. I don't remember what it is. In that p-value, they were correct in their 14.4 billion because their p-value included the 13.8 billion. So they were correct in both.
Yeah, right.
It's just getting more accurate.
What if they find in the near future, right?
Why do you keep talking about science?
Shush and let people talk. Stop talking. It's not a monologue. It's a dialogue, right?
And bring up an argument and stop critiquing science that you don't understand.
I wanted to ask him why it's important for atheist arguments to be stronger, and I'm curious about why logic can be dismissed from all of this. Zammer25, you're back. Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, there was no need to kick people. Is there a need to kick people? Is there?
No, it's just the
it's a bit dishonest, right? It shows weakness, and I know
when I unmute you, it does that. This guy's just gonna from the stage now, but when I unmute you because of the way stages work, it does that automatically, and we're not getting into the meta. So, Cobura, you're up next in queue.
Darn it! I was looking forward to an answer to those other points, but hello.
For the record, I'm not an admin. I can't kick or mute people, so I didn't do that.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Cobura. I just wanted to ask you all. Yeah, just say Cobura, right? I'm Australian, by the way. I wanted you all. Yeah. I wanted to ask you all if you guys believe in a sort of like a mimetic Bible, if that makes sense.
What does that mean?
It means as in the sense that as one can draw insight from the fables of like the Bible, like the traditional Bible, so can one not draw insights from memes and current doings in culture and draw, draw their morals from the current going-ons in current media in the same way that they can from the Bible.
Sure.
All right. And then my second idea is that God. This is my God proposal, right? So God is pretty much the idea that this will to live, like society's will to live, is spread throughout like memes and mimetics, and that is what God is. It is the will to live spread throughout memes and society, and it is people trying to come up and convince people of their own ways of how society should survive.
So you're just changing the definition of ideas or ideologies to God. I mean, you're not actually positing anything new.
But God, all right. So to evolve on from that, then God is the relation between infinity and chance, and the so if we
what does that mean?
So if we picture infinity as a circle, right, something that goes around and round in a loop, right? Like infinity is the between 0 and 1, right? But what happens once we reach the 1? Does it go back to 0? Does it keep going? Or like once we define infinity, does it become the undefinable?
I have no idea what you're saying right now.
What do you mean?
So infinity is a set that is continuous.
Yeah, but
what is that? That has literally nothing to do with random chance.
What do you mean, a set that's continuous?
It's like infinity isn't a number, it's a set. So a set is a collection of things. So any collection of things that is continuous is an infinite set.
And a set, okay, so therefore life is infinite, and therefore life is God. So therefore the mimetic will to live is God again.
So life isn't infinite. Life is finite. It has a finite beginning and will likely have a finite end.
How do you know that though? Life has an exponential growth though. Like the more life there is, like the more life is able to produce, unless we introduce the human element. Yeah, entropy.
So like the amount of usable energy in the universe is decaying, and so likely all life will come to an end, just like it came to a beginning some 4 billion years ago.
Yeah, but if it comes to an end, won't it come to a beginning again? Isn't that like infinity? This is why I propose that infinity, even in and of itself, is the concept of God.
Well, there are cyclic cosmologies where that's the case. That after death, there's new universes begin, but we don't know.
Yeah. Well, my kind of idea is that God is like a life path. You know, if you have an infinity. Like, we're all living our own infinities as lives, right? Oh, big shrink theory. All right, I'll go look into it. Sorry, someone messaged me. But if we're all living on these, like, our own egos are living on, like, an infinite plane, right? And we're all our own infinity. Pardon? Sorry?
I wish I lived for infinity. I'm not. I'm going to die, unfortunately.
No, I mean... Yeah, we're going to die, but if you think about it, I mean, in my belief, dying is just like going to sleep and then you wake back up again. If you believe in reincarnation, right? Like, it's just a light switch, right? Like, on and off. Like, that's what in my brain, infinity is a set, right? But to define a set, an uncountable set, is to subvert infinity, and then you're back where you started, right? The way that I define infinity is once you have it, you don't have it, because it's like a circle, and once you go over the event horizon, you're right back where you started again.
Yeah, but why would you believe in reincarnation?
Why not? What else is there to believe in other than that you'll be able to live a life without all the miserable vices that you've consumed?
You
don't have... That's assuming that they're vices and assuming that they're miserable.
Well, a vice, hate and love are the same thing. You know, vices are just habits, right? Vices
it's human experience.
Yeah, it's up to the perceptor, right? It's up to the eye of the beholder to determine whether or not it's a vice, a habit, or it's hate or love, right?
So do you have any memories from a previous life, or are you the first incarnation?
I would believe I have memories from a previous life, but I don't really want to talk about them.
Oh, okay. So you do have some memories that you think are from previous life, then?
Yeah. I've had experiences that seem supernatural. I mean, I don't believe if they're real. Like, I can't tell if they're real or not.
So assuming that they're true, that they are actually memories from a previous life, then, but without being able to confirm that, you're pretty much just holding on to the idea because it has some psychological utility for you.
I wouldn't say it has any utility for me, because if the most okay, so yeah, the past life thing is a part of the God complex and all that kind of stuff, right? But if it's like, if these past lives come again, I would not want that, because, you know, the rapture and all that kind of stuff, and it's stated that, you know, the coming again of certain lives will mean the rapture. And if it is passing through this mimetic society, right, where everything is shared with everyone, wouldn't it be that, like, it's inevitable, like, if the prophecy is true, you know? And I'd say it would be a detriment to me, because it causes fear, you know? The fact that past lives could live again and things can come again. If you look at the Bible, that just brings me fear. So it doesn't actually serve me a purpose.
Why would the Bible bring you fear?
It's
a book.
Yeah, but a lot of people believe it, and a lot of people still go around spouting it.
That's argument for popularity. That's an appeal to popularity.
If you apply my definition of a Bible, it's the mimetic will of the people to live right. If you look at Jesus, he subverted the Romans to, you know, help his people out. If you look at Moses, he subverted the Egyptians to help his people out.
The Bible is one ancient book among many ancient books. And the Bible, I would agree, is designed to inspire fear in people in order to get them under its sway. It's a book of control is what it is. Whereas the Tao is far more insightful about the human experience and our interactions with reality. It's still, you know, there's still a bunch of stuff in it that I don't accept, but it's far more insightful. And reading the Tao never made me fearful of anything. It actually, there's some insight in there that helped me to understand myself, and internal insight and external insight. So why, if something is you know, designed to make me fearful of reality with no justification, and another thing is designed to give me more insight into myself so I understand myself and my world better, why wouldn't I take the Tao over the Bible?
Well, they're the same thing. The way that you just described it is the way that
they are not. Bible, right? No.
the Bible are nowhere near the same thing. Listen. Sorry. They're pushing the same.
Cobra, do you mind if I like rephrase? His position is just that any meme that is an idea that is transmitted through people in order to promote life is the Bible and is God. So they're both,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So his argument there, it doesn't matter. I still don't understand anything he said about the infinite randomness thingy, or like, so it seems like you're just defining ideas as God, which again, you're not presenting anything new. I agree, ideas exist.
But like, so can you just reiterate what you said about Taoism? Sorry.
I'm saying that the Tao is not the same book as the Bible, and it's not pushing the exact same agenda.
Yeah, but it's still pushing it still serves the same purpose, right? To subvert.
No, it's not. It's philosophical insights into reality. Now there are things that are back, like the concepts of like ki and so on and so forth, but I don't prescribe to those. But it's much like Aesop's fables. I can derive meaning from the stories without assuming that donkeys and ravens can talk to each other.
That's what I said with mimetic Bible, right? Like people are able to draw from the mimetics of society to be able to infer their own morals, and it's the same with Taoism and same with the Bible, right? But they're subverting something, right? They're subverting a society that already exists, right? Or they're subverting ideas that had already existed. Like there has to be some basis.
Can we get back to the topic in some way? How does this relate to God? Because I don't like.
Well, I've already said what God is. God is the mimetic will to live that's shared throughout the people, and it's like it's people trying to figure out.
Where did you get that definition from?
I made it up.
Okay, the reason I asked that is because I've spoken with many individuals of many different denominations and many different versions of Christianity, and this mimetic idea, I've never heard it put that way before. So you're basically looking at what you have to work with and coming up with a definition that suits you.
Yeah, well, you're looking at society, right? And you're writing your own Bible so that you can live life in your world, right?
It's not a refutation of what I said. You're looking at what's available and you're drawing your own interpretation and deciding upon what you think is true.
Aren't you?
No, I'm looking at the evidence. I'm more interested in what is true and not what I want to be true.
Yeah, I understand that. You're trying to challenge me to try and work towards like we're trying to figure out, like, it's the purpose of debating, right? Like, that is what the scientific method exists for.
Can we make a rule that whenever we get into these kinds of conversations, we like specifically say, are you positing something new that we don't already know exists?
Well, here's the thing, right?
Redefining things we already accept.
But you can't.
Redefining things is kind of it kind of wastes a lot of time. We'd like to try to stick with general.
I don't know what you guys already know and don't know. I'm just using my own perception, listening for the past 2 hours of what the fuck you guys have been talking about. Like scientific method this, Islam that, scientific method this. Like, I don't know what you guys fucking like know and don't know.
Okay, so we answered that. We said that yes, we understand ideas and methodologies exist. That's great. They're not called God, so you just calling them God doesn't have any progress in any.
Here's the thing, right? Anybody can call them God. If some random
you can call anything you want God, but what most people mean by God is a new thing, like a non-physical mind that created the universe, kind of gibberish. So
yeah, but
if you're not positing anything new, you're just redefining things we already know exist.
You guys literally said that my concept of God is the Bible being mimetic and like God being like this idea that passes through people, like being shared through memes, like, is that not new? Like, God is a life path.
It's indistinguishable from a natural account of the origin of religion, which most people would take to be a refutation of the truth of religion, right? So you saying that here's this natural account that people have these ideas and so on, and that's what accounts for the idea that people think they call God. That's what most people would take to be a competing hypothesis to the God hypothesis itself. Just saying, well, that is all God is more or less the same thing a naturalist would be saying in dismissal of the idea of God. So if your idea of what God is indistinguishable from someone trying to refute the idea that God exists.
But then I bring in reincarnation and I'm like, And then it's like, oh yeah, infinity goes in a circle. So when the world ends, it just restarts.
Yeah, that's where you're not even wrong, because I don't think we could track what the heck you're trying to say.
I did find the reincarnation angle interesting, and I do appreciate you for saying that you made some things up on your own. I think this is admirable, and people should do that when they have done that instead of trying to dodge things like that. So you've been straightforward with these things. The reincarnation, what do you think drives the mechanism for reincarnation? Is it a god?
I think well, I define infinity as God, right? Like God is like whatever you want it to be, right? It's your will to live. It's your whatever you want it to be, right? But if you define God as infinity, right, then it just keeps going in a circle, because infinity is in and of itself a circle. What is a set? It's something like it's a set of things that you've put a circle around, right? Like, oh, I've put a circle around these things in a set, or you put a square around these things, or an abstract shape.
Well, the thing about infinity is an unbounded set. So
yeah, it's an unbounded set.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily make a circle.
Yeah, well. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily make a circle, but it could just be an infinite line. It could be a spiral. It could take on any form, right? But the point of infinity is once you define it, it becomes undefined, and then you have to define it again.
No, literally not that.
Well, have you defined infinity?
Yes.
You just defined God as whatever you want it to be. I think we should move on to someone who has like a specific claim about a specific thing.
No, but like if you define infinity, like it literally is subverting the definition of infinity on self, which is the uncountable.
No,
infinity's not.
How does that subvert? Wait, how does the definition of infinity subvert itself? I don't get that.
There's such a thing as a countable infinite. A countable infinite is a real thing. It's called alpha null. Like there's.
But then a countable infinite is finite. Like what?
Well, and then there's alpha null plus one. Haha.
So, Cobura,
wouldn't it make sense
for
that
coming up? It sounds like the group isn't really convinced. Is anybody here convinced of anything?
No.
You know what? I think could probably be, maybe we give Cobura maybe a last 10 seconds to say something before we head off. Would that be okay with you, Cobura?
Yeah, sure. I just want to say that, like, well, it's impossible to explain, like, because what is your basis? Wait, can I ask one question, actually? Can I ask a question?
Sure.
What is the logic that defines infinity via the scientific method?
Uncountable set. That's how it does it.
Yeah, or as I said, an unbounded set. Same thing. So it's an unbounded.
But then you said that there are bounded infinities.
Well, if it's bounded, then it's not infinite. It has an ending.
Isn't that what a countable infinity is? Isn't that like? How is it still unbounded? Is it just unbounded in our perception of the infinity?
You can keep adding one to whatever number you say seems to be infinity. You can keep adding to it and it never ends.
Yeah, but then it's still uncountable because you can keep adding one.
No, again, you just are ignorant of math. Google alpha null. Alpha null is a
countable. How is this ignorant?
It doesn't make it. There's no bounded, unbounded. It's just basic math. Google alpha null.
No, I understand. Okay, I'll Google alpha null and then I'll rebut. I'll alpha null and ULL.
Alpha null.
Oh, alpha null is the smallest infinite number in the code.
So I think we're kind of getting off topic here. Unbounded set is probably adding some confusion to this, but I think it was a pleasure talking with you. I enjoyed the reincarnation part, and I think a lot of us did. Thank you very much for coming on.
So, Miles or a Miles?
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, you got it.
You there? What's going on?
What? So I wasn't here in the beginning. What criteria you're looking to be convinced of?
Any criteria you can provide to differentiate imagination from reality,
or the criteria that convinced you would be good.
So I believe in biblical texts, and I think a lot of biblical texts from Hinduism to Christianity share so many coincidences, like coming back to life after 3 days, that to me is enough proof to indicate that there is a God, at least a God. I don't really know the specific God, because to label that specific God would mean that you know which God, and how would you know which God? So you can't.
Okay, I think you mean scripture, because you said biblical, but the Hindu Vedas are not biblical. They're just scriptures.
Thanks, Ix. I was just going to go there and ask about what you mean by biblical texts when he talks about
biblical texts. I think Hinduism texts. I think Egyptian texts, Sumerian texts.
The word you want is scripture. Just use the word scripture to be clear.
Oh, right. Scripture.
So how did you confirm that, that like, for example, the resurrection took place?
Because through so many different cultures, it seems to be a prominent part of so many different scriptures.
Did you know that at that time there's people apparently were getting up out of their graves or out of their caskets or whatever and getting back up and walking around in the streets? It was kind of depicted as a common occurrence. And so why would the miracle of one particular person be miraculous if other people were reporting, experiencing these things? And I suspect the reason for that, by the way, is that people were wrongfully determined to be dead, and then they got up out of their caskets or whatever, and mistake taken care of. We're much better at determining if a person's really dead nowadays than we used to be.
This is why safety coffins were invented in the 18th century.
I actually agree. I think that we didn't have very good medicine, but the specificity of 3 days in scriptures is too much for me to ignore. I can't just say, oh, they accidentally buried someone for 3 days, and this is in 3 days. I think if someone's buried, they're going to get up after a day, maybe even 5 or 6 hours.
The question is, that's what the story is.
Yeah.
How do you confirm that the story existed? How do you confirm the story is true? How do you determine the validity of it?
Because it's written in hieroglyphics, it's written on camel shoulders in Aramaic. Because it's written in so many different languages throughout time. Yeah.
Did you know that people can survive for 3 days without water?
And just because it's written doesn't make it true. It just means it's a story that's consistently being told. That's the only thing we can confirm from that. So if one culture tells a story and they pass that story on to another culture, and then they write that culture writes it down, and then they pass it on to somebody else, this just means the story is traveling. Just similar to how the Epic of Beowulf or the Epic of Gilgamesh or other stories about legendary heroes or the Arthurian cycles. These things pass through cultures and they survive. Okay, but we can't determine if King Arthur existed. We can't determine if Gilgamesh existed. We can't determine if Beowulf existed. They're ancient stories that have just been saved over time because they're narratives. And so we can't determine if they're true. So how are you determining that this is true when all we have is evidence that a story was passed on?
Well, I mean, I would look at any specific example you have and see if it's traversed as many cultures.
The Epic of Gilgamesh has,
and that comes from Sumerian text.
Yes,
and it could be true. Gilgamesh story could be true. There's no way to determine if it's not true.
But do you believe it's true? No, that's the point. But do you believe the Epic of Gilgamesh? Do you believe that Gilgamesh existed and that he met a man named Enkidu and they became friends and went on there? Do you believe this story?
I think parts of it are true. I don't think the whole thing's true. I don't think going to the afterlife and everything that he was described was true. Just like Homer. I don't think the Odyssey is true.
Inspired by actual events, as stories tend to persist, as stories like continue on. The fish story, the fish keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So yeah, that's an intellectually honest response. That there may be some root in reality, but the story that we have now may be an embellishment of things that were currently going on, of what were going on at the time. That's good. So why don't you apply that same critique to the Bible?
I do. I actually do. But even in the Bible, he says he's a jealous God. It could be that there's multiple different gods because he says he's a jealous guy. He doesn't want.
Hang on. Don't jump to God. We're sticking with the resurrection narrative.
Oh, right.
So why don't we apply that same scrutiny that we do to Gilgamesh, to Beowulf, to Arthur, to why don't we apply those same things, that same credibility, that same scrutiny to the resurrection narrative? Because remember, there are contradictions in what happened during and after the resurrection. The people who went to the tomb, the people who went into the tomb, what they saw at the tomb, who saw him afterwards. There's contradictions all over the place. Just like the story keeps changing over time. So what precludes the resurrection narrative from having the same scrutiny applied to it?
The 3-day specificity. I mean, they always, it's in so many different tests. It says in 3 days he rose again in 3 days. And there's other things that it might be metaphoric in that sense. Maybe it's a metaphor. Maybe it wasn't really 3 days. Maybe it was the 3 degrees of the sun rising forward, and really it was a few weeks. I don't really know, because there's so much information.
God did not rise from the dead. It was made up. So that's the point. They can make up 3 days, and it didn't happen. So why should we think it happened?
Because of maybe that specific thing didn't happen, but the fact that somebody rising after being buried for 3 days being so predominant in so many different cultures and so many different texts, more than most other things, that should be evidence to show that there's something here to look at. There's something here to possibly believe.
So, like, resurrection might be a thing. Like, somebody might be able to come back from the dead. I'm with you.
Why does the number of cultures matter? Because I don't think the number of cultures makes any difference.
So the point there I was making is that would be better evidence to suggest resurrection than a god. So how are you making the leap to God? And then TJ.
I'm making the leap to God because it seems like a divine miracle or divine power to come back from the death.
Well, is that incredulity?
Yeah, good point.
I didn't hear that. Go ahead.
So incredulity.
I'm not familiar with that verbiage.
You can't see how because you can't see how it could be any other way. It has to be divine.
There's a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you familiar with like the difference between the Gospels? So-called synoptic problem. Like there's the same events described in different ways, or events missing or present between the Gospels. You're aware of that, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Paul describes things differently. Yeah.
Okay. And you're aware that there's a chronology, which is to say that one of these Gospels came before the other, and there's a certain order that can be established. You understand that, right?
Yeah. Like the story of the tax collector and who was first, and I got you.
Okay. Well, no, I mean like who wrote which gospel in which order, not just the events in the Gospels and like what. Not the chronology inside the Gospels, but the chronology of the Gospel authors themselves, the authorships of the Gospels. Okay.
I don't know about that.
Do you know which came first, Mark or Matthew?
Nope. I don't know who wrote it first. And I don't think I don't know, unless you
Most scholars think there's numerous pieces of evidence that point to Mark being the earliest gospel and Matthew coming later. Okay. Now, where in Mark do you see it mentioning Jesus being dead for 3 days and 3 nights?
Specifically, I don't know.
Yeah.
I in Bible study and stuff, I read it chapter to chapter. I mean, it could be.
It's mentioned in Matthew.
I'm just not very versed right now. Go ahead.
Matthew comes later, right? And there's numerous examples of things that are mentioned in Matthew that aren't mentioned in Mark. And a possible explanation for the reason why later Gospels add information that's not present in earlier ones is that there's motivations for doing so, right? So one of the motivations for changing something or adding something to the story is to try to be persuasive to the people that were the intended audience of the story. And one of the things that we know is that in Judaism, a person's soul was said to reside on the earth for 3 days and 3 nights before departing into Sheol, or the afterlife, right?
Yeah.
So the idea that Jesus rose after 3 days or 3 nights is a way of trying to be more convincing to people at the time that were Jewish that a Jewish Messiah really did rise from the dead, because they rose at a time which is consistent with their belief about when a soul would depart or not, right? So given the fact that these stories were written at different times, that one of these stories came after, that people objected to the original story, and then additions were made to the story that seemingly make it more persuasive and address people's objections that existed to the first version of the story, then it seems like a better explanation than that the consistency of the 3 days and 3 nights means it's more likely to be true. The fact that it didn't appear in the earlier version, but it does appear in the later version, is evidence that it actually wasn't consistent, but they attempted to retroactively make it appear to try to convince people.
Yeah, again, the fact that it's mentioned in different cultures, it's not specific to Judaism or Judaic practices, which is the link that you're making between that and the Bible, but it's in other scriptures too. I don't know
not
if
in the
that's
earlier
100%.
So
I don't understand.
In the Bible,
understand the point.
as far as the Bible goes, I don't understand. Yeah, go ahead.
If it gets added, so if it's not in Mark and people object, specifically Jews object to Mark and don't accept it, and then Matthew comes along later and changes the narrative to try to make it more appealing to Jews by, for example, adding that it happened after 3 days and 3 nights and providing reasons to think that that's consistent with Judaism, then it's more consistent with Matthew being an attempt to modify the story of Mark to become more appealing to Jews.
I don't understand the point of why you're even bringing this up. Like he said, the 3 days, if Jesus didn't rise from the dead, then who cares? What difference does it make where this was added or why this was added? It literally doesn't matter. Like
he's saying that his core belief is that this being a widespread belief that 3 days and 3 nights is common in different cultures is like why he believes it, right?
Right.
So the fact is that in the earlier versions of this story itself, the earlier Gospels, it wasn't mentioned the 3 days and 3 nights. And then in later versions, it was added. So all that's showing.
So my question to him is, why does the 3 days being a big belief matter?
Also, you said Mark wrote about it. Mark 14:28.
Go back. Forget the Gospels. Why does the 3 days being popular belief matter? There are lots of popular beliefs. Why does a popular belief make anything evidence? I can write 3 days in a Harry Potter novel. Does that make it evidence Harry Potter is true?
Because it's a widespread religious belief that many different cultures that are even disjointed from one another believe in.
They believe in lots of things. Does that mean that everything they believe is true?
Do they all believe in the lots of things? No, but they all do believe in very specific things. No, they don't all believe in the same thing. They don't all believe in the same things that are
Hinduism predates Christianity by like over 1,000 years.
Well, I'm still going back to, why do you care what lots of religious people believe? Lots of people believe lots of stupid things. Most people were flat earthers at one point. Does that mean that flat earth was true back then? Why do you care what lots of people believe?
If a majority of religions, sects from different cultures, even disjointed from different regions of the world, believe in the same thing, that holds evidence that maybe that one thing that they do all believe in could hold some grounds.
Why is that not a bandwagon fallacy? That's just a bandwagon fallacy. Lots of people believe
it's not a bandwagon fallacy because they don't all believe in the same God. The bandwagon is that they would all believe in the same God.
No. Bandwagon is lots of people believe it, therefore it's true. It doesn't matter what you place as the thing they believe. If lots of people believe it, therefore it's true, is a bandwagon fallacy.
It's not about a lot of people. It's about a lot of religions.
Yes, so lots of one group of people. That's lots of people.
Many groups of different religions believe in one specific thing. I don't think so.
Literally, that's literally the definition.
Don't think so. It shows grounds that there might be some efficacy to this one specific thing.
No, it literally doesn't. A lot of people used to be flat earthers in every culture all over the world. Does that mean that it's evidence of flat earth being true? No.
A lot of people believe in quantum entanglement. Does that make quantum entanglement true?
No.
Or could that just be random coincidence?
The fact that people believe it literally isn't evidence. It's not because they believe it that makes it true. No.
Wouldn't that decouple your thought from scientific theory? Because the only reason it's a scientific theory is because it passed the consensus that a lot of scientists believe it to be true.
No, because the reason it's a scientific theory is because it makes novel testable predictions which can be confirmed in a lab. It has nothing to do with the fact that people believe it.
But that's why we're having a bunch of you can't repeat this study issues going on right now, right?
That's in the soft sciences and empirical quantum physics. They repeat them all the time. So that has literally nothing to do with the topic.
It's 30% of chemistry, 66% of geology.
You're talking about quantum mechanics. Literally none of that has anything to do with it.
I'm just talking about science in general now.
Literally nothing to do with the topic. Consensus of science and physics is based on repeatable, testable experiments. It has nothing to do with consensus. It's not about lots of people believe it. That's not an argument in any science ever.
When we can't repeat certain tests, does that mean that it's no longer a theory? Because we can't repeat a lot of tests right now, as it is right now.
Sure. I don't care. What does that have to do with the topic?
Because then why are they not denouncing that, oh, wow, this theory was wrong?
We are. And soft sciences are garbage. If it's not repeatable, we get rid of it.
It's not holding true right now.
Topic? Yes, it is. That's why it's called the repeatability crisis. It's a crisis because we have to get rid of a lot of non-repeatable stuff. It's literally what we're doing. None of this answers the question. The fact that lots of people believe something is never evidence, ever, in science. No one cares.
I guess consensus doesn't matter and theories don't matter.
No, consensus is based on evidence. The evidence is what shapes the consensus. It's the evidence that matters. The fact that people believe isn't consensus. Consensus is the evidence.
Therefore, we just agree the evidence that many different cultures believe in this thing.
That's not evidence. That's a
and have seen. They
fallacy.
say that they see this thing, therefore makes it a theory. Therefore,
not
it
evidence.
would couple with your theory.
I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding here. Like I think A Miles is talking about consensus in the sense that a number of people are agreeing rather than consensus of evidence. Is that right, A Miles?
They're both pretty much the same thing to me. I mean, consensus of evidence, because this evidential thing of rising after 3 days is being predominant in so many cultures, and saying that they believe this to be true, that they did see it, they did do this, is a consensus in the end of itself, because they're writing about it.
What culture other than Christianity believes that Christ rose after 3 days?
Not Christ specifically, but that whatever they, Hinduism has a different name, Egyptian has a different name, American mythology has a different name. The Aztecs have a different name for it. Almost all cultures. I don't know if Canadian.
I'm Canadian. I just had to say that.
The Inuit, maybe. I don't know if I haven't looked in with.
So you're saying that because so you're saying that because a concept was thought up by human beings, the concept of resurrection was dreamed up by human beings, that makes it plausible?
Well, they all say, 3 days coming back. Go ahead, Peter.
Does it make all those gods real?
No, but I think it shows that this one thing should be looked at because it's spread throughout so many different religions, cultures are disjointed, that maybe there is something here to be looked at. I'm not saying that any specific religion is right, because then therefore I would have to prove that one specific God is right, and I don't believe any one specific person can prove any one specific God is true. I think that's erroneous. I don't think God's material enough to do any of that. But I think that it shows evidence that it could be true, that there might be something here to look at.
I have a question. So there was one religion that came up with the 3 day, the resurrection after 3 days, the first. Could it be that other religions thought that was a convincing concept and therefore adapted it, and it might not just be true, it's just something they thought would be convincing, and so they added it into their story?
About 6 years ago, the first ones that wrote about this were the Egyptians. It was like the oldest thing that they could carbon date were the Egyptians. It's possible maybe they took it from the Egyptians. I'm not too sure. But how would the Aztecs get it from the Egyptians?
That wasn't my question.
Oh, okay. So, go ahead.
Apparently, people heard about the resurrection after 3 days from other religions. If they incorporated that fact into their religion, wouldn't that be a plausible thing?
Right, and then to combat it would just be to say what I said. I don't know how an Egyptian gets to Mayan or Aztec culture.
Pretty much makes the resurrection after 3 days completely worthless, because it's just adapted from a previous story in order to convince people. It doesn't say anything about it being plausible, let alone being possible.
This goes back to the original statement I made before you started speaking. How would disjointed cultures, even geographically disjointed cultures and religions, be able to get this kind of information? I mean, at some point, it's almost like they had a connected consciousness or something.
Yeah, because people share the same biases. It's called anthropocentric fallacy.
Yeah, how do you know the story didn't travel?
Story might have traveled across all of Asia. I'm not too sure about that, but even things disconnected from Asia were still writing about this. So how would they get this? How would it
because
be
people
possible?
obsess over numbers and patterns. It's just a common fallacy in minds. But still, I'm going back to who gives a shit? A bandwagon fallacy, also called the conceal to appeal to masses or the common belief of the masses is a fallacy because it doesn't matter what most people believe. It's never evidence.
So if belief is not evidence, then I don't know how anyone could ever convince you God exists. Because there's no materialistic. There's no materialism of God.
Miles, you're talking about faith.
Like you got, yeah, pretty much. It's faith, it's belief. You have to believe or think of.
That's great. And we, at multiple times, multiple instances on this very stage today and previous stages, we have discussed why faith is unreliable and should not be used towards getting toward as a tool to get as a pathway to truth. We've discussed it multiple times.
So you yourself said that it can lead you to believe in different gods. So how is your faith reliable in any way?
It's just whatever makes your life better, whatever you perceive to build up yourself that you want to follow that.
Okay,
that's going to make
Miles,
your life
Miles,
better.
Then we have a term that is wishful thinking.
Yeah, then Miles, I have something to pose to you. Okay, and I think that we can move on from this one. I'm just going to pose this to you real fast.
Yeah.
Hypothetically, say I'm a Christian. I believe in God. Prayer is part of my daily routine. This is what I do. Okay, this is my life. Okay? Then one day I'm in a car accident. I'm trapped in the car. I can't get out. All right. Now, because I'm in this precarious situation, my life is in danger. I pray because it's what I do. It's what I believe in. So I pray to God, and the firefighters use the jaws of life. They cut me out of the car, and my life is saved. And they're able to save my life. Now, I know that prayer, much like meditation, has a physiological effect on my body. It lowers my heart rate. It keeps me calm. It lowers my blood pressure. It increases my odds of survival. Okay. I use less oxygen. I don't panic. So therefore, the same thing applies to like trapped in cave-ins and stuff like that. So I don't panic. I focus. I keep myself calm, keep my mind calm, and I increase my odds of survival. Now, does the fact that I prayed and I survived and that it has a physiological utility and a psychological utility, does that mean that what I'm praying to exists?
No, not at all.
There you go.
Hey, Miles. There is a way to prove to me, to convince me that a deity exists, and I'd be happy to tell you about it if you're interested.
Maybe another time. I'll come up whenever you guys have a different event. I think I've taken a little bit too much time. You got people waiting.
It was a pleasure talking with you. Thank you for coming on.
You got it, Randolph. Thanks, guys.
Take care, bud.
Take it easy. Host, you're next in queue. I invited you up. How's it going?
Hello, guys. How you doing?
Good. What you got for us today?
Doing good.
So, what convinced me that God exists is the evolution of technology. And did you guys heard of a concept called the?
Did you say evolution of technology?
Yeah, the evolution of technology. Did you guys?
How did you attribute that to a god?
Well, I haven't finished yet. So
you're asking, had we heard of something? What?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, have you guys heard of the concept called Jupiter brain?
Jupiter ring.
I haven't.
Jupiter brain.
I haven't.
Yeah. So basically, is futurists predict that in the future, all matter will be computable, will have intelligence. It will be made by nanotechnology, and probably we also will integrate nanotechnology in our bodies, and we might become like artificial intelligence. We're gonna merge with it, right?
You talk about trans. You talk about trans.
Hold on. There's a flaw in that logic, because if all matter is going to become nanotechnology, we won't have bodies anymore to inject it into.
We'd still have bodies. So yes, we're gonna have nanotechnology. Why? How does this indicate God?
So anyway,
what you're referring to is transhumanism, by the way.
Right.
Yeah.
So once we will reach this super advanced state of technology, we will be able to create Jupiter-sized brain. Okay.
Sure.
Like, so now imagine how smart we are right now with just this little piece of meat. Now imagine what we will become with that capacity.
In that scenario, we don't create it.
Yes, we would.
We are no longer part of the equation.
No, we would still be.
We
no,
are
that's
the
incorrect.
equation.
We are still building it, so we can definitely build a machine the size of Jupiter in the future, and we can make it a brain. Sure. So what is the point?
Well, the point is, at what point we can call it God?
Never.
What do you need?
Never.
No, so wait.
We can never go back in time and create the universe. We're making this bigger brain, but it can never be God.
This sounds very much like the Ray Bradbury Matryoshka brain.
Yes, it's but wait a minute.
Okay, it's science fiction.
What do you mean it's science
fiction? That was the concept was essentially created by Bradbury. I think it was his sci-fi anthology, Science at the Far Edge of Science at the Far Edge of Knowledge, where it was the idea that it was a megastructure of immense computational capacity that was so the energy was generated by a Dyson sphere. So this is far flung. This is far flung stuff, but it still doesn't jump the gap to like a god. This would just be a megastructure of immense computational power.
Yeah, well, that's
what
we
as TJump said, if we create that brain in the future, that brain could not have made this universe, therefore could not be God.
Oh, well, about that, I don't think anyone made the universe. I think the universe was always there, and God is eternal in the universe. That's what I believe. So there is no creator of this universe.
But if God is already there, then how can we create him in the future?
We are God. We're just evolving into a final state. Like when you born.
Oh, wait. But do you believe that God exists now because humans may become gods in the future?
Well, if I absolutely believe that we are becoming God, then I can call myself God right now. It's just that I didn't reach
no, you
all
can't
my
call
capacity.
yourself anything. You can't call yourself anything that you haven't become yet. So if you go to school, you might at some time acquire a PhD. That doesn't mean that you can call yourself a PhD scientist right now.
I think this is kind of what TJump was talking about earlier. This is just redefining what God is.
Yeah, and there's another problem here is, this God you're talking about, if we are to become that, we're still dependent on all that technology. If we go somewhere else in the universe where that technology isn't available, all our powers are gone. It is not intrinsic within us. It is not a part of us yet. So that's a problem. If the technology's gone, we're back to being human, and that can be taken away. The idea with a God who's omnipotent and omniscient, etc., those are intrinsic in that deity, so those can't be taken away by some external force.
Yeah, and if I can become president of the United States in the future, can I call myself president of the United States right now? I just wanted to know that, just in case Trump wins the next election. Then
you have to get that shadow president out of the way first.
Well, you can if like you have if you have a great intelligence and you predict all your opponent moves and you know that
now you're moving the goalposts. No. Now you're moving the goalposts because you were talking
intelligence.
No, you were talking about what I can become in the future. So I'm not there yet, but I can become that in the future.
Wait, I like this. This is a great argument. I'm gonna go up to like my kid. He's like 8 years old. He's gonna be like, in the future, I'm gonna be 21. So I'm gonna go to the bartender like, bro, in the future, I'm gonna be 21. So just give me a drink now. It's fine.
Okay.
Cheers to you.
I like that one. I like that
wait. You were moving everything that happened before that, like everything that is happening right now. You remove it in what I'm saying.
Wait,
no,
you think that would work at the bank in the future? I'm going to have $1 million. You just go ahead and give me the line of credit against it now.
No,
wait. I was all ready to bring that up because the guy with the $1 billion from TJump from earlier, he failed to send me the $1 billion and he left the Discord server. So yeah, it's not going to work.
Okay, I have a question. So if every day $100,000 is added to your bank account, okay, and you know that this will no, it's going on, okay. You have somebody's giving you $100,000 every day, okay.
I would convert.
So and you know that it will keep going, okay. There's nothing in that you can think of that will stop that, okay. So at one point you will become millionaire, right? So if you get that money every day, and you know it will keep going, you can call yourself a millionaire.
All right, so let me take
that. The problem with this is if
I want to pick this up. So I like his example. Good example. So let's assume there is a kid, 8 years old, and every day he's going to get a day older, and there's nothing that's going to stop this. So eventually he's going to be 21, right? So does that mean he can go to the bar today and say, well, I'm going to be 21, so give me a drink?
What do you want to drink? No, we don't want to drink. You don't care about the drink. You just need to know that you will get the drink.
It's an analogy. It's actually a perfect.
I'm hearing him. I'm hearing him.
It's a perfect. Yeah, it's a perfect analogy to what you said.
No. Literally in this analogy, you gotta wait the future to get the drink. You know
No. Because according to you, you don't have to wait until the future. TJump made a really good point there.
I didn't say that. I just we're talking about, can we call ourselves God? Can we call ourselves millionaire? Okay, or whatever. I'm answering to that. Yes, we can, and he can say.
So his son can call himself 21 years old now.
You can say, I'm gonna be an alcoholic. Okay,
why is that different?
He's gonna have the power to drink. You know what I'm saying?
Why is that different? Because TJump made a really good point.
I'm sorry, what?
TJump made a really good point. So why is his son, who's adding a day every day, and it's going to be 21, how is that different from our intelligence growing every day towards that magnificent brain you were talking about, and we can call ourselves God right now, but his son cannot call himself 21 right now? How's that different?
No, his son cannot drink.
I'm asking, how is it different?
Well, because it's about
I'm not talking about his son not being able to drink. TJump said, according to your logic, a day is added every day. So according to your logic, he should be able to call himself 21 today. So he could get that drink. Forget the drink. Can he call himself 21 today?
No, he can't. He can't call himself 21.
Well, why can we call ourselves God if we're not there yet?
Well, like God cannot call himself 1 million years old if he's not 1 million years old. Even God cannot call himself 1 million years old. So if God cannot do that, I can too.
But we cannot call ourselves God for something that we're going to do in the future.
Because we are God, so we can call
someone in the
why are we God?
Somebody in the Heathen Hangout Discord chat has noted that someone on this panel redefined what prophecy was. That was Fepto Mixed Nationalist who was on earlier. That's pretty impressive, redefining prophecy. But I don't see where this gets us to convincing us that a deity is real right now.
Well, if you believe that we're gonna reach a Jupiter-sized brain, well, if that cannot convince you that you're gonna become God with all this technological advancement, I don't know what can. And if you don't believe that,
if you believe it,
it's okay, no problem.
Does that mean it's going to happen?
Of course, it's going to happen. Why not? Like, do you think that we can make a processor chip this size?
I can come up with a scenario. Comet will strike Earth and will obliterate all of us next week. That can happen.
Well,
So
I'm still wondering.
It doesn't matter.
Let's say I do have a Jupiter-sized brain right now. How am I God? Like, what is your definition of God here?
Well, you will have a great, infinite intelligence, almost infinite. What I would say.
Sure, I'm still not all powerful.
and
I
that
still can't go outside of time.
and
I still can't create the
yeah,
universe.
you will simulate anything, any universe, any
Simulate.
realities. You will control your emotions. You will become immortal. You will have all kinds of powers.
You already have that now. You can simulate creating a universe. There are computer simulations that you can make. Doesn't make you God. It doesn't make the universe that you create real because it's a simulation.
The Jupiter brain still has no knowledge outside of its own light cone, right? And so if it has no knowledge of anything outside of its own light cone, then there could be a whole bunch of Jupiter brains that just don't know about each other. It's kind of meaningless to just pick one of them and call it God, right?
No. That's a good argument. There will be other Jupiter-sized brain everywhere in the universe, and at one point they will all start merging together.
No, they won't.
Or start fighting each other.
The light cone he mentioned earlier, if they're farther away than the rate of the universe's expansion, then they'll never be able to communicate. So just being a really powerful brain does not mean God. You're just redefining God to be a really powerful brain. It's not the same.
Well, if you're using the religious definition of God, it's gonna be very hard to convince you. Like it's mission impossible. You have to let it loose a little bit, you know. Like you gotta accept some new arguments, a new way of defining God.
There's a problem with just assuming that this is inevitable, right? So, I mean, I think the thought experiments about Jupiter brains and the simulation hypothesis and all that kind of stuff are fun, but I think that there's a reason to think that they're less likely than people sometimes claim. There's a number of feasibility problems. For instance, the speed of light itself presents a communications limitation that something that is the size of a solar system is going to be the upper limit of such a communication system, probably because of the distances between space. It's going to be a very slow computer. Like the size of a computer network on the Earth affects the speed of operations between the nodes on the network. The size of something like this is going to start to present upper limits where you don't get any speed upgrade by making it bigger over larger distances because the speed of light is working against you, right? So you actually do have an upper limit on which the useful computation at the speed of light would be faster than just doing it. Like you can't make it any faster than that. You get my point? And if you try to simulate the universe with a subset of the universe, you're going to need more information to simulate the universe than the actual universe. And since we observe a universe where everything is happening to a very fine degree of detail that we can observe out to very far distances, not a universe which is like a Truman Show that only exists for our small geocentric purpose. It seems illogical to conclude that a universe as big as what we observe could be simulated with a light cone limited object the size of a solar system.
I haven't said that. I said that this brain-sized Jupiter can simulate our universe, not the universe. It will choose.
But our universe is already observed to be larger than what it could likely simulate.
I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking about a universe that we will choose to simulate, a universe that we will create through that Jupiter-sized brain.
So you're saying that we would create a small universe that has less stuff in it than our universe?
A universe that we will choose the rules, the size, what's going on, what we want in it, everything. All the rules will be redefined by this Jupiter-sized brain.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem consistent with the universe that we're in now.
What?
I'm curious. Can you make a clear definition of what you mean if you use the word God?
Okay.
What is a God?
Absolute power. Absolute power in the limits of what nature can authorize.
Even your magnificent brain wouldn't have absolute power.
Well, it will have absolute power if there is a limit.
It won't.
No. Listen.
It won't.
If there is
because of the expansion of the universe, it won't.
What?
He said absolute power given the limitations of nature. So he's just saying as much power as you can have in nature. But so that's not God. That's literally not a God. So just redefining
and he's conceded that he doesn't think that we can argue that our universe is such a simulation. He's just saying that we could create some subset, some smaller universe under our control at some point in the future. Which, look, even if that is feasible, and even if you grant that, right, it doesn't really have any bearing on what we consider God, right?
Yeah, well, you all are atheists, and you want someone to convince you that the religious biblical God exists. This is impossible. Then you all wasting your time.
It's not impossible. So it is
It's
possible,
impossible.
but that doesn't. No, it's totally possible. Novel predictions would do it. It's very easily possible. But the whole point of the conversation is, if you want to argue that some other new existing thing outside of the known science exists, show us. If you're not arguing that, then you're just wasting our time redefining things we already know about.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the beginning of what you said?
Yeah. So the point of the panel is for you to present something outside of the known physical stuff in science. And if there is such a thing, then great. That's what we're looking for. If you're just redefining things that are already known in science, you're just wasting our time. We already accept that stuff exists.
All right. Well, I got nothing to add, except I think love is a.
I have one question left. What is the God you believe in?
I believe that the world universe will become God, and we all gonna become God as one.
It will
being.
become, but what is the God? You said something convinced you when you started the conversation. So what is the God you currently believe in?
What convinced me is the evolution of life, technology, the universe. It's going in some
that convinced you of a God. That convinced you of a God. So what is the God you are now convinced of that exists?
He said us.
Well, okay. So this what's going on right now? It happened before. It will happen in the future, and this will going on forever. So this universe is there. It was never created. So if it always existed, then this universe is God. It's just going into different mode, different type of state, sleep mode or awake mode. And now we are kind of awakening.
So you and I have talked before.
Oh yeah, you lived this. You lived your life for infinity of time.
What's the evidence of you and I having talked before? Where's that evidence?
It's the probability. If the forces,
no, not a probability.
Well, I'm gonna tell you.
I'm asking you for the evidence.
I'm gonna give you evidence. So if the forces that are in this universe are in a finite number and time is infinite, then all probability should come back an infinite number of time.
Great. That's an argument. That's not evidence.
No, that's mathematics. That's pure logic.
It's an argument, not evidence.
No, it's not an argument. It's an evidence.
If you and I have had a conversation in the past, then you don't have to come up with an argument. You can present the evidence of the conversation that you and I had in the past.
You have to believe in the probability. If you don't,
I don't have to believe in anything unless you come up with evidence.
That's all I can give you. That's all I can give you.
Like he said, his definition of God is just the universe in the past and stuff, multiverse. Fine, that's not God. You're just redefining God. Can we move on? Because he's just not saying anything about a God.
Sure.
He did say something about love. What was the thing about love you were going to say?
Well, I think love is a good is a force that governs the universe, and we can apply it to what we want for the future. And
what? Love is a force that governs the universe. So if I go outside of outside of Earth, outside of the solar system, I'm going to die. How is that love?
No. Okay.
That is a force governing the universe.
I have to ask. Which type of love are you talking about? There are at least 9 different types of love that I've identified. I included a link in the text chat to my article.
Well, the love of any kind of love of money, love of wisdom, any kind of love.
Love of money is called greed, and that's 9 out of 10 times the opposite of love, because people are killed because of greed, which has nothing to do with love.
Well, you can say I love money or I love my wife. It's the same feeling.
How is love a force in the universe? Like, is that gravity? Gravity is a force in the universe. Is love like gravity?
It's love that made us create all this civilization. So
I know you're talking about logical, objective, verifiable evidence, LOVE, right? That's an acronym I created a long time ago. Seriously, love is, I think generally you're talking about an emotion, and that is dependent on somebody, a conscious being like a human or a cat or whatever, that can actually experience these emotions to be able to have them, right? So love, to say it's a force in the universe, I think is a misunderstanding of what emotions are.
By the way, I love that acronym. That is such a perfect acronym. I'm totally going to steal that.
It's yeah, I'll send you a link for it.
Well, I've
got a logo made up for it.
Animals can feel love, but anyway, I'm basing my argument on love and what would we love the most for the future to happen, and it will be us becoming God. That will be the ultimate answer that you can bring to the question of love, and there is no more powerful answer than this. So that's it.
That just means that God doesn't exist yet.
Well, it depends on your point of view. In my worldview,
No, it depends on what you just said. We will become God. That means God does not exist yet. If he does, we can become it.
Well, you would make a differentiation. I cannot say that way. That would mean that you are not what you will become, and it's weird, you know. Like if I will become
you
God,
are not what you will become, because if you
it's
already
not a different person.
If it's something you already are, then you can't become it.
Sure,
I am a human being.
No, I agree.
I am a human being. I am a human being. When can I become a human being?
I agree with you on that point. I cannot call myself God, but I still do. But I agree.
Oh, you're disagreeing with your own position.
No, I disagree with your position.
Strange. No. You're disagreeing with your own position. You said we become God, so therefore we are God.
I think
illogical.
I think the world universe is God, and I'm using the term
No,
God.
no. You keep going back and forth from being and becoming.
Yes.
Those are two different things. If you're becoming something, that means you're not that. What you are going to become.
You're right. So we are God with a certain amount of power, and we will become God with more power in the future.
So God does not exist. So God does not exist, but he may exist in the future.
Sure.
Okay. Thanks for joining us, Post. This was
problem.
Very interesting.
See you.
Yes, thank you for coming up.
We loved you taking the time with you.
All right, so we've got Obama Dog, who was in queue earlier and then got shuffled around, but I'm pulling you up. What's going on?
How you doing, Taco? It's always a pleasure talking to all of you, Randolph, Jack, TJump. Too bad JL left, but
hello.
So convince you guys there's a God. Well, take a look at my profile picture, and that's all the convincing I think you'll need.
It reminds me of a picture I have of the Pope looking through a window at a conference room, and he's on the inside, and there's the door there, and the address beside the door is 666.
All right. Well, I got one more.
I don't see the address.
I think if you look at my profile pictures, there's no doubt that I'm not God.
So you presented your first proof of God. Do you have any other proofs of God?
I got a second proof. You guys know modus ponens, so if Bigfoot exists and he were to present himself visually, and then we would know he exists. Point two, if somebody had observed Bigfoot, then Bigfoot would exist. There you go. There's my proof of God.
Seeing visual presentation of him would not be sufficient for me.
No, you're supposed to say, wait, we're talking about God and not Bigfoot. And I'm supposed to say, well, how do you know Bigfoot isn't God?
Well, I was assuming that you're going to present Bigfoot as your God. I was going to get into that next. Are you saying he is or he isn't God?
Who knows? Well, you see, the thing is Bigfoot is going to become God once he harvests the power of technology and makes himself into a big brain and then create the infinite universe from the future to the past.
We just argued this. You can't go back.
No. All right, I'm joking. It was fun talking to you guys. I'll let you guys get back on with the serious conversation.
I just want to quote the Sasquatch here. He says, "Believe in yourself, even when nobody else will."
We have a special guest now, Mr. Batman.com. Make sure to go to his website and buy all of his merch.
Which is nothing at the moment.
I thought you had 2 things on there. Never mind. I might have been wrong.
Nah, that's the stuff I'd made back when I didn't have the equipment to make the stuff myself. So I pretty much make my own shirts and cups and things.
The new Mr. Batman logo on your profile picture looks really good.
Thank you, sir. I created that myself.
How are you going to avoid a civil or a copyright lawsuit from DC?
Yeah, I was going to ask. So why are you, as a Christian, going against one of the 10 commandments, that is, thou shalt not steal?
Hey! To be fair,
actually, I'm not stealing anything, sir, because it's just a bat. My name is my name.
You are stealing artwork.
Hey, come on! We're off topic. Here. We need to stay on topic, guys. Come on.
So, convince us a god or gods or goddess or whatever you believe in it exists.
Oh, no problem, sir. Because you already know that he exists. So let me ask you a question. Where does time, space, and matter come from, and how do you know it?
Okay, first of all, I have to reject your unsupported assumption that I already know it, because I don't know it.
Yeah.
Okay, do you know anything at all? Wrong ones. Do you know anything at all?
Yes. Yeah, I know some.
What is knowledge, and where does that come from?
The knowledge I have comes from my recollections of things I've learned over time.
Well, in order for you to have recollections of things that you've learned over time, you require some necessary preconditions for those to happen. Those would be like laws of logic, laws of physics, laws of chemistry, laws of cause and effect. And these laws must not change over time, so they must have an eternal, universal, and unchanging lawgiver. Where do those laws come from so you can have recollections?
Why are you assuming
those laws you just mentioned are descriptive, not prescriptive? So they're not made. We made those up to describe what we see around us.
Sure.
If there's a lawgiver, if there's a lawgiver in that scenario, it's mankind.
Actually, sir, even if they were simply descriptive, which they are not, that doesn't answer the question. Because I'm sorry, sir. Hang on a second. I'm not going to interrupt you. Please don't interrupt me.
I was in the middle.
Hang on a second. I want to answer Peter here. Even if they were simply descriptive, which they are not. If they were simply descriptive, you should be able to create anything your little heart desires, like a one-ended stick, a square circle, a married bachelor, military intelligence, an intelligent Democrat, anything like that, and then have these laws describe them. But you can't because that violates the law of identity. Now, would you agree, sir? Would you agree, sir? Would you agree, sir? Would you agree, sir, that in the beginning of the universe, the universe could not...
Peter, one at a time, please.
Yes, I'm almost done. Would you agree, sir? Here comes the question. Because these are not descriptive, they're prescriptive laws. Would you agree, sir, that in the beginning of the universe could not have both existed and not existed at the same time in the same way?
Peter?
Actually, at the beginning of the universe, as you call it, what happened was a change of state. So the universe did exist, it just changed states.
Now, sir, what caused the change of state? And by the way,
guys.
how do you know that?
You guys are going way away from what I need to ask. It's all this stuff is probably going to be blown out of the water with this question that I needed to ask you earlier that I've been trying. Now, my question to you is that you're stating that these laws of logic cannot change and these other natural laws. How did you determine that those natural laws cannot change or do not change?
Well, number one, if the law of identity ever changed, if A was ever A1 or A was ever B, how could we know anything at all? You couldn't have chemical reactions. You couldn't have chemical compounds. You couldn't identify the words coming out of my mouth right now because there would be no uniformity of nature. Number two,
what you are saying,
I'm saying, hey, quiet now. Thank you. Once again, if the law of cause and effect ever changed, and everything in our physical universe is dependent upon that, if the law of cause and effect ever changed, guess what? We wouldn't be here to complain about it. Now, is that answer your question, Mr. Randolph?
I have a simple question that's going to help you out. So what you are claiming, and this is a simple yes or no answer, what you are claiming is that all these laws, the laws of logic, the laws of physics, they are, according to you, are unchangeable, correct?
Sir, not all of them. Some of them are unchangeable. But see, this is why I don't do yes and no answer questions. The laws of logic are.
I asked you about at least two specific things in which you just.
I will not do yes and no answer questions. I will not do yes and no answer questions. Again, this is why I don't. Because
you're afraid?
There are some laws of physics that are changeable, and there's some that are not. The laws of logic, such as the law of identity, I'm sorry, sir, one at a time, sir. Thank you very much. The laws of identity, non-contradiction, and excluded middle are attributes of the way God thinks, so they are unchangeable. It says in Romans chapter 1, verse 20. That for what can be known about God is plain to them, is clear to them because God has shown it to them.
The Bible,
namely his eternal power, his divine nature, his invisible
this
nature.
is a conversation, not a lecture.
Hang on a second, sir, and I'm not done conversing. His invisible attributes have been clearly perceived, clearly seen. Now, once again, I'm not preaching, sir. I'm actually backing my position.
I have a question about your God.
I'm not done answering your initial question, sir. I'm not done answering your initial question. Because
according to the Bible, goes against the laws of logic.
The God cannot go against logic.
To the Bible, your God.
Now, once again, sir, the God of the Bible cannot go against the laws of logic because they are part of him. He cannot violate his own nature. Does that answer your question?
And then the Bible is wrong.
No, sir, the Bible is not wrong. The Bible is never wrong.
Yes,
because the sum of God's word is truth. The Bible never says God violates the laws of logic. God can do any logically possible thing. See, God has all available power in the system. God is omniscient. He is omnipotent. That means he has all available power in the system, but he cannot do the logically impossible. He cannot create a rock
already make him
so large he himself cannot lift it. Why? Because that would violate the law of identity.
Those two attributes you just listed first make him logically impossible. Thank you.
I'm sorry, sir. Which two attributes would that be?
Omniscience and omnipotence.
Oh no, sir. He's both of those. He knows all things, but because he's all powerful, he has all available power in the system. Now, again, his knowing what we are going to do does not negate his ability. Knowing what we are going to do does not negate his ability to have all available power in the system. Because again, one of the things that he dictates, and he dictates everything that happens with every single atom in every single place. Guess what? He dictates that you will have certain free will choices. Not ultimate, but certain free will choices.
I agree.
And that is, do you obey God or do you not obey God?
I used this argument last time. So let's ask you a simple question. If God knows that I'm going to die an atheist, can you change that?
I'm sorry, what?
I said, if God knows, because he's omnipotent, that I'm going to die as an atheist, can he change it?
Well, sir, he wants you to love him of your own free will, and that's where free will comes in. I'm sorry, sir, I am answering your question. Why don't you shut up and listen to it? The fact of the matter is, sir, God wants you. If God wants you to love Him, can you force somebody to love you? Can you put a gun against somebody's head and say you're going to love me now? No, you have to choose that, sir, and you have to choose Him.
Does God need a gun to change my mind?
No, sir. God has made it known who He is and what He is in this creation.
Let me get back to
my
question.
He has made you know it. You know God, but now you reject Him because you'd have to submit to Him if you were to love Him.
Let me get back to my question. If God knows,
I already answered it, sir.
Because He can see the future.
He does know.
God knows because
God knows if you're going to die an atheist. And do you know what's so scary about that, sir? Even if you were to die an atheist, He could use you to bring people to Himself.
He was in the middle of a sentence. Sorry, I got.
Yeah, he's been doing that to me ever since he started. So, is this going to be a fair back and forth or what?
Yes, it's going to be a fair back and forth. Give him his time too, though, when it's his turn. But continue.
Yeah. So, if God knows that I'm going to die an atheist, is there anything in His power that He can do to change it?
He's already done it, sir. You've rejected what He's done.
That I'm going to die as an atheist, is He, as you claim, all-powerful? Can He change that fact?
Sir, He has already done everything He needs to do to prove to you that He is, that He loves you, that He died for your sins. Now, here's the thing, sir. He has done it, and you have rejected it. You have the free will choice. I'm sorry, sir. I'm in the middle of speaking right now. Thank you very much.
Let Batman finish for a second, and then we'll address the points. Write it down on a piece of paper if you need.
Yes, thank you very much. The fact of the matter is, I am answering the question because God has done everything He needs to do to prove to you that He is, because there is nothing that exists without Him. There is no law that you can point to and says, well, this law works this way because of X. No, it doesn't. God has made Himself known to you. You know it. But the problem is you, sir. You refuse to submit to the God that you already know. So, sir, your question is malformed.
Okay, I accept the fact that you say that God is not omnipotent. Thank you.
And I accept the fact that you're too stupid to understand the answer to my question.
Oh, don't call people stupid.
No, Batman, you didn't answer the question. The question was...
I did answer the question, sir.
No, you didn't. Stop. Does God have the power to stop Peter from dying while being an atheist? Can He forcibly convert Peter to Christianity, or can God change a future thing? If God knows some fact in the future, can God change that fact?
Oh, God could change a future thing, but God will not interrupt me. I'm sorry, now I'm speaking, sir. Thank you very much. Now, shut up now. Here's where you need to shut up. Thank you. Once again, sir, He has already done everything He needs to do to convince everybody on the planet that He is and that He does love you and He died for your sins. Now, here's the deal. Can He change future events? Sure, He could. Will He change and go against somebody's free will? No. God is not a cosmic rapist. He's not going to rape you and force you into something you don't want to do. Now, if you want to be out of His presence, more power to you. Hell's awaiting.
Okay, and one last question. If God has done everything possible to convince me, how come that I'm not convinced?
Because you chose not to. Because you'd rather live in the sin. You would rather walk in the darkness of your sin and continue on in your perversion than walk in the light of His marvelous love. God's word is light and love, and you choose darkness and sin. That's all there is to it.
I cannot choose my convictions. So
actually, yes, sir, you can all the time.
No. Let
me ask you a question, sir. Do you choose to be homosexual?
Let me finish my sentence, Mr. Batman.
Okay.
I can be convinced that a God exists and then reject Him. That's a possibility. I cannot be convinced. I cannot be convinced of something and then unconvince myself.
Actually, sir, you can lie to yourself. That's what you're doing. It says you are lying to yourself. Now, let me ask you a question, sir. What particular thing do you love? Do you support? Do you support homosexual marriage, sir?
Yes.
Oh, great. Why?
I live with 2 homosexual women.
Oh, lovely. So once again, sir, would there be a time where you would tell those women that it's that they are sexual perverts for doing what they're doing?
No, because I actually enjoy watching them.
Well, see, here's the problem with that, sir. They are sexual perverts because we know how the system was designed. Who designed the sexual reproductive system to function the way it does, and how do you know?
Nature.
Nature doesn't design anything, sir. And we have something called entropy. Yes. We're not getting bigger, better, stronger, faster, smarter over time.
Hold on.
We're going in the opposite direction, sir. Hang on just a second. We need to know what the definition of a pervert is.
No.
Let me respond to your claim. I'm talking it, sir. A pervert is any person who takes any system, especially the sexual reproductive system, and uses that system in a way it was never designed to be used, like homosexuals do. That makes them sexual perverts. If you care about these people, if you really love these people, you would tell them that they are sexual perverts. So now you're talking the difference between instinct and morality.
Why did your God, Mr. Batman, why did your God create lesbian lizards?
So, Mr. Batman, please, no bigotry. I'm unmuting you. Stop with the bigotry immediately. I will kick you from the stage if it resumes.
Thank you, Taco. I was going to ask.
It'll return to the stage in a second.
Yeah,
there we go.
I'm not engaging in bigotry. I'm simply pointing out the scientific method. The scientific method tells us
Mr. Batman,
that if you
let
me ask you a question, Mr. Peter. Mr. Peter, if you cared about those people, why don't you tell them the truth about the sexual reproductive system, that it has a designer,
that
has a way it's supposed to work?
Let me ask you a question. Why did your God create lesbian lizards?
He didn't, sir. As a matter of fact, he created things to be able to reproduce.
He did, sir.
The fact of the matter is, sir, I'm going to go ahead and mute you because I'm just done. Have a nice day. Repent your parish, you're on your way to hell. Have a nice day.
Have a nice day.
I think we need to remove Mr. Batman.
Okay, so he's muted the person he's engaging with on stage. Does anybody else on stage want to engage with Mr. Batman?
No, I
like just kind of toy around with it if you want to.
No.
Okay, so Jack said...
Taco, get him out of here.
All right.
This bigotry is unacceptable.
Next. All right, thanks for coming up.
I'm just curious.
He's going on.
I'm just curious. Who did he mute?
No, he's
Peter.
He's pushing garbage. And bigotry, it's bigoted garbage. No, it's bigoted garbage, and it doesn't belong here. I'm glad he's gone. Thank you.
All right, we'll pull up the next person in queue. Charm, I see you in queue. I gave you an invite. You got to hit the green button at the top of the screen.
One of the problems with hello, Charm. How are you?
Hello.
Hey, thank you for joining us. What have you got for us?
Yeah. All right. Hold on. I just came back from playing with my dog. Just give me 1 second, real quick. I'll be right back.
Now, that's the kind of love that I appreciate, playing with your dog. That is.
I'll just say that.
Okay. All right. I'm ready.
Batman was making an argument earlier about how his God is all powerful and can do absolutely anything, and then also saying that he created laws of logic and has to work within those somehow, which is another contradiction that I was hoping to get to, but it's just there. He was just talking too much. It was really hard to converse with him. Charmhole.
I love it that he basically said that his God wasn't all powerful because he had done everything he could already, and I'm still not convinced.
Oh yeah, you painted him into a corner there. You did really well with that. Welcome.
All right, yeah. How are you? All right. Yeah. So, I just want to say, thanks for doing this. Is cool on God's Day, Lord's Day, Sunday. Right? And so I've been thinking about this topic for obviously a while, and I think one of the best ways to think about it is in the terms of what I call, like, you've probably heard this before, and it's called we've got known knowns, we've got known unknowns, we've got unknown knowns, and we've got unknown unknowns. Okay.
You got the third one wrong, but yeah.
What? Well,
it's known unknowns, not unknown knowns.
Well, that was the second one, unknown knowns. No, I said the second one was known unknown, and then the third one is unknown known. Right. And if you need me to just type it out just for everybody, I'll go ahead and type it out in the chat. Right.
It's a logical contradiction. An unknown known.
No,
you're just saying that you know something and you don't know something at the same time. That's
right.
meaningless.
Well, okay. No, so something that could be. Well, here, let me just go through the list like I was going to. Right. And then unknown.
If you say it backwards, I think TJump is trying to clarify for you. You got it backwards.
So, right. Well, I've been thinking about this for a while. So I think the best examples, right, of, like say a known known, right? What is a known known? I think a lot of people can agree that yourself is a known known, right? Cogito ergo sum, right? You think therefore you are. You know yourself, right? I think that's a pretty big given, right? So then, what could a known unknown be, right? Like something that we know of, but we don't know anything about.
No. So an unknown unknown is something we don't know about, and we don't know that we don't know about it.
Well, right. Which I think God falls into that category. But just for a known unknown, right?
No,
something that we can't quite test for exactly, but we can agree exists.
Unknown.
Okay, fucking chill. Thanks. So I've got, I think a known unknown would be something like a black hole, right? Like we know it to exist, but we can't really test for it, right?
No,
it's mostly unknown. We don't know what's beyond a black hole. We don't know, the exact properties of it, other than it's sucking out the life or the light of our universe, right? And an unknown known would be something like God, right? A deity, right?
No,
it's unknown and yet it's known, as in we kind of say that it's supposed to be unknown, right? Like we can agree that the simple fact that we have a word for God implies that it exists to some degree. However, the meaning of it would be permanently unknowable, right? And there's another word that falls into this category, I think, would be utopia, right? A utopia can never be known effectively. The definition of the word is that it can never be real effectively. Once we think we've reached a utopia, another utopia is just beyond us, right?
Oh, like literally everything you're saying is wrong. Like just everything.
Okay, well, how about you go fuck yourself and shut up and just listen and just try to understand?
No, because you have to actually make a point.
Listen,
everything you're saying is wrong.
Yeah, we're done.
So first thing, he just got the Rumsfeld quote wrong. It's not unknown knowns. That's literally a contradiction. What an idiot. Secondly, God would be a known unknown. A known unknown is something we know with a label, but we don't know what the content is. We have no evidence of it, like a God. A God would be a known unknown. An unknown unknown is something you can't label. It's a thing we literally don't know anything about it. We don't know that we don't know it. He just didn't understand anything about the quote. Gibberish. Just all of it was gibberish. Utopias are not by definition unknowable. They are things we can literally build. Like nothing he said was true there, and he didn't present an argument.
Fair enough. Well, I did invite Booney up, so if you're listening, go ahead and accept that.
Yeah, that was a lot of word salad. At first, it sounded like he was traversing some kind of square of logic, but it just got to be a complicated mess. Hello, Booney.
What's going on, Booney?
Phenomenal argument.
Booney, say something.
Booney's back in the boondocks.
Try disconnecting completely and then rejoining, Booney. Sometimes there's issues with microphones.
Kids are angry today, man. What the hell's going on?
Wait, you ever been to Discord before?
It's just a little angrier than usual. Or maybe I'm actually paying attention today. I don't know.
All right, Booney, I'm re-inviting you up.
Hey, can you hear me?
There it goes.
Yeah. There we go.
All right, this is a waste. I think I accidentally raised my hand, but I don't believe in God, and I think that all theists are bad people. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for coming up.
Your ideas are bad, and you should feel bad.
So we have no one in queue. I invited no one up.
There's no one left. No one has their hands up. Oh, that's too bad. I'm so sad.
They left you. You guys. We got Patty.
Patty.
That's gonna be a good one. What's up, Patty?
Hey, yo, Taco.
What's
How you
going
doing
on?
yourself?
Convince us of God or
Hey, yo,
gods? Or...
Taco.
What's
Hey,
up?
Taco, I got my ultimate proof for God.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. My ultimate proof of God is that he's a bitch, nigga.
Moving you back to audience.
Okay.
Walked right into that one, Taco.
I did.
I don't know how you did not see that coming.
Oh, King Xerxes is here.
So,
American something.
I've been Kathir from earlier.
That's actually a good argument. So, because God is a bitch and because he killed lots of people, it must mean he existed. Because to be a bitch, he must exist. It's a good argument.
He must be a female dog, then, right?
Yes.
Could be a goddess.
All right. So I've been. Can we have a conversation this time?
Eben.
Yeah. What's up, guys?
Okay. Let's have a conversation this time.
All right. So, the materialism, secularism worldview has recently collapsed at my syllogism.
What? Oh no, it hasn't.
It has. So, if you think all ideas exist and that all that exists is material, then by then any idea necessarily exists in our reality. So, on that example, you automatically concede to holding the view that God does not exist.
That doesn't make sense.
Okay, so you think ideas exist in reality?
Yes.
And God is an idea.
Yep.
So God exists.
That ideas are a process. They're a
the idea of God exists. That is why you won't bring me my billion.
No, so like the idea exists, therefore it exists.
So I've already explained this to you last time.
It happens. It's an event. It's a thing which occurs.
Well,
like
so
you don't say like digestion exists. Digestion is something that happens. It's a process, an emergent property of the microbiome in your stomach. But it's not an.
That wouldn't make a difference to his
tangible
argument.
thing.
So his argument is the idea is the thing itself. So you're confusing the idea of a thing. Like I have an idea of a 2,000-pound elephant. Does my idea weigh 2,000 pounds?
In your worldview,
no.
So that's a contradiction.
Next.
It's not a contradiction.
How can he keep his head
moving
up?
back to the audience because we've already dealt with this.
We're not doing the your worldview thing again. Americans suck at discourse. That looks like a little one. I invited you up. Welcome.
Okay. Hey there. How are ya? Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Speak a bit louder or closer to your mic.
Okay. I can do that. I hope that's close enough.
That's better.
Okay. So I would just like to say that the existence of a God is necessary because of this one simple fact. You guys know hot pockets, right?
Yes.
Okay, so hot pockets. If you observe and analyze the figure and shape of these hot pockets, it's almost intuitive that it is impossible for these hot pockets to arise without some or other greater being. Now, let's go further.
Is the microwave oven a greater being?
Okay. I will expand on this. Okay.
It's a really interesting watchmaker.
I want you to imagine yourself holding a hot pocket in your hand. Are you guys imagining holding a hot pocket?
Yeah, they're perfectly shaped for being held, right?
Yeah. Now, do you see how this this figure is necessary and proves the existence of a God? Because the teleology of this hot pocket and the design of this hot pocket is so perfect that no man could have possibly made it, you know?
It was made by Paul and David Mirage, so debunked.
Shit, never mind. You got me. Oh, fuck.
My hot pocket seems to be pastry.
The hot pocket or the designed hot pocket argument. Jeff Jefferson, come on up.
Hey yo, what's up? You can hear me?
Yep.
I got a question. It's more like for everybody, but convinces God doesn't exist and shit, right? Why do you give a shit? Like, I'm just confused on that point, really.
Fun conversation.
People vote.
People vote.
I mean, that's just really, I just have, it's all going through my head, like, when I'm on this Discord, really. Why does anybody care and shit? But that's all. Have a good day. Except you, Taco. I know what
I have a question for you.
I know what you did to my mother.
It's too bad he left. I would ask somebody if they think that like religion has no relevance or something like that, or like, you know, why should you care what anyone else thinks? I'd ask that person if they care if somebody drinks and drives. So presumably we do care about the negligence of others, and even if it's not immediately causing a car accident, if someone's in the habit of it, might discourage them from doing so in the future.
Hey, Taco, could you take a moment to introduce King Xerxes?
Yes, I can. So King Xerxes has joined the stage here, and Peter did earlier as well. Why don't both y'all do your introductions? King Xerxes, introduce yourself.
Yes.
Apparently he needs no introduction. He'll probably be back.
Yep. I'm pulling back up right now.
When I'm on my phone, periodically my my microphone will just not work, and I'll have to leave.
Working now.
Yeah, I know. But whenever I join these stages on my phone, for whatever reason, my microphone cuts out, and then I have to leave and come back to get it to work again.
Understood. We can hear you now. Welcome.
Tell the audience a little bit about you.
I'm King Xerxes. I am a atheist activist on Discord. A lot of people have probably interacted with me before. I have a YouTube channel. It's King Xerxes. It's exactly the same as my username, same icon as well. If you like listening to my debates with people, you should like and subscribe. That's pretty much all I do, is just record live conversations that I have. Not much to it.
Peter, I already linked your website or your YouTubes, but go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay. So my name's Peter the Tucker. I'm the founder of the Gonna Go For It channel, where I'm joined with a few other atheists to discuss several topics. I also produce for people. One of the things that I'm most proud of actually is that I'm producing several shows for R and Raw, including the Quran lessons.
What does produce mean? Like editing?
No, I literally run the entire show from my end. All they do is show up and talk, and I provide the graphics. I make sure everything comes on screen. My email address is the one people contact if they want to get in touch with Arn.
Gotcha.
Well, thank you for being here. And in Dalek, we pulled you up a little bit ago. You've been patient.
Hey, what's up?
Howdy.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine. Convince us a god or gods exist.
I mean, I don't think I can convince you. There's like a plethora of
then why are you
things
here?
I can bring up. Well, maybe to run an argument.
Go for it.
So I would start with that only what we have is this qualitative experience. So we can approach a tree and see all of the aspects of it, like depth, height, structure, how does it feel when we touch it, how does it smell, the colors, the different aspects of the thing. And all of these have a spectrum on their own. So something can be really brown or really green, so something can be light green, something can smell creamy, or something can be rough on the touch. And all of these things can be interchanged and played with, and they span into infinity, right? If we would do the math, it's just unending. So
No.
yeah, Yeah, actually, it is. It goes into infinity.
No,
they can be interchanged. Can be interchanged. You can't change a brown tree into a blue tree.
Yeah, I'm saying that the things we can play with, right? The spectrum of a thing. So, for example, maybe to use smells or something something have a specific smell, then you can change it with just adding a droplet of something else. So the amount of things, the amount of smells, the different smells that we can produce is infinite. It doesn't end.
No, there's literally a limited number of receptors in your nose, and there's a limited number of combinations that they can be activated. It's literally not infinite. But what do you have an argument? Does this lead to an argument somehow?
And to top that all
doesn't
off,
mean
people smell things differently.
No. TJump didn't understand. We can.
Smell is subjective.
We can play with infinity, but that doesn't mean if we can't perceive certain things that we cannot add always something that would change the structure of it. So even though if you wouldn't perceive the change is there. So that we are limited. I would agree that as beings we are limited, but we are a certain we are like a microcosm of the universe, and we can with our minds, I think we can hold the whole universe in our mind. We can perceive it. So these quantitative experiences cannot be proved with science or physics. Our qualia or our volition, it's activated through a capacity that is, I think, that is a proof that we are a reflection of this mind, right? That there's something bigger.
Wait, what? So you're saying that because we have experience and science can't answer it, therefore big mind unknown?
No, I'm not doing God of the gaps. I'm putting out a theory that has predictive success, because every act of knowing or willing, we have this kind of prior awareness, this co-awareness of the infinity. So this background knowledge, right? I think we would be incapable of knowing, or I would be incapable of speaking with you without at the same time our minds reaching out into infinity. So while we're aware of particular objects, we always also have a kind of background awareness, or an awareness of a horizon against which the particular finite object sits. And this is the infinity of being, right?
No, so we don't need any infinites at all. There could be literally no infinites, and that would be fine. We could still imagine everything we're imagining. So how exactly does this indicate that there's some kind of a mind outside of the universe?
As I said, it has like also it has predictive success, because we are just in a mindless universe. I don't think that a mindless universe could produce such a being that can actually perceive or apprehend the whole universe, actually.
Well, that's a composition division fallacy. So the fact that there is no ultimate mind doesn't mean that mind can arise from non-mind things. That happens all the time. That's why stars arise from non-star things. Walls arise from non-wall things. Water arises from non-water things. You don't need a mind to produce minds. So I'm not seeing your argument here. It's an argument from ignorance.
It's not. I didn't flesh. I mean, it's just one aspect of it. If I would fill it up with more things then, right? And then I would say that God as a theory has a lot of predictive successes as
what prediction does it make?
That it produces beings that can recognize logic, morality, values.
It's a post-diction.
What?
Post-diction. That's something we already know about, and you're making up a theory to explain something we already know. A prediction is predicting something we don't know yet. Making a prediction about the future is like saying, here is something we don't know that we will discover. Saying something we already know isn't a prediction. Like, I can't predict that there is a comb on my table. That's something I already know. So a prediction is something we don't know yet that comes true in the future.
Yeah, predictive, if you would think that we already know, or we already discovered things like with science that morality exists or something like that, but I don't think we did, right? So
Well, you
it's
just said there's
predictive in a
conscious
sense.
beings. So We know there's conscious.
Yeah, but
beings,
you
we
don't
already know
believe that morality. I don't know if you're a moral realist or not.
I
so
am. I'm a moral
okay.
realist. But so are
But
you saying that the prediction is that we will discover objective morality?
no, not just morality, beings that can recognize it, and beings that can actually
Well, we already those are
hold
post-diction.
whole
Those are
universe.
things we already know. We already know people recognize morality. That's something we already know. That's like a comb on my table. So we already know people see morality. No
Well,
objective
no,
morality has
that's
been
not
discovered.
that's not something we can know with science. Science cannot prove ethical truths.
Well, so yeah, we can't prove ethical truths. There's no evidence that ethical truths are objective yet, but we can prove people already exist who believe there are. So there are people who are aware of these things, whether or not they're true. So that we already know.
Yeah, sure. In a way, yeah, I understand where you're going with this, but I need to expand on the argument, but that would take a lot of time, because I would need to add like certain things that we can that differentiate us with animals. Certain questions we can ask ourselves.
Well, how would that indicate a god?
But this aspect of going beyond ourselves to question ourselves seems to indicate that there is such a metaphysical reality
I
that is
agree.
not
There's a metaphysical. I agree. There's a metaphysical reality. So yes, the fact that we can imagine ourselves and introspect is cool. You don't need a god for that. So.
I mean, without God, it's hard to reason to why would just matter produce such a being, and why would we see a certain order and progress and.
That seems to be the argument from ignorance. You're saying that, oh, if there isn't a God, it's not easy to explain how he got this. That's saying, oh, I don't know, therefore God. But I mean, we do have explanations for that. There's evolutionary explanations of how we got logic, which are more supported than any God hypothesis. But even if we didn't, it'd still just be an argument from ignorance, and that wouldn't
No,
indicate
it's
a God.
not argument for ignorance. I'm showing you that we have good reasons to believe in God. I'm not trying to.
It sounded like your reason was because it's hard to explain under naturalism, therefore God. That seemed to be your argument.
No, I just think that naturalism cannot explain these things. You can posit like a naturalism of the gaps that we didn't find it, but I just think that it's impossible to actually prove some with naturalism these things, right?
Right, that's an argument from ignorance, saying it's impossible under naturalism, therefore God is exactly just saying that you can't imagine it, because we don't actually know what is and isn't possible. It's just you can't imagine it's possible, therefore God. It's an argument from ignorance.
Not exactly. No, it's not from ignorance, because I'm not positing this as an ultimate proof. I'm saying that it's a good reason to believe in God. I'm not saying this is the ultimate proof to believe in God, right? I'm just saying it's a good reason.
So an argument from ignorance is saying because we don't know something, something else must be true, or is evidence that something else is true. So it doesn't make a difference.
No, it explains the data perfectly. It explains the data perfectly.
Well, so does everything. So that's called post hoc rationalization. I can say, oh, look, there's a comb on my table. A magical leprechaun must have put it there. So a magical leprechaun explains the data of why there's a comb on my desk. But there's no actually evidence of a magical leprechaun. It's just explaining post hoc the things we already know. So the fact that there's no other possible explanation that we can think of to explain the comb isn't evidence of the leprechaun, just because we can imagine it explains why the comb is there. So that's an argument from ignorance to say, oh, because I don't know of any other way to explain why the comb is there, it must be the leprechaun. That's an argument from ignorance.
I'm not saying it must be. I'm giving good
the must
reasons
doesn't matter. Evidence. If it's evidence of a leprechaun, that's an argument from ignorance.
No, it would be an argument from ignorance if I would posit this as an ultimate.
No, the ultimate doesn't make a difference. It's just evidence. So if I said, I can think of no other explanation for why this comb is here other than a leprechaun, therefore this is evidence of a leprechaun, that's an argument from ignorance.
No, if someone killed somebody, right, and I have like 20 evidences for a certain person, but I don't have like an ultimate proof, I have a good reason to believe that that person committed the murder, right? So I'm doing more of a I'm researching, I'm examining the evidence, and I'm inferring to the best explanation. I'm not
right. That would be fine, but you need to provide the evidence, because right now the only evidence you said is you can't imagine naturalism doing it, which isn't evidence. That's
I agree with you that this argument alone doesn't isn't strong enough. But of course,
it's nothing.
You haven't presented a single thing that you think is not explainable by naturalism, but you keep claiming that naturalism cannot explain something important. You've never pointed to what it exactly is.
Yeah, he said rational thought.
Yeah, but he hasn't provided any specific reason why that's not
moral
predicted on
landscape,
naturalism.
logical landscape, a person of a certain kind, a person building landscape that is really specific, right? It's not just a mindless thing. It's a person that can do things that are quite extraordinary, right? That is pointing to a certain metaphysical reality, and when we observe.
Gibberish. Like, let me give an example of a claim you could make. Okay, you could say, here's a specific feature of consciousness. This feature of consciousness does not appear to be explainable by natural phenomena, but it is explainable by God. For instance, let's just say you believe souls are a thing, right? Well, you could say, well, look, there's no way that naturalism could explain the soul, because it can't act upon it because it's something immaterial or whatever, but God would explain the soul. And then if you could provide evidence for souls, like some kind of reincarnation or spirits or something that is only explainable by souls, you could say, look, naturalism can't explain that. We have evidence that it exists. Therefore, it's more likely to be that theism explains this than naturalism. But you haven't pointed to anything other than just saying consciousness is confusing to you and you don't get how naturalistic accounts of consciousness work. Nevertheless, there are naturalistic accounts of consciousness. We could give them to you, but that seems like beyond the scope of you just like making arguments from ignorance about them.
No, I'm just saying that person that recognizes logic, these ideas or formulas or numbers, these immaterial things. So I'm saying that a mind can ground all of these, not just my mind, and the physical and the natural that allows for such a person to arise. Okay. And the immaterial and the specific type of a person that we are, that we can ask these questions.
What is it about physical theories about how the brain works that you think is inadequate to explain how minds work?
Can you repeat that question?
Okay, so if you're going to point to something like identifying a concept, and I give you like a naturalistic, physicalist account of how that works in the brain, and how you reporting the experience of that concept, it is explained and correlated to our account of how that occurs in terms of cortical columns firing and so on, such that without telling us that you're experiencing it, we know that you're experiencing it without you saying so, and we can tell when you experience it externally through instrumentation, right? What is it that you think is missing that can only be explained by this alternative theory that you think better explains this?
I mean, there is myriad of problems that is or questions I can give, like mental acts, whose internal connections appear to be conceptual or logical rather than physical. Qualia, volitions, language, for example.
I just told you that there are physical correlates of all these mental experiences that are now predictable, testable, observable.
No, these are legit problems in the mind-body problems in philosophy.
Sure, but
they're not just philosophical, they're empirical, right? So people actually study these so-called mind problems in a physical context. And they find that people who report these mental experiences correlate to the physical phenomena that can be attributing these experiences to these phenomena.
If this was true, then there wouldn't be so many books on these problems, right?
There's a lot of confused people, and it's a young field. No, but the field has made tremendous progress.
You cannot
such that most people are fairly confident that a physical account of the brain is explanatory of the mental account.
No, you're just saying to me that we solved this problem, but that's just not true.
No.
Question
So
like
we,
identity over time, while
one
physical
sec. You're
properties
right.
change.
We haven't solved the problem, but neither has anything else. So not a non-physical theory also hasn't solved the problem. The thing that's made the most progress is the physical theories. So again, you saying that the physical theories haven't solved the problem, neither have you.
Well,
Xerxes,
my theory.
You are farting.
Well, God. If you posit God, it would be perfectly explainable, right? So
no,
it would be solvable.
No.
If
you really just be kicking the can down the road.
Well,
we
explain
have
anything.
significant evidence to suggest that there is some sort of a relationship between the physical brain and the mind. What you're positing is the existence of a disembodied mind, which is similar to positing the existence of a triangle, whose corners don't add up to 180 degrees. It's just completely non-conceptual, and it doesn't have any referent to anything that we can understand or know.
We cannot prove, like, we cannot provide with these researches on the body, on the brain,
like I was
like
saying,
the persistence of self-identity, the recollection of past events, personal intentions, philosophical reflection. This just cannot be proven with
What's
probing into
trying
the
to give an
brain, right?
account of non-electromagnetic lightning, right? So we have a theory like electromagnetism that accounts for lightning, and you're saying, yeah, but that's not the right theory. There's this other theory that explains it better without reference to electromagnetism, right? And Xerxes is saying that since we already have a theory which does explain it well, and you're positing some other theory that doesn't appear to provide any additional explanation, then we have no reason to prefer your theory.
There is not theory that provides good explanation on this. That's why you have thousands of philosophers making these objections, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of philosophers who don't accept physicalism. That doesn't mean that they're right.
Well, I think the more important issue here is simply positing a god doesn't explain anything. Like I can posit a magical leprechaun. Does that explain consciousness? No. You simply asserting there is something there that does the consciousness thing isn't an explanation. Like we can assert anything we want. To actually explain it, you need some like novel testable prediction, some kind of reason to think this hypothesis is true, not just the fact that you can imagine it causes the thing. But that's not an explanation.
Okay, that would be a caricature of what I'm trying to do, right? I'm not just positing something random. God has a certain kind of attributes. Then I would invoke revelation and things like that we have solved.
Well, how does it explain consciousness? Just saying God does consciousness
It's in
doesn't
a
explain
certain
consciousness.
context.
So how does God explain consciousness?
Because he is a mind, so he is the grounding of our consciousness, or we are a reflection of that which existed forever, or is existence itself, right?
Right. So
and
if I
purest
said
existence is awareness.
So if I said that the leprechaun has consciousness in his back pocket, does that explain consciousness?
No, but I'm trying to say to you that that rationality is not something that can evolve, right?
Why not? It seems like it perfectly can, but the whole point here is that you just asserting God can do it is like me asserting that a leprechaun has consciousness in his back pocket, therefore that explains consciousness. That doesn't explain anything.
No, the rational faculties aren't material; they are spiritual.
So Indalik, if you study,
they can't arise through genetic changes.
Indalik, if you study cognitive science and evolutionary biology, you would not be making the claims that you're making now. Furthermore, there are Catholics who do not make the claims that you are making now, right? So if you go back to like the Snopes trial and so on, there are Catholics testifying that evolution is compatible with belief in God, and that you can accept
I believe in evolution.
And that you can accept that consciousness did arise through natural selection and biology, and still believe in God, right? So you're making this weird claim that it's impossible to accept that consciousness could evolve, and then claiming that this is some kind of dichotomy that has to be chosen. But there are Catholics
I'm a Catholic. I'm a Catholic, and I know what Catholic can. can't believe, right? We as Catholics can believe that we humans evolved biologically from other animals. That's something I do believe, but we believe that rational faculties, as I said, aren't material but spiritual. They didn't evolve. So we have to believe that rational souls, things that make us human, were created directly by God, and that's something we have to believe, actually. So it's not a result of evolution, it's something spiritual.
I don't have to do that. And if you take a look at the Paraha people, they don't even have words in their vocabulary to describe a god or any kind of deities at all.
Well, I'd go back to what he said. He said rationality is spiritual, non-physical. Is there any evidence of that? Because all the evidence says it's physical, just like computers have rationality just fine without any spiritual stuff.
So how are you comparing computers with minds? I'm not sure.
Computers can do rationality just like we can. Like there are computers that can give TED Talks.
They are programmed, right?
Yes, just like our brains are. It's all physical.
But what is the grounding of that of that computer, or what is the cause of physics? No, it's a mind, right?
The grounding is a
rational mind that programmed it.
Biomimicry. I think
so
he doesn't understand the substrate itself. The substrate is a neuron that's imitating the mind.
So the computer can do rationality. The whole process of rationality is just a pattern in the physical stuff in the computer. So none of the rationality the computer is doing requires any non-physical stuff. That means that rationality doesn't require non-physical stuff, and our brains could have been programmed by nature, just like we program the computer. You don't need any non-physical stuff.
Okay, but when I speak about rationality, it's not just me being able to do mathematics or 2 + 2 = 4. It's also questions like, what is my purpose? Who am I? Where am I? Like things like that, which computers or AI can't ask, or
they can itself, and they do. So produce answers to questions like that in a similar way, which is that they use artificial neurons, which are created as a biomimicry of what we observe in the neocortex and the hippocampus. And the artificial neurons are structured to be as similar to those that we find in the human brain as possible. And they're able to perform some analogous behaviors to those that we find in the human brain. They're not identical because it's going to take a lot of work before one of them is going to be as sophisticated as the human brain. But the substrate itself is very similar in arrangement of how it processes information to the substrate of the neurons that make up the cortical columns and hippocampus of the human brain.
When I say a question like, is there an ultimate purpose, or who am I? I'm not talking about letters. I'm talking about the essence of the meaning of this question. And that's not something you will find in a computer. Computer can reproduce whatever you want, whatever question you want. But the meaning behind, or the essence behind that question is much more what I'm talking about when I say.
But you're not grokking the fact that it's not like I programmed the computer to give me this answer that I expect it to give me, right? When I create a neural network and I train it on a bunch of experience in an analogous way to like a human biological neural network being trained on a bunch of experience, and then I ask it a question, I don't know the answer it's going to give me until it gives it. It is not predictable any more than a human brain is predictable, because we don't perfectly know what the complex interrelationship of its neural network is going to do in the future. And that's why most of the people who are skeptical about physicalism are also like unfamiliar with how close we are to imitating the way that the brain produces fairly unpredictable behavior with biomimicry that does analogous things with artificial neurons. So it's very easy to believe that nature produced rationality, because we're able to reproduce it using analogous substrates.
But
analogous meaning they have similar properties. There's similar properties between biological neural networks and artificial neural networks. They have similarities. That's why we think that the two are comparable, and why things we're able to do with one tells us what's possible for the other to have evolved by natural selection.
The thing is, you're saying that nature is mindless. I'm saying that we have minds and we created these things, right? So what you are saying doesn't follow, right? But it actually proves my point, because we have minds and we can create such a thing. And I'm saying that God is sharing with us these abilities. So it kind of has a predictive a success in this field that we can create such a thing, right? Such a technology.
No. Like if you say rationality isn't physical, then it would be impossible to produce rationality in a purely physical computer. If we can produce rationality in a purely physical computer, that proves rationality is physical.
But okay, it's the physical container, but the programs and the numbers and the sequences and the formulas and the language these things are grounding the software or the programs
Is all physical. All of
material.
that in the computer is all physical. Every single bit of that.
Numbers are not physical, bro.
Every part of a computer is
abstract
physical.
objects.
Everything in it.
Yeah, sure. But
and so all of the rationality it does must be physical too.
But I'm saying that the thing that grounds this AI or software program are immaterial things that...
No, they're not. They're just physical parts in the computer. The programming of the computer is just a bunch of on-off switches. It's all physical. The rationality is a physical process in the computer. It's all physical. No non-physical parts.
So you would say that sequences or that we come up with math formulas, objects like or ideas or numbers, these are all material things.
Yep.
So where can you show me in nature these things without pointing to a mind?
Well, there's no minds. We got brains. We can point to the brains.
Yeah, you're just presupposing that minds are emergent.
No, that's what all the evidence indicates. So it's not a presupposition.
It's not all what all evidence. That's why it's a contested.
Well,
problem.
It's not really like it's like a 90-something% consensus in neurology, biology, cognitive science, psychology, philosophy of mind, all brain physical. It's the consensus in every one of those fields.
Yeah, I would like to see that consensus if you can send me.
Okay, I did an interview with Julian Mussolino where we literally talked about this, and he presented the papers in that conversation. You can find it on there.
Can you repeat that last sentence?
Yes, I did an interview with Julian Mussolino, who is a neuroscientist at Caltech or something, and I literally asked him these questions, and he gave us all the information in the field.
Yeah, but I asked you for the consensus you invoked.
Yeah. Yes, and he.
Yeah, the video that you can just link into to watch.
Yeah, the Julian Mussolino interview. I'm playing a video game.
Yeah.
I don't want to change.
Okay, we'll find it. So, Indilek, are you capable of using Google? So search for TJump and Julian interview, and you will find it. You can listen to Julian give an account from the perspective of a neuroscientist of what the consensus is in the field. Okay, so we still haven't heard any claims that are convincing about something about consciousness, which is not explainable under naturalism, but which is explainable under theism. Are you done, or do you have something else?
I mean, I have a lot of arguments, but I think I'm gonna go right now. I don't want to take too much time.
Well, thank you for coming up. It was awesome having you. Do you have any last words you'd like to say, or? Guess not.
No.
Oh. Well, thank you. Patty, I'm pulling you back up. I know you said you wanted to talk to Xerxes, but maybe you can ask one of the other guys.
Oh, no, I wanted to talk to Xerxes because, hold on, I'm just typing something really quick.
Well, you could talk with us. Xerxes isn't here right now.
Yeah, I wanted to ask him about his tags. I was going to ask him if his tags were true to what he believes, because I was interested in his pro-life stance as an atheist. It's very rarely I find other pro-lifers who are atheists, so I was just interested in that stance of his.
Clarify by pro-life, you're talking about being opposed to terminating a pregnancy by way of something like an abortion.
Yes, the problem is I don't know the extent in which he believes that, so I just wanted to know more about it since he was an atheist. Is an atheist, not was, is.
Oh, okay. And are you taking a pro-life stance?
Yeah, I have pro-life stances.
Okay. I'll tell you, my view on it is that I favor freedom of the bodily autonomy of the pregnant person, and that the pregnant person must have the right to choose to terminate their abortion, their pregnancy at any time during the pregnancy. And that to me is paramount in human rights. I know that there's some people who put a cutoff date on it. I do not.
Oh, okay. So you would be someone who's like 8 months. Yeah, go ahead, get rid of it if you want to.
Yeah, and you know, one thing that makes a lot of people feel better who are against abortion is that the majority of pregnancy terminations happen within the first trimester. And yeah, and then the numbers fall rapidly after that. It's very rare somebody does it in the last trimester.
Yeah, it's extremely rare. But there was something else. So what it sounded like earlier was that TJump is a moral realist. You, on the other hand, Randolph, it sounds like you're not.
Correct.
Right. Okay. So, well, that would be really interesting to hear you two have an argument or a conversation, not an argument per se, about that.
You want us to fight like they did?
Not right now. Not right now.
Look, right?
Women are the sources of all men's discord and chaos, but I'm not going to do that to you guys right now. So
we're actually not going to do that here. But,
yes, I agree. You're not going to do that now.
That's not.
Do you want to tell us why you believe in God, Pat?
Who said that?
I did. I'm IX or X.
IX. Oh, I've grown up Christian. I'm just really comfortable and interested with my faith. So that's all.
So you don't have reasons that you're interested in sharing with other people about it?
In which it seems that the interest is for me to convince you, and I have no interest in convincing you.
Okay, that's fair enough. And I will say the work that I do with the activism I do, I'm not trying to get people to leave their religion. And I find it interesting talking with Christians such as yourself, because I feel like really good conversations can be had.
Yeah. Okay. Also, just to be clear, Peter, that's not what you said.
I missed something.
I know. We've been arguing in the text chat.
Yeah, I'm curious. What are you referring to?
Your absolute certainty point. That's not what you said. So this is what you said. I never claim to have certainty on gods that haven't been presented to me. It's not my job to go looking for them. The conversation did not start about gods in which haven't been presented to you. It has been about gods regardless of their definition. If you're willing to change that claim, that's acceptable.
No. It started with me claiming that I'm a hard atheist.
Yes, you are a hard atheist. I believe that.
Yes. For the gods that have been presented to me, I am a hard atheist.
Sure, you can say that you have some sort of plausible certainty, but not absolute certainty.
Now, Patty, I don't know if you're aware, but
I have a question for. Hold on, I have a question for Patty as well. You said you were you were pro-life?
Yeah, personally, yes.
So you are in favor of universal health care, and you're vehemently against.
I support public option.
The death penalty.
I'm pro death penalty. Yes.
Oh, I'm opposed to the death penalty.
I figure you're left, so I would figure.
Well,
there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
I have a nuanced view on it.
Yeah.
And I'll post it in the text chat shortly. It's a short read, but in summary, what it is that the death penalty, an improvement that I think would be very good, that would not be in conflict with human rights, because I think a death penalty is in conflict with human rights, especially in cases with wrongful conviction. But at any rate, it still is. The idea that I have is that there's minimum time served, and then after that, at any point, the convicted person can choose to take the death penalty, but they have to apply to a court for that before it will happen. And so that way the people who are wrongfully convicted at least don't have an impending doom that they have to worry about. And I think this way it also respects bodily autonomy, because even though somebody's in prison, they still have human rights. And like here in Canada,
I agree.
Yeah. Okay. So sounds like we kind of agree on a whole bunch of stuff, and not another pleasure.
So what we agree with is this: is that So I number one, I can't think of a single felon who's going to be like, yeah, give me that death penalty. I can't think of a single felon who would do that.
Oh, I know a ton of them. I'm
yeah,
aware of some who would like to take them.
possibly a ton of them. Maybe because they like loathe their existence in prison. But like, for example, what we agree with is that there is an unfortunately high rate of people in which like are given the death sentence, turns out they're innocent. My personal belief about the death penalty is that the death penalty can only be done in circumstances in which the reasonable doubt is so incredibly low. Like, yeah, that requires numbers. I don't know how we would achieve that, but essentially it has to be so incredibly low. Like, for example, the case in which a white supremacist dragged a black guy down 3 miles of road and killed him, right? That one, the reasonable doubt about that case was so incredibly low. I didn't have a single problem that they were put to death. It just wasn't a problem for me. But a case, for example, like George Stinney, I'm sure you do, like George Stinney, right? That the reasonable doubt was insane. The reasonable doubt was so insane, right? It was just very clearly just racism. Death penalty should have never been applied. Maybe he would have gotten, I don't know, 5 years of prison, would have still been unjust, right? But the death penalty should have never been applied in that case.
I'm curious. In order for you to stay pro-life,
here,
I need.
Whoa!
I really wanted to have that question.
Bless you.
Peter, I'm just trying to respond to Patty here. Just give me a second. There was a lot of noise. So
it was TJump. Shut up, TJump. Sorry.
Patty, the problem that I foresee with this is that there's as well intended as people may be, when new people come in and then they're making the decisions on this, there can lead to problems. And we've seen this time and time again with death penalties. And the example that you gave of somebody being wrongfully put to death will happen again as long as the options are there. Whereas I think the approach that I'm using at least gets rid of the death portion of it being imposed on somebody.
Yeah. I do agree with you. It's not like I don't agree with you. I do agree with you that the level of risk. Hey, TJump, I'm so sorry, but you might have to mute yourself.
Can you mute?
There's background noise.
I'm so sorry. So I agree with you, right? The level in which, like, it seems that under my system, there will be that likely maybe 1% of people who are innocent and will be put to death, which I still find unacceptable, right? It's just for me personally, I just don't have a problem with it. Not that someone who's innocent died, but rather that like certain criminals who are put to death just don't have a problem with it. Simply, I just know that I don't have a problem with it simply because if it was my kid and I had like this absolute certainty, which I don't, but like if there was like this reasonable, the reasonable doubt was so low, let's say that I actually saw them do it, oh man, I want them put to death so bad, just wouldn't have a problem with it, wouldn't lose a lick of sleep.
So how many people, innocent people dying is acceptable for you to still say that you're pro-life?
Currently, I would support the abolishment of the death penalty. I just happen to be personally pro-death penalty.
Yeah, I'm still in favor of our system, which has led us to the fact that we now have to rent out prisons because we don't have enough criminals left to fill them with.
Well, the reason why we have so many... Well, you understand the reason why.
Much better approach than, for instance, the system that is currently being used in the United States.
I mean, you understand the reason why, right? Like the reason why in the United States we have so many prisons is because we put people in jail for nonviolent offenses.
Right.
Yeah. So
and because it's financially attractive for the people who own the prisons,
private prisons
the
are
judges convicting the people.
Okay, but private prisons are a minority within the United States. It turns out the government actually, not private entities, but the government actually gets paid really nicely and really, really well when they throw Black people in prison.
So financial incentive is the problem.
Yeah, I agree to an extent. I think the other problem is just like straight up racism and the fact that we have really draconian laws.
Wait, how does the government get paid for putting people in prison?
Sorry, can you say that again?
How does the government get paid for putting people in prison? Like, it costs us money. I don't think we get paid for it.
So the government, you understand, like government and private prisons. Number one, government and private prisons have their own private contract. And then number two, prisons in which are government funded, right? They are in fact still getting a lot of money for those entities. Now,
Yep.
Yeah.
Government doesn't get money.
Okay. Would you be
do.
fine with me just sending you an article about it? And maybe you'll change your mind?
And post it in the Heathen
Where
Hand.
does the money?
Yeah,
where
I'll
does
do
the
that.
money the government gets come from?
Who's paying the government for prisons?
Yeah, that's
people
Taxpayers.
like you and me.
Taxpayers.
Taxpayers, literally taxpayers.
so
Like,
then
like,
that means that the government is not paying for it. The taxpayers are.
Well, so
Yes,
you're
just
saying
like
that
everything
and no
else.
one's making money.
The
Yes,
government
just like
decides.
everything else.
How are they making money?
So
How
here
are
we
they
go.
making money?
This is from the prison policy incentive, in which is talking about how government and private prisons drive money out of our industrial prison complex.
Right. So the government gives its own funding to fund the prisons. The government isn't making any money. It's spending money.
So it's about the cost. So it is about the cost of imprisonment. So while the government absolutely does spend money, the government also gets lots of money.
Well, they get the money from
and
taxes.
just to be clear,
either way.
government's actually not spending. No, just to be clear, government doesn't spend nearly as much money as the amount in which they actually get. So, for example, the fact that a myriad of prisons. Hold on. For example, a fact that, like, let's just take, for example, about 2 years ago in Mississippi during record temperatures, thanks to like climate change, they were experiencing people just literally dropping dead due to the fact that there was no air conditioning in prisons. Prisons receive the bare minimum.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I'm still trying to figure out where did they get money from. So they get taxes, which they get either way. They get taxes regardless of whether or not there's prisons, and then they decide to spend millions of dollars on prisons.
Yeah,
They're
they
losing
get taxes,
money.
right? They get judicial and legal, right? Prosecution, indignant defense, public correction agencies, public employees, healthcare,
Yeah, so they're spending tons and tons of money for prisons.
Yes, they're losing money and not making any.
Wait, sorry. You think the government is losing money and not
Yes,
making any
billions.
from
On
prison
prisons,
institutions?
yes.
Billions.
Okay, then you would actually be
Prisons,
kind of
because
wrong.
the taxes would still be there if there weren't any prisons, right?
Sorry, say that again.
I said the taxes would still be there if there weren't any prisons.
Would taxes for prison? Sorry, would people be taxed for prison?
Okay.
What are you asking me?
I'm actually going to try to suggest that we move on because there's other people in the audience want to speak, and we have gone.
I had one more.
Well, just a sec.
One more question for Patty.
Peter, just a sec. This has been a really interesting topic, and Patty, at some time I'd be happy to speak with you and others on it if you're interested to do it at a separate time, because I think it's an important topic.
Yes.
Peter has one last question for you, and then I think we should move on.
Is it the prison question?
Patty, at the last.
No.
Peter, stop for a sec, Patty. So after Peter asks you, give you the last word, and then we'll probably move on from there. Does that sound good?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for being here. Go ahead, Peter.
Okay. Yeah, you said you were pro-life. So let's say there's a scenario in which a mother dies and the baby lives, or the other way around. Which life are you in favor of?
What? Can you repeat the question, but like make it make sense?
Yes, if you have to choose between the mother dying and the child surviving.
Yeah,
which would you choose?
There are situations in which if a mother or if a pregnant woman would continue the pregnancy, she would die.
Yeah.
The baby might survive.
Yeah.
In
That's her
that case,
choice.
which life would you favor?
That's her choice.
So you're pro-choice?
No. I'm asking you, which life would you favor? You're pro-life.
Which life do I favor?
Peter,
I think that both lives. I think that both lives matter. I don't just discount the baby, and I don't just discount the woman. Ultimately, it's her choice.
Peter, I think what she's trying to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, Patty. You're trying to say that in this particular situation, you will defer to the pro-choice approach.
Essentially, yeah, legal. It would essentially, in legal terms, a pro-choice approach. I believe that women. Oh, Xerxes is here, but I believe that women, right, Like, I think that it's a noble and honorable thing for women to sacrifice their life for their baby, but that is her choice.
Thank you, Patty. Appreciate having
Sorry,
you on.
Xerxes is here.
Wait,
Can I
real
ask
quick,
this question to him real quick?
Yeah, she came up to talk with Xerxes, so let's give her a minute.
Let's try to make it a little bit quick. I don't mean to rush you,
Yes.
but we do have other people in the audience. So
It'll
yeah.
be very
I feel special. What's up, Patty? How can I help you?
Hi, Xerxes. I just wanted to ask you this quick question. Is everything your tags in your bio true to what you believe?
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay. It says that you are pro-life and you are also an atheist. And I was really interested in hearing that because I too am pro-life, but I am a Christian.
Yeah, so my moral system and my ethical values, life as opposed to non-life is at the central of that. So while there are going to be moral gray areas, wherein sometimes the death of one person is necessary for the many, the salvation or the prosperity of the many, or I mean the few to the many. Those areas are going to be very few and far between. The overwhelming majority of circumstances where somebody gets an abortion is going to be an elected choice out of convenience, not out of medical necessity or other extenuating factors that would severely debilitate the life quality of the child. My argument is effectively that it's morally wrong to get an abortion, although I wouldn't support the criminalization of it because there's plenty of things I morally disagree with that I don't believe in the criminality of. But I think that it is your duty to take care of your offspring, whether that you're a man or a woman. It doesn't matter. You should take care of the life that you create.
Okay. Thank you so much, Xerxes. I really appreciate that answer. I thought it was based. Thank you.
Thanks, Patty.
Thank you.
So you're in agreement. Okay. I will pull Damocles.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, like the thing is, I don't advocate for the criminalization of certain things that I find immoral because that would give the government too much power. And if it can be done to them, it can be done to me, and I would prefer that not happen. So I try to find the best balance of power for the government, so as to promote the most amount of freedom while as mitigating the most amount of moral atrocities. So wherever that fine line is, I try to walk it as tightly as I can.
I already have a question for our new guest. Did you bring your sword?
Damocles, are you there?
And you're muted, Damocles.
Sorry, did somebody just call for me or somebody else?
Oh no, Damocles.
No, I asked Damocles if he brought his sword, but maybe he might tip his sword towards his microphone.
Damocles, unmute yourself. There we go.
Hello, can you guys hear me? Hello?
I really want to talk to you, man. Come on.
Yeah, Xerxes, that was a wonderful answer. I appreciate that. That's very logical. Well, first, I have 10 minutes left to stay, so how much time do I have to present the argument? 2 minutes? 1 minute?
Sure, go.
Did you bring your sword?
No sword. Okay. Very quickly, I try to condense the argument as much as I can and translate. It's the Aristotelian argument, the argument from motion, or in modern terms, change. Aristotle said, I'm trying to condense it, of course, so I cannot go in details, but just in general outline. So, the argument from Aristotle starts from the fact that change occurs. So, for example, the water in the cup started really cold in the fridge, and now it's warm. That would be an example of change. Or when I move my hand through space, for example, that would be an example of change. Aristotle argues that on analysis, change always involves the actualization of a potential, something going from potential to actual. My hand is potentially over there, now it's actually over there. The water is potentially lukewarm, it becomes actually warm. He develops this idea in response to a couple of ancient Greek philosophers like Parmenides and Zeno, who denied that change is possible. So he presents this argument in a way to answer them. But it's also a form, it forms a starting point to his arguments for God, for what he calls an unmoved mover, a prime unmoved mover of the world. He argues that, well, if change involves going from potential to actual, And his answer is that something can go from potential to actual only if there is something already actual that makes that happen. So to make that a little bit more concrete for you guys, my hand is actually right here. It's potentially on the left. And for actually to become on the left, there has to be something that makes that happen. The firing of the nerve system that causes the muscle flux, for example. Aristotle proceed. Aristotle proceed. I need to finish because Aristotle proceed to the conclusion. Well, whenever something goes from potential to actual, there is always something already actual that makes that happen. And if that already actual thing goes from potential to actual, there is something already actual making that happen. So we got one thing being changed by another thing, being changed by another, and so forth. And the crucial step to the argument, the most fundamental way in which this is true for Aristotle, has to do with a series of changes or causes that extend not backward in time into the past, but downward, here and now, you might say. So my hand moves here and now because the motor neurons are firing here and now. And those motor neurons are firing because other motor neurons are firing here and now. And that's only possible because my nerve system is held in place, you might say.
You don't need a God for that.
Molecular structure, by its molecular, I have just a little bit left. By its molecular structure and so forth. So you have one level of reality here and now, actualized by another, actualized by another. And Aristotle concludes that we would have a vicious regress if there won't be something at the bottom level, if you may say, that actualize everything else without having to be actualized. Because it already has, as he put it himself, purely actual. It's moving other things or changing other things without itself moved or changed. And if there weren't something here and now, not just something back that knocks the first domino back in the Big Bang, for example, but here and now, then there will be a change going on here and now.
Okay, you don't need a God for that. Same answer as before. You can have a purely actual thing that isn't a God. Secondly, it doesn't need to be purely actual. Thirdly, actual and potentiality are abstract concepts to describe actual concepts like energy and entropy, which are real things. So actuality and potentiality don't really exist. They're abstract. Secondly, you don't need something that's purely actual because you can have things that's like has the pure actuality but also has other properties to it. And thirdly, it doesn't need to be God, whatever the actual thing is.
I don't think you understood my argument.
I did. I know this argument.
Also, if you end an infinite regress by special pleading, it doesn't really help.
Yeah. Here's
just
thing.
Another approach to this is that because this argument comes from Aristotle, you have to take into consideration that when Aristotle made this argument, he was also operating under his preconception of Aristotelian causation, which is the primary model of causation that most philosophers invoke when they're talking about cause and effect. But within that model of causation is the material cause, which unfortunately, with this actualization to
that's
potential
irrelevant.
no, it's very relevant because things which don't exist don't have potential. Things which do exist have potential. They have the potential to become other things.
Exactly, but that's you proving my point. I'm sorry, exactly, but you're proving my point. Go ahead.
I'm not done. So if you want to posit that a God existed and he actualized the universe, our current affairs of reality, you would have to be arguing that he affected something to do that. You can't cause something which doesn't exist to do anything, let alone start existing. What we actually observe is that pre-existing material, whatever it might be, has the potential to become something else. But a state of non-existence does not have the potential to become a state of existence. That's just absurd.
Yeah, you misunderstood my argument. I never said, notice, I never said that everything that's changing is going from potential to actual. What I said is, I didn't say everything. I said whatever, it's going from potential to actual. And potential to actual is the definition of change that Aristotle is using. For Aristotle, change, yes, you said the material cause, but that's irrelevant to my argument. The material cause is one of the four causes. Let me explain.
It's not irrelevant because
it's irrelevant to the argument. It's just a red herring.
It's
material cause.
So
that's another concept.
What you're missing here is that when it comes to specifically the conclusion of a God,
explain how the material. Okay, explain to me how the material cause. Can I ask you a question?
Let me respond to you, and then you can ask a question if you like. But
I didn't ask the question properly.
The conclusion of your argument is that it's reasonable to believe a God exists. But if we applied the mechanisms of this argument to God, that is not what we would be observing if he created the universe, if he actualized all states and affairs, because there would be a moment wherein God was the only thing that existed, and he would have nothing available to affect. And so there would be no potentials for him to actualize. So whatever process was involved in him, it's not irrelevant. Whatever process was involved in him creating all of reality is fundamentally different than anything that we have the inductive capacity to observe or extrapolate from in our local observation of the universe. And to apply that to the whole of reality without modification is wildly inappropriate.
I'm not applying anything. Aristotle didn't not create, but didn't discover this concept because he wanted to argue for God. He was an atheist who rejected the Greek pantheon. He was an atheist. He, like I said in my earlier paragraph sentence, I said this, Aristotle developed this concept because he wanted to respond to Parmenides and Zeno, who are philosophers, ancient Greek philosophers, who denied that change occurs, that stuff is changing, that movement is there is movement. They denied that. And because they denied that, and Aristotle was angry at their stupidity, he developed this concept to refute them. But after he developed the concept to refute them, he started to think about his own concept and try to push it at the limit. And that's how the argument was born. He didn't develop because he wanted to conclude to God. God is a conclusion, not a premise. Second thing, it's a conclusion, but it's not a premise. I'm not positing God, then making an argument for God. I'm going from observation, from concepts, from principles, then I follow them to the end, no matter where they lead me. And Aristotle did that, and they led him to the existence of an unmoved mover. He never called it God. It's a modern
I provided a defeater. I
term when
defeated
you
your
call
entire argument.
God.
So you haven't addressed my defeater.
But I want to respond to your material nonsense.
So I said you don't need a God to be the prime mover. Problem solved.
This is not an argument nor a rebuttal to my argument.
Yes, it
is.
is.
You're just saying. You just listen to me. This is not very sophisticated. You're saying to me you don't need. There is a lot of There is a lot of things that I don't need or need. That's irrelevant. What's relevant is the argument valid, sound? If it is, it is. If it isn't, it isn't. No matter what I want or what you want. So let's try to focus on the argument. Change occurs. Do you deny that?
No, go ahead.
You don't deny that change occurs. And by the way, you're mentioning the material because that's so. Yeah? Sorry.
The premises. Your premise valid.
Okay, let me give you the premises because I don't. Okay, first premise: change is real feature of the world. You agree?
Sure.
Thank you. I don't have to prove change then.
Next.
But so the second premise would be, as Aristotle defined it, and I can prove this: change. The definition of change is the actualization of a potential. Agree, disagree?
I can disagree, but let's grant it for the sake of argument. Go to the next one.
Because if every premise is true, the conclusion is necessarily true. There is no I don't want,
The conclusion is there is a purely actual thing. That's fine. It doesn't need to be God. The conclusion isn't God exists. The conclusion is a purely actual thing.
Yeah, but we are not there yet. Yes, that's true. I agree. That's true.
So there's no God.
That's actually the objection. Listen to me. Don't jump around. Stay with the argument, focus. I'm not saying this unmoved mover God. I stated that. I said God is a modern term that we gave.
Yes, so I debunked your argument 15 minutes ago. This doesn't indicate a God.
Okay.
You can have a thing other
I
than
didn't
a God.
debunk anything. You're not confronting the argument. By the way, I stated earlier that I'm very. Can I talk? Because if you don't let me talk, I'll just leave and let you talk by yourself.
So
okay, if I'm not saying anything, if I am not saying anything, then why am I wasting my time? I only have 5 minutes. So
stop. I can grant your whole argument. Yes, pure actuality exists. It's a quantum field. No God. Problem solved. Your argument is debunked.
Okay, if you grant the full argument, this is so convenient to me, but inconvenient to you because I don't have a lot of time. Because once you establish that there is a pure actuality, there are 30 premises that every one of them can be proven that establish, because you start to think, what does a pure actual entail? What does it mean to be a pure actual? Meaning that you don't change, that you don't have any potentiality. That means that you are eternal, for example. Because change and decay means that you have potential. You don't change, you are immutable. So there is a whole premises and explanation that Aristotle actually does go into that jumps from proving that there is a pure actuality to proving that there is a God with the attributes that you guys are familiar with. But I'm not trying to argue for God right now. That comes for later. I don't have the time to do that. Maybe next time. For now, I'm just presenting the argument for the purely actual. That's it. So if you grant me that, I don't have anything to say. Next time, I'm going to prove to you that the attributes are true.
Right after you finished your argument, I said 3 things. 1, actuality and potentiality are fake properties. They don't exist. There are abstracts that describe real properties. Wait. So that would debunk premise 2. Premise 2, false actuality, debunked. Second,
that's just an assumption. I gave you an example.
Stop. Even if I grant actuality is real, I can say, nope, it's not a God, because everything can be explained by a quantum
you can say anything you want. You need to prove it.
Stop interrupting. So everything can be explained in actuality without a God as a quantum field. I can go through every single one of the premises of Aristotle's argument and show they're garbage for the exact same conclusions of the first 3 things I said first. So you haven't addressed any of my criticisms. I debunked everything you said over the past 10 minutes in the very first 3 things I said.
Okay. It's like you're reading a script or something. TJump, do you really take your sophisticated serious?
Wow.
Do you really take? You just made assertion. The first premise is false. Tell me why.
The second premise. So the second premise is false because actuality doesn't exist as an independent property. Actuality is an abstract.
What's actuality? What's actuality?
It's abstract. Literally, literally the sentence I'm saying right now. Shut up and listen. Actuality and potentiality are abstract descriptions of real properties. Real properties exist. Potential does not exist. Actuality does not exist. They are abstract labels for real existing properties.
Don't know what potentiality or actuality are.
I do. I'm very familiar with Aristotle's arguments. I've talked with the experts.
This is amazing to me.
I've literally had conversations.
Yeah, that doesn't matter if you're familiar. You're not familiar with the concept.
So I am very familiar with the
explain
concept.
to me. I'm gonna play the ignorant right now. Okay. Sure. Can I? I'm gonna play the ignorant right now. Tell me what actuality and potentiality is. Explain it to me.
Actuality and potentiality are abstract labels we apply to real properties. So real properties are like energy, spin, momentum, charge. These are real properties. Actuality and potentiality are abstract labels for changes in those things. They don't actually exist.
Wow, we didn't say anything substantial there. It's just nonsense.
I literally did.
It's just nonsense. Okay, my time is up. Thank you for the conversation. You didn't deal with the argument. You made a lot of assertions.
Whole point.
You talk, if you want to convince yourself that you debunked my argument,
that's not a very
that's
good
your problem.
way to leave the
Have a nice day.
I didn't get the opportunity to say this. I don't think you would have been receptive of it. But if, by definition, that which is purely actual, whatever that is, doesn't change, then how does it facilitate the existence of anything else? Because you would assume that, especially if we're talking about a God in this context, it has a mind and it has thoughts and goals and emotions and desires, or so everybody has ever conceived of a God having those things. And so the transition in states of affairs between its thought sequences would be a change. And so then by that definition, it wouldn't be purely actual. But then again, this also assumes that we need the purely actual because we must reject infinite regress, which I don't think that we have to.
In modern terms, the belief in God isn't really a choice. So people are told this and that, but you could only know through experience, right? And so what is this term God mean? It's it's a meaning of a person or a deity who has the form of a homunculi, and is the demiurge of this planet. So they're the overseer of Earth or whatever, or they just seen that it was nice, so they came and they like blessed the people, And
John, hey, welcome. You said that in modern terms, it's not a choice to believe. It is a choice for me, so I have some doubts about these.
I'm not taking that away from you, and
no, I'm saying I have some doubts.
No. I'm thinking. Wait, let me say my point.
Which modern terms you're referring to?
So there's this homunculi that you can refer to as a all-intelligent being that can see and think in ways that would absolutely make foolish of everything that we do, are, and say, because they have an extreme understanding of the reality of nature and on living on different dimensions.
How would it make us foolish? How would that make us
because
foolish?
of how supreme and how ultimate, and how intelligent said God is. So said being that you referred to as a because there's different terms. So there's you can refer to as
hold on. If we lack certain knowledge, but we act upon the knowledge that we have, does that mean that we're foolish?
It means that you can coin whatever meaning you want to it, but this is what I'm saying.
No. I'm addressing what you said.
God is real.
I'm addressing what you said. If a god thinks that we act upon our knowledge, not having any other knowledge, but only the knowledge that we have, if a god thinks that is foolish, then I would say that God is foolish.
You can say that too, yeah. And I'm not gonna try to take that away from you, man. No. But I do fear that there's a lava pit on the outskirts of heaven that, will stay there for an eternity. And I do not want anybody going there, because that is absolutely horrifying for any soul, any man, any person.
Hold on. I'm curious. You're talking about a God that we have no knowledge of, that we can't see, test, investigate, and you seem to know what that God thinks.
Well,
you seem to know how that God acts.
It has to be through your own experience.
Can I finish my sentence? Can I finish my sentence? So you seem to think that there is a God that we can't measure, test, or observe. You seem to think that you know what that God thinks and what it does. My question is, how do you know this?
Have you heard of the term as above, so below? It's referring to the heavens, and the heavens is in the mind. So it's capable. Anybody is capable of thinking heavenly thoughts and of great things. So you can imagine fucking an entire.
It's still my thought. My question was, how do you know the thoughts and the thinking process of a God?
My experience, I have, if you've heard of the tree or of the river of life, the river of immortality or whatever, I can quote unquote claim that I've seen it, and I can claim that I've drank of this pure, what people refer to as vril.
Where's this river of immortality?
It's somewhere between. It isn't a physical reality, so you just kind of have to push your soul out of your body,
and to do that,
you have to just be uncomfortable. to the point to where your soul just doesn't want to stay in your body.
I just want to take a
It's
brief
a
moment to say
river
that
that
everything coming out
isn't
of
a
your mouth makes no
river,
fucking
and you
sense.
drank from it.
And no, well, the thing is, you cannot touch it. You have to like drink from it without using like your skin. Your skin cannot
That's
touch
all
it.
well and great. That's all well and great, but it does in no way answer my question. My question was, how do you know God's thoughts and actions?
I pray to God, and I have like clairvoyancy, so I can see like if I make a decision that like went against what I had originally planned, I can see that there's a change gonna happen. I can see like, okay, I made this decision, and then okay, so I didn't for example, I didn't want to date this girl, and then I seen in that moment from me like ending me not making actually not like going through with it. I seen what the outcome was gonna be. And then I chose based upon that. But if I hadn't, it would have been, may have not been different.
You can see in the future. You can see in the future.
I really don't.
Okay,
I hate to interrupt.
It's
but
like, hey,
it sounds like you're
if
interacting
you've
with a
heard
guy
of the,
trying to articulate an LSD trip. Like, how many psychedelics have you taken, John?
Or it's Hare Krishna.
Or Krishna.
Can I please continue my line of questioning, because I'm actually trying to go somewhere, and we can, if we start deflecting on other things, it's not going to be helpful. So again, you didn't answer my question. My question was, how do you know that you can read God's mind? Because you getting ideas and you thinking that you can see the future has no bearing on what I'm asking. I'm asking you how you know what God thinks. Even if you see something in the future, how do you know that comes from a God?
Ooh, that's a very good question, and that is something. Okay, before I get my fucking bitches in a bundle, let me get my facts straight. Let me get my mind right. So I have experiences to where I adamantly throughout my entire day, I have I'm very capable of thinking, and so I think thoughts of praying to God in a way that that facilitates peace and love, and something, and in order to better myself, and I prayed pretty much throughout the entire day in my mind, and from this I have visual experiences to where I see what the ancient Egyptians would call Ni or Anu, and it's little white spectacles of energy. They sometimes appear white or red, and it's just a sort of I believe, I don't let doubt change my mind, because once you let doubt enter your mind, that's contamination.
I can get that, but if what you are saying is true, we can test it. So tell me what my next question to you is.
I can't do that right now.
Why?
I just smoked a cigarette, and I'm only 20. Usually the coming of age is 33.
Hold on. This is becoming weird. So you smoked a cigarette, and the cigarette is preventing you from seeing into the future. Is that because of the fumes, or is that because of you inhale it? How does that work?
The nicotine prevents you from seeing the future, just so you know.
More of
It's
okay. So you're saying
it's quite handy that you just smoke the cigarette. So if you put the cigarette away, can you then see the future? If so, put the cigarette away for a minute.
Okay, I don't want to feed into this doubt because it's only going to stray further from the point. Because I just want to keep this simple and as little words
That's exactly what
as
I
I
was
can.
trying to do.
So
it's remove the doubt. So if you can put out your cigarette for a moment, I'll light one up, and then you can tell me what my next question is.
I am like, that is...
You're making a claim. I'm just trying to test it. Don't be afraid. Nothing's going to happen. God is not going to punish you. Just you made a claim that you can see into the future, and I want to test that. So just put out your cigarette for a minute.
Now, this might seem like a quibble, but Peter, you've just made a claim that God is not going to punish him.
I'm fairly sure, because if his God is benevolent, he's going to help him, trying to convince me that he exists. So he's not going to punish him. Actually, he's going to help him.
And you have the question in mind, right?
I have a question in mind. I will type it in the moderator chat so they can check it whether or not I'm telling the truth.
To be honest, I can't make any assumptions on what that thought would be, because I'm not like feeling any responses or anything.
Nor have you ever.
So what you're saying is you made a claim. You made a claim, but you
in the sense of hearing somebody else's.
I'm just testing your claim. You said you can see into the future, and when I asked you to demonstrate that, you came up with the fact that you were having a cigarette that would prevent you from seeing the future. And that to me seems a very weak excuse. I'm just saying.
Okay.
And you say you pray all day, and by praying you see the future, which means that you have never smoked, but you just started smoking when I asked you to demonstrate your abilities.
It's not something that I can control. I don't really think about it in a way of like
you have been confronted with some coincidences, and then through the Texas sharpshooter fallacy, you thought that you were able to see into the future.
It's a spontaneous occurrence that only
which
that I can't like fully comprehend myself even. So
coincidence usually is spontaneous.
But I'll just make a random guess as to what your next thought will be. And
what was my question? Do a random guess.
Why are we entertaining this?
To make him show that he doesn't have the ability that he thinks he has.
We're all aware of that.
I mean, he took the effort to come up. At least we can entertain his idea.
What experience do I have in saying that I can make these claims? Is that your question?
Taco, can you read my question? I typed it in the group chat. Or anyone else, for that matter.
Do you want a new guess?
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you for coming up, John. We've got one more person.
One more person.
Yeah. My question was, what brand of cigarettes do I smoke?
Welcome, Streaming.
Hey, what's up, guys?
So Marlboro Reds.
Yeah, no. My main thing, just because I popped in like in the middle of this thing, I wanted to know like what's some of you guys' main arguments against a god or God, whichever way you want to put it. If that's the camp you guys are in,
I don't have an argument against something that I don't think exists.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, what particular, what convinces you that a god or the Christian God doesn't exist?
Oh, the Christian God. Oh, that's easy. The Bible.
I mean, the Bible. Fuck the Bible. The Bible was written by men, but like, that's just I say. Like, trying to think of a way.
Okay, if you say that, where did you get your information from the Christian God from?
Well, again, that's why I'm not trying to specify the Christian God per se, because like
you just specified the Christian God. Then I gave you my reasons why I don't believe in that Christian God, and then you said that was irrelevant because book was written by. Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me finish. Then you said the book was written by human beings. Then I asked you a question you didn't answer.
Right.
That was, how do you know anything about the Christian God if not from the Bible?
Oh no, I don't. That's why like I misspoke more than anything. That's why I'm not trying to specify the Christian God. I'm just trying to like, if you do you believe in like any sort of like what's the way to phrase it? Any kind of like yeah. No. Something that would have created. Okay, is there a reason why? Like any particular reason why?
There's no evidence for it.
Well, okay. Again, that's the main thing I wanted to start by asking. I don't have a particularly strong argument, like at least a particularly original argument. That last guy, that he definitely didn't help his case very much because he just took a bunch of anecdotal evidence, and he could be telling the truth.
Come up with your argument. Let's not talk about other people who aren't here to defend themselves.
Okay. Well, my argument it's not particularly original at all. It's just it's the classic thing. I'm sure you've heard it before. It's like life and how it exists now and how everything like operates in our universe and everything is just like so improbable that it just like happened by chance, So while there's no like
Screaming, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you understand how probability is calculated?
Not like super academically. No, I mean,
right. Just out of curiosity, let's assume for the sake of argument that we could prove without a shadow of a doubt that a God existed, right?
Sure.
Would you ever be able to calculate the odds of him deciding to create this particular universe over any other one?
Probably not. I mean, I don't think so. But I also think
the odds of this particular the odds of this particular arrangement in our current state of affairs, right? Like this life exists the way it does now, as opposed to some other way. Like the probability of that happening is wholly irrelevant because it's an indeterminable variable, regardless of whether or not a God exists.
Okay, that's fair enough. That's why I said it's not what I think is not a particularly original argument. It's just everything's so improbable that in some ways, to me, it makes more sense that something had a hand in its creation than it just happening on its own. But I mean, what you just
said, you have to calculate the odds that being just happened to exist as opposed to not existing. That it had an effective will as opposed to a non-effective will. That it desired to create this particular set of circumstances. That it knew that this would be the consequences of that creation, so on and so forth. I mean,
it's a whole thing that like lapses on itself over and over again. But
I'll tell you this much, Screaming. Yeah. Whenever you're attempting to calculate the probability of a particular event, the more variables you add into that calculation, the lower the probability of the event.
Yeah.
And God is one of the biggest assumed variables that you could possibly imagine. So
very much so.
Whatever the probability of something happening is, removing God makes it more likely.
I guess that is one way to look at it, but again, that's why I said my argument's not particularly original or strong. I mostly just wanted to like chime in to see you guys' arguments against it.
So Screaming, there's a couple of versions of what people debate sometimes. One of them is fine-tuning about the universe itself. The other is about the likelihood of life arising.
Yeah.
The likelihood of life arising arguments seem to have mostly like been strangled to death by their own inconsistency with empirical facts. So in the universe, we would estimate there is something like 10 to the 25th power planets. That would be 10, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. I'm gonna stop, right? Because I got less than halfway through it. Okay.
Yeah,
so
it's a lot.
Given a lot of planets where different conditions could exist, like some of those planets are too close to the suns, some of those planets have suns that are too hot or whatever. You would expect that the vast majority of those probably would not be able to support life, because life takes a very small Goldilocks zone of conditions to work the way that it does on Earth, at least.
Yeah, at least carbon-based life.
Yeah. So I mean, there could be other types of But just assuming life like ours, right? We would assume that a small fraction of the planets can support it. But being on one of those planets in a universe with 10 to the 25 planets is not a surprising fact. What would be surprising is if we were the only ones, right? Because there's so many planets.
I agree.
So whatever things you think make life improbable are vastly smaller than the priors of how many planets there are and how many variations that gives life a chance to arise in.
You're referring to the Drake equation.
Try to look at it this way, because this is the analogy I use. It's not that hard to win the lottery when you buy every possible combination of tickets.
Yeah, when you buy 10 to the 25 tickets.
Sure. And honestly, you probably make the argument that it's an even higher number than that, because a whole like infinitely expanding universe and shit. So, like I said, I just wanted to like chime in to mostly ask about that, because I was curious. It's a
Screaming Comp. I'll try to answer your question. Just you might want to look into the Drake equation. I put a link in the chat. You'll probably find that quite interesting. It talks about what IX and the others here have been alluding to with probabilities. The Drake equation is famous for this, and it's very well laid out by the SETI Institute. When I'm to kind of answer your original question, when people are presenting a deity to me or multiple deities, I want to know a little bit about them, their characteristics and things like that, because that helps me to determine how I'm going to respond. Very often, like the Christian deities, they bring in omniscience and omnipotence and things like that, and then there's obviously with that. So,
right. Which chat is that in? Because I probably do want to look at that.
Oh, Heathen Hangout, or you can go to the YouTube channel where we're live streaming it, and I just posted the link in there as well.
Hey, wicked. Well, yeah. I mean, like I say, I hope I didn't waste you guys' time. I really did just want
to just one more thing.
Wasting our time.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just one more thing. Considering that, as far as we know, the only life in the universe exists on this planet, that would make the universe finely tuned for life not existing.
Fair enough, man. Even that is a concept that I just disagree with, also kind of based off probability. I mean, obviously we've never observed
if it was finely tuned for life, we've been to Mars. There would be life there.
Not that part. What you just said makes perfect sense. Just don't believe that we would be the only life in the universe. That doesn't make a ton of sense to me. I think there would have to
I
be
don't believe that. I don't believe that. What I'm saying is,
but assuming that is the case. Yeah.
As far as we know, and we've been to the moon, we've been now to Mars, we've sent out probes into the solar system that have observed other planets.
Yeah,
they haven't picked up any life signs there, so I think it's still safe to conclude that within our solar system, we're the only planet that has life, which
that's evolved to be intelligent, I will say, because I think they've discovered there may be some microbial
microbes and shit,
polar ice caps and whatnot.
Yeah.
Another thing to consider is that even on our planet, life still has a hard time. 99% of every species that has ever existed has been brutally retired from that existence, and even human life, right? And creationist ideals and the teleological argument tend to adopt the anthropic principle, wherein basically the universe is created for us. Obviously, that's not the case.
I think it's nonsense. I think that's nonsense.
A couple of factors to consider there would be the fact that we drink fresh water to survive. We have to, and 71% of the planet is salt water. Another consideration is that we have to breathe oxygen to survive, which slowly poisons us. And degrades cellular meiosis, which causes aging. We have a respiratory and digestive tract forced to share the same plumbing. Like there's just there's an endless list of things that you could improve on if you had like unlimited creative ability.
But
that's not what we observe.
You can improve the human design for sure.
Most of planet Earth is inhospitable to life. There are places even on the surface that we can't survive in, such as inside volcanoes would be an extreme example.
I'll tell that to the water bear.
Well, yeah, and also the bulk of the surface area of the Earth is ocean. Unfortunately, we don't live in the year 3000, so we don't all live underwater.
No. Unfortunately, we're not all tardigrades.
Yeah, we're not Atlanteans. So 29% of the Earth is land, but only about 11% of that land is habitable by humans.
Right. And I'm proud Dutch. Half of our country, we made that land.
Yeah, that's I mean, all of those are great points. I mean, obviously, I believe, like, I have a somewhat agnostic view of like if there is something that made us, because like I don't like a lot of the ideas of like denominational Christianity. It all sounds pretty like awful, or most of it sounds pretty awful. And you know, a lot of the stuff you guys just said is another reason why it's not very logical. And I do appreciate like logic and reason. And you just presented pretty strong arguments against a lot of those ideas. So I can't really argue against any of that. You know.
Wait, we turned the title of this room against you. We convinced you he doesn't exist.
No, not exactly. No, not yet. I'm conceding that I don't have any argument that will convince you. Unfortunately. But
well, what is more important? What's the argument that convinced you?
Well, I mean, it's, like I said, I still believe in something 100%, just because, you know, faith and all that, and I find it pretty comforting to believe that there's like a God and an afterlife. I don't know what you guys' opinions are on an afterlife. Maybe that's a separate thing.
I have a question on that. So
sure.
You say you believe because it's comforting.
Yes.
Would you want to know whether or not what you believe is actually true?
I mean,
and take away the comfort.
I would like to know. You know, in some sense that like removes the anxiety. You know, I'm not like scared of death per se, but sometimes I think about it and I get a little freaked out only because, like, you know, I've existed. And,
Here's an argument that I use for that. What's your favorite food?
Shit, I don't know. Fucking. Let me think of something. I eat a lot of tilapia
just pick anything. Okay. It's a thought experiment.
Tilapia fillets, bro. Tilapia fillets.
Okay, so let's imagine that for the next 50 years, that's all the food you're going to get.
Mm-hmm.
How long do you think it's going to take for you to start hating the food?
I don't think it would take that long, man.
Exactly. So, and here's my thing. If there's an afterlife, it's going to continue on and on and on and on for an eternity.
Right.
How long do you think it'll take you to start hating that?
I have no idea, but mostly because, again, like, try not to steer too hard into the like denominational Christian view of things. Whenever they talk about the afterlife, it's kind of like just a really different state of existence, you know? It's different from what we experience right now, which, granted, you still don't know exactly what that would be like. But
if that's the case, the thing surviving is not you.
I mean, how do I phrase this?
If you're going to be different in the afterlife, it's not you.
Well, it's not different in the sense of like not being you. It's supposed to be different just in the way that you exist, you know? because you don't have the same needs.
No, not you.
I guess I don't know how to convince you on that, because like again, it's just a different state of being. Like, we're alive right now, and being alive comes with a lot of stress, I guess would be one way to put it. You know, you have to eat, you have to do all this, that. I'm sure you guys work probably. You have to have income, and you have to continue being alive. It's a thing you have to manage, you know. So it's just a very different.
I agree, but so that is looking at the glass being half empty. So there are also a lot of beautiful moments that I can recall from my life.
I agree, bro.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. For
Yeah.
something to be beautiful, it has to end.
There has to be,
because, And so for me, and that's how I look at life, it can only be beautiful if there's an ending to it. Because otherwise, it's going to be tedious. It's going to start annoying you. I would not want, if I had a choice, one of the things would be that I at some point it's over and I don't have to continue.
I mean, that's fair. Like, I agree with you. I love life as it is. I like being alive.
Me too.
But that's
Me too. And I'm enjoying it.
No, I am too. That's why that's one of the reasons why I say what I do. I can't imagine ever just like ceasing my existence entirely, you know, because when you go to sleep, you're unconscious, quote unquote, but you're still.
You can't imagine it. It's really easy. Imagine what you were like before you were born.
I don't remember that.
Going to be. That's what you're going to be. Nothing to be scared of. It doesn't hurt. There's literally nothing you experience that is going to be bad, just like it wasn't before you were born.
I still just kind of don't like that, or maybe the whole reincarnation thing's true. I don't know, but I do like living. You know.
No.
You know, it's again, that's just like nothing I can convince you on. That's just me saying that is why I believe in something. I find it very comforting to think that there's something after death, and that's not just like a complete wrap, you know? Because I can't really picture that. I mean, I what you just said makes sense, but I can't really remember before I was born either, so I can't quite picture that either, you know?
So would you agree then that your belief is emotion based because of the comfort aspect?
It's definitely a part of it. I've applied like logic and reason to it, but there's very logical and reasonable arguments against that belief as well, you know? And you guys presented a bunch of them. And, you know, there's something to be said for the fact that we just don't really like know anything until we can observe it. And it's not even the universe, like proper, as far as I know, isn't completely observable. You know, we stop seeing shit at some point. So, yeah, I mean, I would have to concede the point that definitely is a pretty good portion of it. I like to believe in something.
If your goal is just to be able to live forever, and you could conceive of some alternative means by which you could live forever, and if those means of living forever were actually less likely to come to pass, given a world where most people believe in a theistic pretend version of living forever instead of the actually feasible way of living forever, then wouldn't it be more practical to give up the pretend certainty that you're guaranteed an afterlife, an imaginary reason, and to work on the actual harder problem of achieving some actual means of extending human life to the far future?
Possibly, yeah. But
like, you could be a life extension scientist. I know a bunch of people that work in.
No, yeah, for sure. It's although that does bring up a point. Peter, I believe, yeah, that's what his name is. He made about eventually just getting like bored of being alive as we are now.
That would be a choice. Like both of you deserve to have your preferences honored.
Yeah, you would probably be able to make the choice, and you could just like stop living when you got tired of it, I guess.
Yeah.
And also in my concept, I think it makes for leading a better life. if I know that I'm not going to see anyone that I loved on this planet in a heaven, I'm probably going to maintain my relationships better as if I would when I would get to a heaven, and then everything would be hunky-dory anyway.
I mean, yeah, that's true. A lot of people...
And you would spend more time with the people you love, knowing that there's going to come a time when you can't anymore.
Right.
And that kind of gets back to what I was saying before, that like our greatest hope for eliminating death or minimizing death to those prematurely who, don't deserve it, is going to be in the form of not pretending like death is not a real thing. So denial about death is actually poisonous to your ability to avoid death. People who think that the afterlife is coming are going to take less measures to value and enjoy.
Picky cut out? I don't know. Maybe that's me.
Oh no, it looks like IX cut out. I'm not sure what happened there. Hopefully,
I don't know. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes, we can
hear you now.
All I was saying is that like you're more able to maximize the preservation of life if you don't believe that death isn't real, right? So acknowledging a problem, like I agree wholeheartedly with you personally that death is something I don't look forward to, but it's not something I want to deny, because denying it is going to prevent me from coming to terms with it and potentially to make it as far away in the future as possible and to prevent it from coming to innocent people that don't deserve it.
For sure. And I mean, I appreciate that view a lot. Because like I said, none of this really changes my mind on like believing in something, because that is the biggest thing with that. So it's like you hear the whole faith argument a lot, and that really is just what it is. And there's no way to like prove or disprove it. You either believe or you don't, and that kind of just is what it is, I definitely still believe that there is something, and like I said, I've applied logic and reason to it as far as I think I can, and I think it's about as probable as anything else. But all of that again comes down to the fact that you never really know. We never really know anything, maybe that's a bit of a hyperbole, but
I think you can call it probable or improbable on any given question without a claim to certainty, though. And I think that's why many people, even if they say they're technically agnostic, they're not saying that they don't see one or another possibility as more likely and have good reasons for that.
Fair enough. Well,
just one quick question. What is the God you believe in?
I'm not super sure. I just believe that if something made us, it's sort of like the denominational Christian view, and that I believe if we have a creator, that he probably cares for us and wants us to, just like live and live well.
So here's a thought experiment. And people have told me that I'm bragging. I'm not bragging, so I'm going to explain this. A while ago, there was this a woman a lot younger than me wanted to go on a date, and I held that off for about a year, and then I fell in love with that woman and got together with her. When I got together with her, I found out that she was already in a relationship with another woman. And then we figured that out. Now all three of us live together. It apparently works out.
Okay.
Let's say I was to believe in the Christian God and I get to heaven. How is our relationship going to be in heaven, and who's going to be allowed in and who isn't?
In my view, if you're all,
if it's the Christian God.
Well, again, that's why I say my beliefs are, excuse me, by the way, I'm eating. So if you can hear that, I apologize. Again, my views are slightly different from there. Like there's a lot of stuff the Bible says that I just can't agree with, because I believe if there is a God and he's, benevolent, that he would, if people are just like genuinely good people and they lead good lives while they're alive, that they would be rewarded for that,
My best friend is a Christian. Is exactly what he says.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's good.
I still point out to him that if you're a Christian, there is this book, and this book says a lot about your God, and your God does not agree with you.
That's why I say I think I fall into a somewhat agnostic camp. There's just things like
You're
there is
breaking up.
something. I
You're breaking
apologize.
up.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
No, yeah, that's why I said I fall into a somewhat agnostic camp on things, just because I think if something made us and it truly cares for us and is benevolent, a lot of the stuff in the Bible, which is why I don't agree with a lot of the things in the Bible, just they don't add up to me, you know? Because I remember for a while, when I was younger, like when I was 12, my parents finally started to try to get us into church. We went to a Baptist church, and a big thing in baptism is like once saved, always saved. It doesn't matter what you do after that point, you know, you're good basically. And I don't I don't agree with that idea, you know. I think if there is something that's like judging you based off your character, he's not gonna.
That would be a good escape from Pascal's wager. Just get baptized and then leave the church again and do whatever you want.
Yeah, and I don't agree
now
with
you
that.
got the ticket.
Yeah, exactly. I just don't like that idea at all, which is why you know, like I said, I fall into a somewhat agnostic camp on things. Because my family and then there's another thing where my family growing up was Catholic, and there's a whole nother mess of stuff with Catholicism. You know, everything has its weird bits that I don't quite like, you know.
All I can say is that if the only reason you believe is because it's comforting,
that is a big reason.
Again?
I was saying that's a big reason. The other reason is that I do see like a logical argument for it, but there's also. Yeah, go ahead. My bad.
What is the biggest reason?
No, just like I told you, the biggest reason is that I find comfort in it. The other reason is what I opened up with, where I think there's like a logical argument in terms of like probability for how things in the world operate, where there is a reasonable case to be made that something designed it, and I think that's a fairly reasonable argument. But you guys also all made very reasonable arguments against that, and I acknowledge that. But
the only thing that I can tell you is if the comfort is the biggest reason, I would want to know if that actually is valid, because if I'm comforted by something that doesn't exist, then I'm living a false belief, and I wouldn't want that to happen. And the only thing you can do about that is figure that out for yourself, and maybe start investigating whether or not it holds true.
Yeah, 100%. I've thought about that a lot as well, but it all ultimately comes down to, in the end, we don't really know until we get to that point, you know. I have thought about that a lot, especially when you look at like a lot of what's taught in like denominational faiths. It's like if you believe the wrong thing, that's a wrap for you, buddy. You're going straight to hell. So,
well, if the God is benevolent, wouldn't he want you to know that he exists? Or would he want to have you live your life guessing that you made the right choice, that you have the correct beliefs? I think an omnibenevolent God would make it clear, so people don't have to guess; they would know.
I agree with that. But that's sort of like where the whole free will argument comes in, and that we do have free will. It's like a beautiful thing. You can believe whatever you want at the end of the day, which is where like you get into another argument of if there was something that made us and it was all just like a perfect system, kind of like what would be the point in existing at that point? It's a whole thing. So, you know, I see what you're saying, 100%. It just doesn't really like rattle my faith at all. Which is why like I opened up saying my argument for something existing. Well, it's not particularly original or strong. I'm sure you guys have heard it before. There's no shot I've been the first person to come up here and try to make that argument, right?
Actually, you're kind of in the minority of people who are using this kind of approach. Most of the time, the people I encounter figure they've got some way of convincing me. One guy told me a few days ago he's going to join on the stream here, and he's going to make me cry in how he goes about proving that God is real. And a lot of people come with a lot of self-assurance that they've got it all figured out. And your approach is not like that. Your approach is actually quite nice, I think.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. It's just,
I agree.
Has that guy done that yet, by the way? Has he shown up and tried to make you cry yet? Because I'd like to be here for that.
I would say the same, except I'm already here the whole time. No, they haven't done that. But that's okay. Maybe next fortnight.
Hey, yeah. Hopefully I don't miss it. It's just
we run every 2 weeks, every fortnight.
I can point to one thing that actually just happened. Someone in the chat on YouTube said they were glad finding out about my channel, and it has made them think. Those are the messages that really get to me.
Yeah,
that is what I set out to do. Try and make people think. I'm not always good at it. I'd be the first one to admit, but those are the messages. Yeah, that really get to me.
Yeah, you're phenomenal. But actually, something I just thought about that I also want to ask. What do you guys think about like spirits and ghosts and shit? What are your thoughts on that? Do you believe in that at all, or do you have like an explanation for what things that happen that people would attribute to that?
Right off the bat, I'm just going to say that when it comes to deity-dependent spirits that have a dependency on a deity having created them or for them to continue to survive, obviously what flows from atheism, from not believing in deities, is those spirits will be included with that group, because if their dependency isn't there, why would we believe in those spirits as well? Now, there are atheists who believe in spirits that don't depend on deities, because there are plenty of ghosts and spirits and other kind of supernatural creatures that are not at all deity dependent. They're completely independent from it.
So that's what I'm wondering about.
In atheism, just to be clear, there's nothing about atheism that requires rationality or adherence to logic or things like that. Just like anything else, there are plenty of people who don't believe and have no reason at all for it, or have bad reasons for it. So there is some misunderstanding about it. Some people think that all atheists are more intellectual or smarter or something, and there's even some atheists who make that claim, and I disagree with those. In my experience, I find there's a whole spectrum of interests in supernaturalism and supernatural ideas and traditions and things like that permeate throughout the theism and atheism demographics both. It's just the difference with the atheism demographic is the absence of belief in deities, in goddesses or gods, and that's pretty much it. There's levels of intellect are right up to the roof and down to the very bottom. The only exception to that, I would say, is that the theism demographic does have a slightly higher minimum requirement of intelligence than atheism does, because to be a theist, you must believe in at least one god or goddess, and to do that, you must first conceptualize at least partly. You don't have to have a full, thorough conceptualization, but at least a partial conceptual concept in your mind of what a deity is before you can believe in it. That is a prerequisite that can't be avoided, and so atheists don't have that requirement. We're not required to have that cognitive faculty. So there could be atheists who are not capable of conceptualizing deities, and they're atheists.
Right. But like I just, you personally, do you believe in those things? Like,
no, I don't.
You don't? Okay.
But that's not because I'm an atheist, except for the ones that are.
Yeah, I get that. Because I bring that up because that is like another thing that convinces me that there's, at the very least, things beyond our understanding out there. Because which obviously that's a given. There's plenty of things like even outside of like a religious aspect, we just don't understand. But I remember being a child, not to give you my whole fucking life story, but me and my mom and my brother, we lived in a bunch of different apartments when I was younger for whatever reasons. And I remember one apartment we wound up staying in, I would be there by myself. And this isn't me, again, this is an anecdote. There's no way for y'all to like, prove this shit happened. But I remember weird shit would happen while I was there, like all the time. Like I remember one time I was there at night and there was this closet like in the living room and I was just sitting down, doing whatever I did as a kid. And then this loud banging came from inside the closet. So my first thought was like, okay, maybe there's some shit in there that fell over, right? So I open up the door, look inside, and the closet's just completely empty. That freaked me the fuck out back then, like quite a bit. And I just tried to ignore it.
Did you say that was in an apartment?
Yes.
Yeah, so sounds can carry through apartment walls, and that's quite well known. There can be sounds even from stuff going on in the sewers underneath the road.
Can I interject for a moment?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, it's. I figured that would be an argument that comes up, but the thing that always threw me looking back to it is it wasn't just a sound; it was like visibly rattling that door, and it was very clearly like something pounding against the middle of the door, like multiple very hard knocks. And I always remember back to that. And I don't know what to attribute that to other than something supernatural, because I tried to find like a logical explanation to it and I just can't think of anything. And another thing that happened in that same apartment, I was there by myself again one day and I was like microwaving food or something. And I left something on top of the microwave, walked back into our living room. And then while I'm sitting in the living room, that thing I left on top of the microwave goes flying across that room and hits the wall. And again, the same thing. I tried to figure out something that like not supernatural that could have made that happen. And I could never come to a conclusion. Like if you guys have any explanation.
Microwaves emit really strong electromagnetic radiation. If you ever try to use like a Bluetooth headset or anything like near a microwave, you experience interference. And it's possible that some object that you put on top of the microwave had metal in it or something like that that was, minutely influenced by it.
Yep. The microwave ovens pollute.
It was a plastic.
They pollute the wireless signal for the older style Wi-Fi that people have at home. If you're on WPA3, usually you're on a newer Wi-Fi that's on 5G. If you're on 5G, you'll be fine. If it's 2.4G, you're going to have some interference experiences for sure.
No, yeah. I know that. Yeah.
The thing to ask yourself is try to think beyond your own anecdotal experience, because you'll acknowledge that like, you're not an investigator on this topic, right?
Of course.
But if you look
that's why I'm asking.
If you look at the whole field of claims about these kinds of things and attempts to prove or disprove them, right? You would expect that if it's as common a thing as something that happens on the regular in your weird, spooky apartment or something, you'd expect that someone in the world would have just managed to produce the convincing evidence documenting how this works.
Yeah, for sure.
That hasn't happened. What we have found is that the people who have attempted to present themselves as having the proof repeatedly get exposed as frauds. So if you go on YouTube and just pick like the top couple like major to prove ghosts, and then Google their names, you will find people that worked for them who were paid to lie about the things that they're trying to make money off of on YouTube, right? If you go to historical examples, the history of claims about ghosts, you'll find that a huge number of the cases were perpetrated by pranksters who were just often like small children you could hide inside of person could be, or who were hiding in the walls of the house or whatever. And there's just so much motivation for mischief.
For sure.
Falsifying this kind of thing, that a vast majority of these cases can be explained by the simple motive to deceive. The others can be explained often by people's self-deception. And, it seems like that's not the kind of weight of evidence where you would say, well, I heard a weird noise in my apartment, so I must have heard a supernatural phenomenon.
No, definitely not. That's why I'm asking, because I would like to hear like reasons these things could have happened. Because I remember even as a child, I was trying to like rationalize about it, but I just couldn't come to a conclusion, because it's like I was telling Randolph, I assume that's what I have to call you.
Yep.
When that thing happened with the door, it wasn't just like a sound. It was like you could see the door vibrating from being like hit, basically.
So were you able to rule out a draft, like a very strong wind or anything like that?
Oh, absolutely. There were no vents in that closet. There were no objects in that closet. Like, that's the first thing I did is I opened and I checked it, and I was like, there's got to be something in there that just fell. Our doors were closed. Our door that led outside was closed. All kinds of things, and I mean, maybe there's like some arguments for weird things like energy just carries over or some shit. I don't know.
So there's evidence, like I've looked into this a little bit. There's evidence that reports of things like ghost phenomena occur more frequently in areas with extremely strong like geomagnetic interference patterns coming from the Earth. And so there's a hypothesis that very strong like Earth radiation stuff can make our brains hallucinate differently and more frequently. Because people have found that some places are more likely to produce these types of observations. And the ghost hypothesis is, well, that's because there's ghosts there, right?
Yes.
But the environmental factors hypothesis says that there could be a variety of environmental factors which are more explanatory. And they're empirically validated hypotheses. There's numerous examples of these being quantified and demonstrated that the environmental factors in totally different places produce similar differences in the reporting rates of these phenomena. So they ask people like how do you feel in a room that is reported to have ghosts in it? And then they take the environmental factors about that room, they just pick a random place, they reproduce, and then people have the same rate of given just identical environmental factors in different spots that arguably don't have any reason to think they're haunted.
Right. I mean, all that's fair. It's just I live in Mississippi, so I don't know if that's one of those locations that fit the bill on that. But the things I experienced, quote unquote, I'm pretty positive weren't hallucinations. They were all very like physical things, and that's the thing that throws me off about them. Like I don't know. I'm not necessarily saying it's like ghosts or whatever, because again, I don't know. But like rational explanations for them all seem very hard to come up with, because there's more things than that. But I'm not going to go on and on about them. It was just like
You'd think in a world with billions of smartphones, though, that someone would have taken the time to document these things in a way that's demonstrable.
Well, I mean, I was a child. I was a poor child. I didn't have a phone, so there's no way I could record anything. But that's
reports of reports of supernatural phenomena have gone down at roughly the rate that cell phone cameras have gone up, and I think it's arguably because these claims are no longer viable in a world where people can ask you to produce evidence of them.
For sure. I mean, like, I'm sitting here. I have no reason to lie about the things that happened there.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying you're lying about what you experienced. I'm just saying
that since we now have more ways for people to document these things very easily, but nobody does.
It didn't happen is a very standard response to this kind of stuff. And you can say, well, I personally haven't had.
And perhaps one good example of this would be UFO pictures of flying saucers. People with better quality cameras, they take pictures of these things and they realize what they are because the quality is better. Whereas in the past, the picture quality wasn't as good, so people had to develop the film, and later on they look at it, they don't even remember the whole scenario so well and say, "Oh, that must be a flying saucer," because they've been watching the movies, right? So now we have better quality camera pictures, so we see a lot fewer UFO sightings as well.
Yeah. I hate to be one of those guys, because just a couple years ago I was just gonna say because I am one of those people at this point who didn't document their shit or whatever. I definitely tried to. I remember for whatever reason one night I was like in a Target parking lot at like 2 a.m. I don't know what you guys' takes on like aliens and shit are. I remember being in a Target parking lot at 2 a.m. and I was just looking up at the sky because the sky was really pretty, and then I saw this thing up there moving. It was moving in a very like irregular way from a normal aircraft, and for some reason, because I was just doing it for goofs in the moment, I like tried to talk to the thing and asked it to spell out words, and like I swear to God, I mean not that means anything here. Swear to God, it spelled the words out like that I was asking it to. It was really fucking weird. I wish I had documented that better, and I tried to, even though Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's some explanation for that. There definitely could be, but that was such a strange experience, you know. I think about that thing a lot too. It was bizarre, you know.
Yeah, and there is a possibility that there's something a little bit different about your brain that's causing you to see these things that isn't drug induced or anything like that. There's sometimes we're born with little quirks, right? Things like that can happen as well. And I would encourage you not to immediately rule those kinds of things out. That doesn't mean there's anything wrong with you. It's just the way you are. And if you can understand that maybe that's been what's going on, if you're able to find some way to confirm it, that could be helpful to you.
I mean, maybe it's just all these things have actually been very infrequent. I definitely haven't seen like a lot of paranormal shit in my life. Like, have you guys seen anything that you would at least find rather hard to explain in your life? Like, at least hard to explain.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of things that I've not understood when I was a kid, and later on came to realize that I just didn't have an explanation for them, and the things that I was considering were not supported by anything. Deep down, I knew I was making assumptions about them. It's just kind of, this is a normal thing that I think a lot of people do over time.
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, again, I'd make the case that there's probably, you know, supernatural things. I'm using the word supernatural really only in the sense that there's just like probably other things out there in the world, like in some way. And it could be any way. It could be like spiritual. It could be fucking aliens. Again, like I would make a case that I guess aliens isn't exactly the right word, but I would make a case that like there's other things alive in the universe somewhere.
It's nice you mentioned that, because
inevitable.
When you ask, have you ever experienced something?
Mm-hmm.
I've had an alien encounter, which I now know was a delusion. So
really,
yeah.
Like, can I hear about that? That sounds very interesting, actually.
It's a pretty long story. To sum it up, I lost an entire day. I have no recollection other than just a few shards of that particular day. In that day, I traveled from the Netherlands to Basel in Switzerland and back. At least half of the journey there and about half the journey back. I have no recollection of that either.
Holy shit!
And turned out that when you're experiencing a lot of stress, your brain can really play tricks on you. That's basically what it boiled down to.
No, absolutely. I'd make a case that and the things I've been talking about, they've been very infrequent throughout my life. This isn't like a normal thing. And the last thing I just described, I wasn't like particularly stressed or anything at all. It was just a very normal day. I know you already prefaced this by saying, you know, it wasn't drug induced or anything necessarily. Because
I was a truck driver at the time, and I can tell you, I was scared out of my mind.
Oh yeah,
and I didn't talk about it except from my girlfriend. I'd never mentioned it to anyone for at least a couple of years. And the disc in my truck that tracks the speed, I removed that because I would have been fired. I drove that truck full speed on the German Autobahn, so that's probably twice the speed allowed.
Yeah, that's fucking insane, man.
And so that would have gotten me fired, and I still have that disc as a reminder that it actually happened, and I still don't know what happened exactly.
Okay, well, I mean that's fair. Again, a lot of my cases for things really just boil down. At the end of the day, you don't really know. You don't know until you know. And
exactly.
There are things that at least are very hard to prove. You know, there's too much in the world that we just don't understand. So, I don't know if y'all have anything else for me. Y'all have all been very educational, and I've appreciated you having me. So,
it was a good conversation. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys for having me once again. Y'all take it easy.
And thanks for sharing your experiences. That was very interesting.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys got something out of it, hopefully.
Oh, yeah.
if there's a good conversation, we get something out of it.
Excellent.
And I think this one was a good one.
All right. Well, again, y'all have a good one. All right.
Thanks a lot.
So, appreciate it.
So we've been running for about 7 hours today. We were originally intending 4. It's funny how these things go. And I think we've had some really great conversations today.
I agree.
Agreed.
I agree.
Sometimes.
So but anybody wanted
you're saying we're not going to get to 8 hours, but we're also nowhere close to the time that you wanted us to get to.
Well, yeah, we wanted to try to keep it down a little shorter, and it's just that the guests who we've been speaking with have been so interesting, so we end up losing track of time.
As close to 4 hours as possible, Peter.
Can I say that we still have a fair amount of people in here? We still have a fair amount of people on YouTube, and I want to thank everyone for coming, because that actually is what makes things like this worthwhile doing.
Yeah, a special thank you to everybody who's tuned in. Really appreciate you joining in. We will be here again next fortnight. That's 2 weeks from now, because this is a fortnightly program that we're running, and we look forward to seeing you there. If you know of anybody who would be interested in this program for any reason, please feel free to share the YouTube address with them, or the politics Discord, which is at discord.gg/politics. To get to the YouTube channel where I host this is at youtube.com/Randolf Richardson. That's RANDOLF Richardson. No matter, it's spelled with an F, not PH, no matter what autocorrect tells you. And we'd be very happy to see all of you and more again in the future. Jack and IX, did you have anything you wanted to say before Taco finalizes everything here?
Nah, I gotta dip out. The missus is giving me the stink eye.
Hey, thanks. Thanks, Jack. It's good to see you again.
Take care, guys. Thanks, Taco.
Thank you.
Just 2 shout-outs.
Oh, as many as you like.
I would recommend, if people want to learn more about a lot of the topics that we discussed, if you want to get a pretty good rundown on most of the arguments that you hear about people talking about with regards to for and against theism, there's 2 websites I would recommend. One is religions.wiki.
Sorry, could you also post these into the Heathen Hangout chat, and I'll replicate them to the YouTube chat?
Yeah. So religions.wiki is a wiki that was originally like the debate prep notes of Matt Dillahunty for sort of atheist debates, but lots of people worked on it, and it's been expanded, and it's a very good rundown of all the different types of arguments that people make for and against theism. Rational Wiki is a good catch-all for things like ghosts and the supernatural and aliens and ESP and whatever else that people sort of tangentially connect to theist debates. And if you want to get into the study of the Bible and its origins and other like Abrahamic texts, I highly recommend Discord communities focused around that, or other research topics. But I would start with one called Academic Biblical Criticism, which you can Google.
Okay, I've got Rational Wiki's link. I'm familiar with that one. That's a good one. The other one I didn't quite get.
It's religions.wiki. And Academic Biblical Criticism, I don't know the link to it, but you can Google it. It's Academic Biblical Criticism Discord.
Okay, well, I've got these.
I'll pin it.
Great. So, and I've just replicated them to the YouTube chat. Thank you very much for that.
Can I say one last thing?
There it is.
If people are interested in conversations like this, but think this is too short amount of a time, they can DM me on Discord or on Twitter, YTGGFI, and we'll have you come on our show where you get an hour and a half to have a conversation. We're always looking for good guests.
Awesome.
Shameless plug.
So, and the other thing is for people who are looking at this later on, if you want to join the politics Discord in the future that hosts these kinds of shows very gracefully, and we very much appreciate having the stage here with them, you can type into your web browser discord.gg/politics. I also run an organization called the Canadian Atheists, which you can find out more about at www.canadianatheists.ca.
And again, thank you for streaming this to YouTube, Randolph.
No problem.
Much appreciated.
You guys are all awesome. There's tons of links in Heathen Hangout. Check them. Click them. Thank you, everybody. We're closing this out now.
Thank you.
Bye.
Good night. Have a good day, everybody.
Bye, everyone.